Dear Chosen One, what you're about to receive is not just another message. It's a divine dispatch. You didn't stumble across this by accident. This moment was written into your story long before you arrived here. It's a holy appointment, a spiritual signal from heaven, meant to awaken the greatness that has always been inside you. This message comes with weight because it comes with purpose, not to entertain you, but to elevate you. The fact that it has found you now, in this exact moment of your life, is proof that you've crossed into a new season. This is not coincidence. This is divine confirmation. You've endured storms that tried to steal your purpose. You've walked through seasons of isolation, carried weights no one could see, and cried tears that only God counted. Still, you remained. Still, you believed. And because of that, heaven is sounding the alarm. Your time has come. What was once withheld is now being released. The doors that were locked are now opening. The blessings that were delayed are now accelerating toward you. You passed the test, even the ones you didn't know you were taking. And that, Chosen One, is why this message is now in your hands. Out of billions of souls on this earth, only a rare 1% are selected for such an assignment. You are one of them. You are not here to simply exist. You are here to shift generations, to rewrite narratives, and to walk in the kind of divine authority that makes darkness tremble. Your pain, your trials, your waiting, it was all preparation for this moment. What felt like rejection was actually redirection. What looked like a delay was divine preservation. You were never being denied. You were being refined. Before we begin, take a moment to receive this from the heart. Thank you to each of you who has supported this message through the Super Thanks feature. Your generosity is deeply appreciated. Your seeds make it possible to continue sharing these revelations with more chosen ones across the globe. If you felt led to give, know that it is seen, it is valued, and it is honored. But please understand this, whether you donate or not, you're no less loved, no less chosen, and no less vital to the mission unfolding here. Your presence alone is a divine gift. Now, I need you to prepare yourself. We are about to walk through 7 prophetic chapters, each one peeling back layers of identity, authority, and destiny. These are not simply teachings, they are activations. Each chapter is a spiritual key unlocking the reasons behind your trials, the power behind your calling, and the magnitude of the future unfolding before you. If this message already stirs something in your spirit, go ahead and type 777 in the comments below. This isn't just a number, it's a declaration. It's a sacred symbol to the universe, to heaven, and to your own soul that you are ready. Ready to rise, ready to align, ready to walk boldly into your inheritance. Only those who are truly chosen will stay with this message to the very end, because only the chosen understand that revelation unfolds layer by layer. Each time you return to this word, something deeper will awaken. A truth you didn't see before will be illuminated. A confirmation you were praying for will appear. So pause, breathe, center yourself, let your spirit rise to attention, because this is no longer about what's coming, it's about what's already here. You are being summoned into your rightful place, and the heavens are watching to see how you respond. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, hurry, you passed. Only 1% make it. Chapter 1. The Silent Testing Grounds, where heaven watched what no one else could see. Before your eyes were fully open to the weight of your calling, before you understood the magnitude of your journey, you were already being tested, but not in the ways the world usually recognizes. These weren't the tests where people cheered for your achievements, or applauded your talents, or rewarded you for effort. These were hidden spiritual tests, delivered in quiet, invisible moments. The world may have judged success by certificates, promotions, and praise, but heaven was watching something else entirely: the condition of your heart when no one was watching. It was in the private corners of your life that the real exams took place. Every time you chose honesty when lying would have been easier. Every time you forgave when revenge felt justified. Every time you held your peace instead of proving your point. You were proving your loyalty to something greater than yourself. There were no crowds, no recognition, and no applause, yet you still chose righteousness. You said yes to truth without a stage, yes to purity without an audience, and yes to obedience without a pat on the back. These choices were not random. They were assignments, tailored for your soul and designed to shape you into someone the world could not corrupt. But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold. Job 23:10. That gold has always been in you. The fire only revealed it. The silence was never abandonment. It was divine observation. While others celebrated loud wins, you were being celebrated in a place the world couldn't see yet. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela. For 27 years he sat in prison, wrongly condemned, his legacy seemingly buried beneath stone walls and silence. But while the world forgot him, his soul was in preparation. Every hour of waiting, every unjust moment, became a layer of wisdom, strength, and resilience. When the time came, he walked out, not bitter, but ready, not just for freedom, but for leadership. Your silence served a similar purpose. While others sought the spotlight, you were being sculpted in the shadows. What if the moments you cried alone were never wasted? What if the situations that tested your patience weren't interruptions but divine instruments? The people who betrayed you, the opportunities that slipped away, the seasons where nothing seemed to move. Could it be they were never meant to destroy you, but to prove what was eternal within you? How often have others received rewards for showmanship while your quiet strength went unacknowledged? And yet despite that, you didn't give up. That's the difference. That's why you are part of the 1% that passed. There's a reason Queen Esther was hidden in the palace before she rose to prominence. Her testing was silent. She had to choose courage before ever seeing the reward. Had she hesitated or sought comfort over calling, an entire nation would have been lost. But her quiet faith turned into a loud salvation. Like her, you were kept in the background, not because you were forgotten, but because your future demanded divine protection. He will conceal me under the cover of his tent. He will lift me high upon a rock. Psalm 27, verse 5. You were concealed, not because you lacked worth, but because you held too much of it to be exposed prematurely. How many would have kept walking had they experienced what you did? The rejection, the isolation, the ridicule, the seasons that seemed to contradict the promises you believed in. Would they have still shown up? Would they have continued to pray when nothing seemed to change? Would they have kept serving when there was no visible reward? Yet you did. You remained consistent even when discouraged, faithful even when forgotten, steadfast even when it seemed God had gone quiet. That's what makes you rare. Think of Malala Yousafzai. She simply wanted education, something others took for granted. Her voice was attacked, her dream nearly extinguished. But in her silence, courage was born. She didn't just recover, she rose. Now her story inspires millions. Your story too is being written in the places where no one clapped but heaven. When your soul whispered, "Keep going," and your flesh begged you to quit, you stayed. You stayed in prayer. You stayed in service. You stayed in alignment. And heaven recorded every moment. Every time you walked away from drama when you had every reason to respond, you were sharpening your discernment. Every time you gave instead of hoarding, blessed instead of cursing, waited instead of forcing. Those were victories. You weren't buried, you were being planted. Your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you openly. Matthew 6:6. The time for open reward is drawing near, and the foundation you built in silence will now support blessings too public to be ignored. Even Viktor Frankl, a man who suffered deeply in the Holocaust, emerged not with bitterness but with profound insight. He believed that those who have a why to live can bear almost any how. His suffering birthed purpose. That's what your pain has done. It has refined your why, clarified your mission, and burned away distractions. You now carry a strength that can't be taught and a peace that can't be shaken. What you went through was not meant to delay you. It was the curriculum for your destiny. Now the question rises, are you ready for visibility after so much obscurity? Not because you need validation, but because your assignment is no longer just about surviving. It's about leading. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised. James 1:12. That crown is not a metaphor, it is the manifestation of your spiritual rank. You were tested privately, but now you will be crowned publicly. Not for the sake of fame, but for the sake of function. Your voice, your influence, your presence is needed in places where only the tested can tread. This is not the beginning of something random. This is the continuation of something sacred. The silent testing ground has officially closed, and the heavens are opening. The earth is shifting. The assignment is changing. You passed the test that most failed, not because you were the strongest, but because you were the most surrendered. You weren't always fearless, but you were faithful. And that, chosen one, is why your name is now being whispered in heavenly places. The season ahead will not be like the one you came from. Where you were once overlooked, you will now be overtaken with favor. The very areas where you once felt invisible will become the stages where your influence is undeniable. What was cultivated in darkness will now bloom in light, and the crown you wear, unseen by man but acknowledged by angels, marks you as one of the few who endured without applause and are now being elevated beyond imagination. Chapter 2. Separation for Elevation. The sacred journey of being set apart. Chosen one, there's something you've always felt but rarely understood. The sting of isolation. While others gathered in tight circles, celebrated among their peers, and found validation in belonging, you often stood apart, quiet, watching, wondering why your path always seemed to lead you away from the crowd. While others were embraced, you were passed by. While they were lifted by community, you were hidden. Their voices echoed through rooms filled with applause, while yours was whispered into the silence of solitude. But what if this wasn't rejection? What if this separation was not man's doing, but heaven's design? What you experienced wasn't abandonment, it was preservation. Divine separation is the sacred tool used by God to elevate those whose assignments are too pure to be contaminated by the noise of popularity. Come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord. 2 Corinthians 6:17. You were not excluded because you were less. You were removed because you were more sensitive to spirit, more accountable to purpose, more aligned with heaven's frequency. You may have grieved the friendships that never formed, the connections that dissolved before they could deepen, but all of it was protection. Can you recall those seasons where you longed for recognition, for someone to say, "I see you," and yet it never came? Now consider this. What if their recognition would have derailed your refinement? Think of Rosa Parks. Before she became a symbol of civil rights, she was just a woman sitting alone in quiet defiance. Her choice to not move was made in solitude, without fanfare, but that moment of isolation ignited a movement. Or consider Elijah in 1 Kings 19, hiding in a cave, feeling forgotten, saying, "I alone am left." But God was not absent. He was orchestrating a moment of encounter. That very solitude birthed one of the greatest prophetic ministries the world had seen. What looks like loneliness from the outside is often a divine encounter in disguise. There were times when you questioned yourself, wondering if maybe you were the problem. Others seemed to click instantly, build easily, receive support effortlessly, but your journey wasn't meant to follow their map. You were being trained in silence, shaped by solitude, refined in ways they could never understand. While they were forming temporary alliances, you were building eternal alignment. He sets apart the godly for himself. Psalm 4:3. Can you see it now? What others called distance was actually divine detail. You were not exiled. You were escorted into a spiritual wilderness where your real strength could emerge. Oprah Winfrey once spoke about how the loneliest season of her life came just before her greatest breakthroughs. She was misunderstood, misrepresented, even mocked. But in that separation, her voice was clarified, her vision sharpened, and soon after her purpose exploded on a global scale. Like her, your wilderness season was not void of purpose, it was full of preparation. The voices that were absent made space for the whisper of God to be heard more clearly. In the absence of approval, you developed inner authority. You learned to stand not on borrowed confidence, but on divine instruction. The truth is, you were never meant to be part of the crowd. You were meant to lead it from a higher place. But elevation always demands isolation. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. You were never called to blend in, but to stand out. Not with arrogance, but with anointing. Even in childhood, you likely noticed how different you felt. You didn't relate to the pettiness, the superficiality, the empty noise. You longed for depth, truth, and purpose. These were signs even then that your soul was marked for something more. Malcolm X spent years alone in prison, misunderstood and invisible to the public eye. Yet it was in that separation that he studied, evolved, and became the force that history would never forget. He entered as a number, but he exited as a movement. Likewise, your isolation has not diminished your worth. It has multiplied your weight in the spirit. Those seasons when it seemed no one wanted to walk with you were the seasons when heaven walked most closely beside you. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. That's why the places you were excluded from no longer even appeal to you, because your elevation requires new air. It is in these moments of quiet that vision is formed. Isolation births originality. True revelation rarely comes in the noise of crowds, but in the hush of solitude. There, God could whisper things to you that no one else was ready to hear. There, your strength was not just restored, it was born. You learned to stand without applause. You learned to believe without confirmation. And most importantly, you learned to trust God's voice above all others. Those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Waiting may have been your burden, but it is also now your blessing. The season is shifting. The same silence that once seemed heavy now feels holy. The absence of recognition is being replaced by divine revelation. You're no longer looking for approval because you finally understand. Your separation was your signal. The people who didn't support you, the rooms that didn't open for you, the cliques that didn't include you, they were all part of a plan to make sure your foundation wasn't built on sand. What once felt like rejection now reveals itself as redirection. Now, the moment you've been prepared for is near. You're not just stepping into a new chapter. You are stepping into visibility with the clarity of one who has walked through fire without losing your fragrance. You carry a weight the crowd cannot imitate because you've been somewhere they refused to go. While they sought quick platforms, you submitted to slow process. While they posted about their purpose, You prepared for yours in secret. And now, the spotlight is being aligned not with your ego, but with your assignment. Chosen one, you were not created to fit in. You were forged to rise. You are the lighthouse in a stormy sea, the voice in a noisy room that cuts through confusion with clarity. The loneliness didn't break you, it built you. And now the time has come for that separation to birth elevation. The world is about to see what heaven always knew. Chapter 3. Hidden Battles, Public Rewards, the Silent Struggles that Heaven Saw. Chosen one, not every war leaves visible scars. Not every victory is announced with trumpets. Some of the greatest battles you fought were never seen by human eyes. They happened in the stillness of your mind, in the depths of your spirit, and in the quiet places of your heart, places no one else was allowed to enter. While others admired your smile, they never knew how many nights you wept into your pillow. While they congratulated you on your strength, they didn't hear the trembling in your private prayers. And while they saw the surface of your life, they never imagined the storm that raged underneath it. There were days when darkness pressed hard on your chest, and it felt like breathing took effort. Days when financial pressures crushed your spirit, when betrayal wounded your heart in ways no apology could fix, when the anxiety in your chest felt like it would never lift. Yet somehow you still rose. You went to work. You showed up for others. You poured from an empty cup and smiled through the weight of silent suffering. You kept believing even when your faith was hanging by a thread. That was no small thing. That was supernatural endurance, and it didn't go unnoticed. For your Father, who sees in secret, will reward you openly. Matthew 6:6. Every tear you cried in the dark was heard in heaven. Every time you pushed forward when it would have been easier to quit, you were advancing in the spirit realm. Every moment of silent obedience built something eternal. The world saw your fruit, but heaven saw your roots, the ones that grew deep in pressure, pain, and prayer. When David was anointed king, he didn't walk directly into the palace. He went back to the fields, back to the sheep, back to the silence. He fought lions and bears with no audience, no applause, just him and God. But it was in those hidden battles that he gained the courage to slay Goliath. Like David, your greatest strength has not been in what others celebrated, but in what they never saw. Do you see it now? The strength you carry was not born on the stage. It was forged in the shadows. Think about the life of Anthony Bourdain. Millions celebrated his storytelling, his food journeys, his charisma, but few knew of the emotional battles he carried silently. It's a tragic reminder that external applause does not equal inner peace. Unlike the world, you chose to face your battles, not mask them. You didn't give up when life got heavy. You wrestled through your storms with spiritual grit, and because of that, you've been prepared for a blessing few can handle. In the silence of your suffering, God was setting the stage. In the moments you felt forgotten, He was preparing the table. And now that moment is upon you. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Psalm 23, verse 5. This is not just poetic, it is prophetic. You are about to sit in the very place where people once laughed at you, once doubted you, once dismissed your pain. But now, they will have no choice but to witness your rise. When Bethany Hamilton lost her arm in a shark attack at age 13, the world saw a tragedy. But in the silence of her healing, she built a testimony. She returned to competitive surfing stronger than before, inspiring millions, not just with talent, but with unshakable resilience. That is what's happening in your life. What was meant to cripple you is becoming the very thing that crowns you. What tried to break you is now the platform on which your reward will be revealed. There is a holy reversal taking place. What once looked like loss is turning into leverage. What felt like obscurity is becoming opportunity. You didn't fight for validation. You fought to stay aligned with purpose. That's why your reward won't just be for you. It will be a revelation for others. People will look at your elevation and not just see success. They'll feel the anointing behind it. They'll sense the presence of God that carried you when you couldn't carry yourself. Your faith, though shaken, was never destroyed. Even in your lowest valley, you never stopped seeking Him. Even when prayers felt unanswered, you never stopped showing up. That's why you're different. That's why you're chosen. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. The time of harvest is approaching, and not just any harvest, one so public, so undeniable, that it will be clear who sustained you. Think of J.K. Rowling. Before the world knew her as the author of Harry Potter, she was a single mother battling depression and rejection, writing in cafes because she couldn't afford to heat her home. She was told no repeatedly, but in those quiet rejections, she kept writing. And today, her story is not just one of literary success, it's one of endurance, creativity, and belief birthed in secret struggle. Your story is unfolding the same way. The pain you endured was not wasted. The silent battles you overcame were never empty. Every hardship was a lesson. Every closed door was a divine redirection. And now, your name is being whispered in rooms you haven't even entered yet. The table is not being set in private. It's being prepared in the presence of those who need to see what God can do with someone who never gave up. This is not just about vindication. This is about validation from the throne of heaven. Your reward is not shallow. It's sacred. It's the result of every moment you chose surrender over strategy, faith over force, and grace over grudge. You didn't just survive, you matured. You didn't just endure, you evolved. And now, the shift is here. You will be a crown of splendor in the Lord's hand, a royal diadem in the hand of your God. Isaiah 62:3. That's what you've become, a living testimony of glory formed in the quiet. Your victory is not loud by design, it's powerful because it came from silence. And now, chosen one, your reward is on display. Not to inflate your ego, but to glorify your God. The table is ready, the doors are opening, and what once felt like private agony will now become public anointing. Your hidden battles have prepared you for this visible elevation. And when the world sees your crown, they won't just see success, they'll see the hand of God. Chapter 4. Recognizing the 1% anointing, the mark of a world shifter. Chosen one, there is something deeply uncommon about you, and you've always known it. From a young age, the environments around you felt too small for what stirred inside. You may not have had the language for it back then, but the discomfort wasn't a flaw, it was a signal. You weren't born to blend in. You were born to shift the atmosphere. Only 1% carry a spiritual blueprint so potent that it doesn't just change their lives. It redirects entire bloodlines and alters the course of generations. You are part of that 1%. And no, it's not pride, it's clarity, it's spiritual recognition. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people. 1 Peter 2:9. Peculiar doesn't mean strange. It means set apart, rare, deliberate. Have you ever wondered why you could never settle for surface-level conversations? Why gossip, small talk, and meaningless pursuits left you feeling empty? It's because your soul was wired for depth. Your craving for truth, for purpose, for eternal meaning, that wasn't random. It was installed in your spiritual DNA by the hand of God. While others are satisfied with fleeting pleasure, you've always searched for divine purpose. The things that exhaust others energize you: healing, restoration, justice, love, truth. You are not chasing titles, you're carrying mantles. Mantles of healing, mantles of leadership, mantles of breakthrough. Consider Harriet Tubman. She wasn't educated, she wasn't privileged, but she was called. Her visions, her unexplainable inner knowing, led her through forests and danger to rescue over 70 souls from slavery. She said, "I never lost a passenger." That's the kind of calling the 1% carry. Unreasonable courage powered by divine assignment. Like her, you've been marked by a sense of urgency, a pull to act even when the way isn't clear. This is not coincidence, it's confirmation. Many people won't understand your fire, but they were never meant to. You may have felt out of place in friendships, misunderstood by family, or labeled as too much by people who couldn't comprehend your vision. But that disconnect is divine. Can two walk together unless they are agreed? Amos 3:3. Those who cannot perceive your worth are not equipped to walk your path. And the truth is, you were never built to be understood by the masses. You are a pioneer. Pioneers don't follow trails, they blaze them. That's why you felt alone. That's why the road has felt narrow. But narrow roads lead to high places. Steve Jobs was once fired from the very company he created. People thought his vision was too radical, too bold. But in that space of rejection, he refined his gift and later returned to reshape the world. What the world called too much was exactly what the world needed. And so it is with you. You don't need to apologize for your intensity. Your calling demands it. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more light, your light. The road of the 1% is not glamorous. It is rigorous. Your trials have not been punishments. They've been prophetic. You've been stretched, broken, rebuilt, and tested. Not because you were weak, but because you're necessary. You carry something that cannot be allowed to remain unrefined. For many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. What separates the chosen isn't perfection, it's endurance. And you, chosen one, have endured things that would have crushed others. Take a moment to reflect. How many people do you know would still believe in their purpose after the betrayals you've experienced? After the seasons of delay, of heartbreak, of being overlooked? How many would have kept going when the doors kept closing, when the finances ran dry, when even loved ones turned away? But you remained. You still prayed. You still believed. That tenacity is not ordinary. It is the evidence of anointing. Think of Nelson Mandela, decades in prison, mocked and condemned, yet he emerged not with bitterness, but with leadership. His confinement was his classroom. His pain became his preparation. The world eventually saw his crown, but heaven had marked him long before. The same is true of you. Your recognition doesn't begin when the world claps. It begins the moment heaven commissions you, and that commissioning has already occurred. Your anointing isn't about applause or popularity. It's about impact. It's about carrying light into dark places. It's about walking into rooms and shifting the atmosphere without saying a word. That's why spiritual warfare has surrounded you. Not because you're weak, but because your presence is disruptive to darkness. You carry oil that breaks generational chains. You carry insight that exposes lies. You carry a voice that wakes sleeping souls. Like Martin Luther King Jr., who carried a vision that shook empires, your voice isn't meant to echo the culture. It's meant to change it. He said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." You were never meant to be silent. You were born to roar with truth, love, and wisdom. Your words carry weight because your life carries divine witness. So when you feel the urge to shrink, to fit in, to dilute yourself to make others comfortable, resist it. You were never called to be comfortable. You were called to be commissioned. Your very essence disturbs stagnant places because you were sent to stir them. The longing you feel for more, it's not a flaw, it's a map, a holy compass pulling you toward your highest assignment. The path is narrow, but it leads to glory. And though it costs more, it carries far greater reward. No eye has seen, no ear has heard, no mind has imagined what God has prepared for those who love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. You cannot even fathom the doors about to open, the lives about to be touched, the legacies about to be shaped through you. You may walk through fire, but you come out fragrant. You may pass through storms, but you carry stillness within. The world is about to see what heaven already knew. You are the one they whispered about, the one they underestimated, the one whose name is being written into spiritual history. You are the 1%, the carrier of a mantle that breaks systems, births movements, and ignites awakenings. And now, chosen one, your time has come. Stand tall, speak boldly, move forward with fire. The world will have no choice but to recognize what heaven has always seen in you. You were not made to be hidden. You were made to be heralded. Chapter 5. Divine Acceleration. When Destiny Refuses to Wait. Chosen one, heaven is moving, and so must you. Divine acceleration is not a distant promise anymore. It's your current reality. The very atmosphere around your life is shifting. The spiritual traffic that once stalled your progress is now being cleared. Delays are dissolving. Setbacks are reversing, and what once took others a decade to build, you will construct in a matter of months, not by striving, but by supernatural momentum. Yes, the sovereign Lord is coming in power. He will rule with a powerful arm. He will feed his flock like a shepherd. Isaiah 40:10-11. The shepherd is not just walking with you, he's pushing you forward with power. You're entering a season where iron gates that once refused to open will now swing wide with a whisper. Doors long bolted shut will yield without effort. Resources that once seemed impossible to access will find you without you chasing them. Divine acceleration doesn't just open new doors, it closes old ones too. There are relationships that once occupied space in your heart, draining your energy, diluting your vision, and distracting your soul. These will begin to fall away, not by your force, but by divine release. It may sting, but understand this: every removal is sacred. The departure of the wrong makes room for the arrival of the right. Think of Ruth. In a single moment of obedience, she left behind everything she knew. What looked like loss was actually positioning. Within weeks, she went from gleaning in a field to owning the field. That's divine acceleration. When heaven's timing collides with your obedience, delay is devoured. What about you? Are you willing to release what's familiar to receive what's divine? Can you walk away from comfort zones to catch the wave of movement God is sending? This is no time to hesitate. The trumpet has already sounded in the spirit. No more second-guessing your preparation. No more rehearsing your pain. You have been trained in the shadows for this very unveiling. You are the sign you've been waiting for. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. Heaven has already declared that you are ready. It's time for you to agree. Gone are the days of shrinking, stalling, or delaying your calling to accommodate fear. Self-doubt has expired. Overthinking has no seat at the table of destiny. This is a faith walk now, and faith does not wait for perfection. It moves in obedience, even when the path is unclear. Think of Moses. He didn't wait for the Red Sea to part before stepping forward. He moved, and the waters responded. Could it be that what you're waiting to see will only show up once you start moving? You will be stretched in this season, yes, but you will also be sustained. The pace may feel unfamiliar, but the grace on your life has expanded. The spiritual infrastructure within you has been fortified. Every sleepless night, every silent cry, every valley of uncertainty wasn't wasted. It was training. It was rehearsal for glory. It was heaven's way of building spiritual capacity for the weight of what you're about to carry. Let's talk about Tyler Perry. Before owning a studio that rivals the biggest names in Hollywood, he was sleeping in his car, rejected again and again. But then, suddenly, the winds shifted. His faith met divine timing and the floodgates opened. That's the kind of shift that's coming for you. What was once delayed will now descend rapidly. What was denied will now be delivered. The vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. Your appointed time has arrived, not in theory, but in movement. Don't be surprised if your environment begins to feel too tight. Divine acceleration often starts with discomfort. The job that once felt secure may now feel suffocating. The friendships you once leaned on may begin to feel misaligned. It's not chaos, it's clarity. You are being ushered into new territory, and outdated mindsets, environments, and attachments cannot go where you're going. Don't mourn what's exiting. It's making room for what's arriving. Think of Abraham. God told him, "Go to the land I will show you." No map, no details, just movement. But the moment he obeyed, momentum followed. Lands opened, nations were birthed, acceleration took over. You've been waiting on the green light, but the green light is waiting on you. Movement is your confirmation. Obedience is your activation. There will be moments where you feel the weight of responsibility, where your faith is challenged by unfamiliar speed. But keep going. You were made for this. You are no longer striving. You are flowing. You are no longer begging. You are declaring. You are no longer surviving. You are stewarding. The divine court has ruled in your favor, and angelic hosts have been dispatched to surround your journey. Every scar you carry is not a wound, it's a weapon. Every tear is now turning into rain that waters your harvest. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Philippians 1:6. God didn't start this journey with you to let you collapse in the middle. You're being escorted to completion. Your elevation isn't just about you, it's generational. The acceleration upon your life will create legacy. Your children will walk in freedoms you fought for. Your testimony will be the blueprint for others who thought it was too late. The pace may be fast, but it's not reckless. It's righteous. And heaven is your driver. Think of Elon Musk. Love him or hate him, his mind and momentum shook entire industries. In less than a decade, he built systems that others had tried and failed for generations. Whether in tech or space travel, divine ideas paired with decisive action brought the impossible into reality. Likewise, the divine ideas inside you are no longer just visions. They're assignments, and they require movement now. Acceleration demands action. It rewards boldness. It honors those who leap without full sight. This is your moment to go forward, even with shaking knees, even with incomplete instructions, even with uncertain support. Heaven doesn't need your perfection. It needs your participation. As you move, the provision will appear. The help will show up. The resources will gather. Momentum is magnetizing your future. You were built for this. You were forged in fire for this. And now, chosen one, the time has come to move with the speed of favor and the clarity of purpose. No more waiting. No more wondering. No more negotiating with fear. The shift is here. The momentum is real. And the anointing is undeniable. So move, because divine acceleration won't wait. Chapter 6. The Weight of Responsibility. when favor requires fireproof shoulders. Chosen one, there's a sacred truth often overlooked by many. Being chosen is not just a gift, it's a burden wrapped in glory. It is a divine trust, a spiritual commission, a kingdom assignment that demands far more than comfort. To be chosen is to be entrusted with the kind of influence that doesn't merely shift your life, it shifts the atmosphere around you. Wherever your feet tread, change is expected. When you walk into a room, heaven expects impact. You were not placed here to blend into the background. You were sent to stir what's stagnant, to awaken what's asleep, and to disrupt what's deceived. You are a walking collision between truth and transformation. How many people have encountered you and walked away convicted without you saying a word? That's not personality, that's purpose. Your very presence carries weight. You are a mirror to others' mediocrity, a living reminder that compromise is a choice. You were never designed for neutrality. You were shaped in the fires of spiritual warfare to embody clarity in a time of confusion. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. And chosen one, much has been given to you. But with it comes a divine requirement, accountability to something higher than applause and deeper than emotion. When others turned their pain into bitterness, you turned yours into wisdom. When betrayal came, you didn't let it corrupt your core. That wasn't accidental. That was evidence. Evidence that you carry something more eternal than emotion. A calling. Your story is not just your own. It is a lifeline for someone else. There are people you haven't even met yet, whose freedom is tied to your courage. There are voices waiting to be found in your testimony. There are souls on the brink of giving up who will find light in your resilience. Think of Maya Angelou. Her voice, calm, steady, unapologetic, carried the wisdom of generations. She turned trauma into poetry, scars into songs of freedom. Her very existence testified to what it means to rise again and again. Like her, your story doesn't just heal, it teaches. It calls people into remembrance of their divine identity. And that's why the weight you carry feels so heavy. It was never just yours. There will be days when the burden feels unfair, when you look around and wonder why others get to live carefree while you wrestle with decisions that impact destinies. But your calling was never about convenience. It was about consequence. Your obedience has a ripple effect. For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Romans 8:19. That expectation rests on you. That revelation flows through you. That pressure is not punishment. It's purpose. Do you realize how many people are still imprisoned by chains you've already broken? How many are praying for the breakthrough you've already survived? That's why you were trusted with pain, not to destroy you, but to produce a voice credible enough to lead others through their own fire. Your scars have become sacred. They speak louder than sermons. Your battles have not made you bitter, they've made you wise. Your obedience doesn't just shift your life. It opens doors for generations after you. Look at Nelson Mandela. Decades in prison didn't crush his calling. They refined it. He emerged with a message of reconciliation, not revenge. His leadership wasn't formed in comfort, but in confinement. His global impact wasn't just a result of his release, but of how he carried the weight of responsibility when no one was watching. You too are being formed in unseen places, prepared to lead not from ego, but from empathy. Chosen one, your life is a message in motion. Your choices preach louder than your voice. Your transformation is proof that surrender breeds the supernatural. And yet, with all that favor comes a spiritual tax, a weight that can't be delegated, a responsibility that can't be outsourced. This is why the weight can feel crushing. It is, because it's carrying not only your promise, but the legacy of those who came before you and the blueprint for those coming after. This mantle is heavy because your assignment is historic. Martin Luther King Jr. could have chosen silence, but instead he chose sacrifice. He bore the weight of a nation's hope on his back. His voice echoed into history because he chose responsibility over retreat. The same is being asked of you, not necessarily in stadiums or in politics, but in the quiet choices. Will you speak when truth is unpopular? Will you rise when others are retreating? Will you stay faithful even when no one's watching? Chosen one, comfort can no longer be your compass. Conviction must be. You were not called to ease. You were called to endurance. This is why the fire didn't consume you, because it was never meant to destroy you, but to distinguish you. We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, struck down, but not destroyed. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. That describes your journey. Not easy, not perfect, but undeniably purposed. There will be moments when you will want to shrink, when you'll wonder if maybe it would be easier to be less. But then you'll remember, less is not your assignment. You were forged for fullness, for legacy, for light. And yes, the weight of that responsibility may sometimes bend your knees, but it will not break your back, because heaven backs you, grace reinforces you, and purpose refuses to release you. Think of Malala Yousafzai. Just a child when she began speaking out, her voice was met with bullets. But her survival wasn't a miracle of luck. It was evidence of mandate. She now stands as a global symbol of courage. Not because she asked for attention, but because she responded to responsibility. That's the same mantle on your shoulders. It cannot be passed off. It cannot be ignored. It can only be carried with reverence. Your breakthrough, chosen one, will not be a private affair. It will be a declaration, a divine billboard that says, this is what God can do with someone who refuses to quit. When others see your light, they will know it didn't come cheap. That's what gives your presence weight. Not hype, not hype. Holiness, not charisma, credibility. You were set apart, not sidelined. You were preserved, not punished. You were trusted with fire, not to burn, but to shine. So walk forward, even when the burden feels unfair. Speak truth, even when your voice trembles. Love boldly, even when your heart is tired. The cost is high, yes, but so is the calling. And what you carry is not just influence, it's eternal impact. This is not about applause. This is about assignment, and you were built for it. Chapter 7. Embracing your crowning moment, the rise of the refined. Chosen one, everything has been leading to this. You now stand at the holy threshold between your deepest suffering and your greatest unveiling. What you survived was not the end of your story. It was the forging of your throne. The chapters filled with heartbreak, betrayal, silence, and delay were not distractions. They were divine architecture. You were being sculpted in obscurity for a moment of visibility that would not be about vanity, but about victory. All of heaven watched as you endured, refined in the fire that others ran from. And now, the time of hiding is over. This is your crowning moment. What once were open wounds are now spiritual armor. The pain you carried in silence has become the platform from which your power flows. You cried when no one knew. You prayed when no one saw. You stood when no one clapped. And because of that, heaven decreed that you would not only survive, you would reign. The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. That glory is no longer on its way. It's here, and it's resting on you. Look at Nelson Mandela. After decades of imprisonment, his rise wasn't just personal, it was prophetic. His scars became symbols of freedom. His story became the song of a nation. In the same way, your crowning is not simply a reward, it's a recognition, a declaration that you have been faithful with little and now heaven is trusting you with more. You earned this moment not with pride, but with persistence, not with entitlement, but with endurance. Let this truth settle in your spirit. You passed the tests of silence. You passed the betrayals that tried to break your soul. You passed the seasons when nothing made sense, and obedience was the only thing that kept you breathing. You passed by staying faithful when it would have been easier to disappear, and because of that, you now carry a frequency that shifts rooms. It's not ego, it's anointing. The kind that doesn't need to announce itself. It just is. Do you feel the shift in the atmosphere around you? That's not coincidence. That's spiritual recognition. You now walk with a presence that unsettles the complacent and comforts the hungry. You radiate something that words can't fully capture because it comes from another realm. You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession. 1 Peter 2:9. You don't need to pretend to be royal. You are royal. The crown you wear is made of something eternal: resilience, reverence, obedience, and unshakable faith. And yes, some may not see it, but those with spiritual eyes, they recognize it instantly. That glow on you, that's divine approval. That energy others can't explain. That's the oil of heaven resting on your life. Like Esther, you've come to the kingdom for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. You were raised in silence for a public assignment, and the moment has arrived. This crown was not given because of your talent. It was placed because of your trust. Trust in God when everything looked like chaos. Trust when your name was slandered. Trust when your future seemed uncertain. And now, the trust you showed is being honored with tangible transformation. The doors that once mocked you, that once refused to budge, are now swinging open, not because you forced them, but because your spirit has matured into the key. Consider Oprah Winfrey, raised in poverty, abused in silence, and overlooked by many, yet her rise became a global phenomenon. But make no mistake, her success was not luck, it was stewardship of pain. You too have stewarded your suffering well, and now heaven has placed you before open gates. What was once out of reach will now be placed in your hands. Destiny is no longer a far-off promise, it's an active assignment. You no longer have to knock, the gates are lifting. Lift up your heads, O gates, that the King of glory may come in. Psalm 24:7. What do gates do when a crowned one approaches? They lift. That's what's happening now in the spirit. The gates are responding to your presence. But this is not the time to shrink. This is not the hour to apologize for the light you carry. Those who are intimidated by your anointing were never assigned to your table. You are not being elevated for ego. You are being elevated for impact. When you speak now, it will carry weight. When you move, it will disrupt patterns. When you pray, things will shift. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't lead because he wanted attention. He led because the crown chose him. Even in moments of fear and danger, he stepped forward because he recognized that silence in the face of injustice was betrayal. Likewise, your crown is a call to courage. Crowned heads do not bow to fear. You may still feel moments of trembling, but now your spirit is rooted in something far greater than emotion: divine commission. Let's be honest, you paid for this moment. Not in money, but in heartbreak. Not in status, but in silence. Not in visibility, but in valleys. But what you gain now is not just influence, it's spiritual territory. You are no longer just a survivor, you are a standard, a sign, a symbol of what heaven can do with someone who refuses to quit. You're not waiting on recognition, you are the recognition. Now take a moment and ask yourself, what if everything you went through was not just for your promotion, but for the activation of every soul assigned to your voice? What if this crown isn't just about you reigning, but about others remembering who they are because you walked in your identity without shame? You are the answer to someone else's wilderness. You are the light someone else needs to find their path. You are the fire others will follow out of bondage. And because of that, this is not a season to walk softly. It's a season to step boldly. You were not built to dim your brilliance. You were forged to radiate. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. You carry prophecy. You carry legacy, and now you carry the crown. So wear it, not with arrogance but with assurance. Walk, not with noise but with authority. Speak, not for applause but for awakening. The world is about to witness what heaven already confirmed. The crowning is complete. The reign has begun. And chosen one, it's yours. Chosen one, you've come to the end of a message, but the beginning of a movement. What you've just walked through wasn't just content, it was confirmation. It was heaven's way of reaching into your life to say, I saw it all. I counted every tear. I recorded every silent victory, and now I'm ready to reward what others overlooked. If your spirit feels awakened, it's because your soul has heard a sound it was created to respond to. The reason this message resonates so deeply is because you're not just listening, you're remembering who you really are, remembering what you carry, and remembering why the road was never ordinary, because your calling isn't either. You've passed through battles that others never knew existed. You've survived the kind of silence that makes most people quit. You've prayed prayers that went unanswered for so long, it felt like God had left the room. But he never did. He was watching, and he was waiting for the moment when the refining would be complete, when the humility would be anchored, and when your anointing would no longer be shaken by fear or defined by applause. That moment is now. Your time of questioning is turning into a season of clarity. The crown is no longer just spiritual, it's visible. The light is no longer flickering, it's blinding. And the call is no longer whispering, it's thundering. There's a reason you couldn't blend in, even when you tried. A reason you've always felt like an outlier, a disruptor, a soul that didn't quite fit the mold. That discomfort wasn't rejection, it was prophecy. You weren't meant to fit into what the world built. You were sent to rebuild what was broken. Every time you felt overlooked, heaven was setting you apart. Every time you felt invisible, God was preparing you to become unforgettable. You didn't endure all this just to live an average life. You endured so you could lead others out of their own darkness, not from theory, but from lived testimony. You are now standing in front of the doorway you once only dreamed about, and this time you're not knocking with uncertainty, you're walking through with authority, because this isn't just elevation, it's activation. This is the moment when everything you lost is being restored, not to where it was, but to what it was always meant to be. And as you rise, others will be pulled up with you. That's what it means to be chosen. It's never just about you. It's about every person connected to your obedience. Your yes is someone else's survival. Thank you, truly, for staying until the end, for allowing your spirit to sit with these words, and for walking this prophetic journey with me. Your presence, your heart, your openness, they are deeply honored. Whether you've been silently taking it all in or shouting Amen from the comments, you are seen. You are part of a sacred remnant, a divine lineage of souls rising up across the world with a fire that can't be faked and a faith that can't be shaken. Your walk matters. Your light matters. Your presence changes rooms. If this message has poured into your life and you feel moved to pour back into this mission, I invite you to support through the Super Thanks option below. Your gift, no matter the amount, helps this message reach even more chosen ones who are still wondering, still questioning, still waiting to remember who they are. But please know this, whether you give or not, you are loved. Whether you donate or simply watch quietly, you are valued. This message is for you, not for what you can give. You are the treasure, not your transaction, and your presence here is already a divine offering. As you step out of this message and into your next chapter, may heaven continue to guide your every step. May your discernment grow sharper, your voice grow bolder, and your confidence be rooted not in what you've done, but in who you've become. May doors open that no man can shut. May favor follow you like a shadow. May peace saturate your home, and may protection surround your life like armor. When resistance shows up, may you remember, crowned heads do not bow to fear. You have already passed the tests that qualify you for this moment. Chosen one, wear your crown in full view. Do not dim, do not apologize. The world is not served by your shrinking, it is served by your shining. You carry the weight of answered prayers, some of them not even your own. You carry the blueprints for breakthroughs, the codes for restoration, the voice that will awaken those who have been spiritually asleep. Don't hesitate. Don't delay. Heaven is backing you. The earth is waiting for you. And destiny is finally moving at your pace. So rise, rule, reign. You passed. You were chosen. You were trusted. And now it's your turn to be seen. Go forth with boldness, clarity, and grace. And may the rest of your life echo one truth above all else. Heaven never forgot you. And now, neither will the world. Chosen one. Something powerful just happened in your life, and you don't even realize it yet. But heaven does. That silent moment when you held your tongue, that quiet decision to walk away instead of strike back, that instant you chose prayer over panic, discipline over drama. It shifted everything. And now, the truth is finally being revealed to you. If you're watching this right now, don't scroll away. This is not just another video. This is a divine appointment. You were led here not by accident, but by divine orchestration. Heaven has been keeping track of your faithfulness, and what's about to be unveiled will leave you speechless. Because the battle you thought you never fought, you won it the moment you said nothing. You see, the world celebrates loud victories, spotlights, applause, recognition. But in the spiritual realm, your quiet obedience just made the enemy tremble. The war you never saw forming was already being fought behind the scenes. But here's the twist. You didn't even have to lift a finger. Your discipline was your weapon. Your restraint was your shield. And while you were sitting in silence, thinking nothing was happening, God was canceling attacks, rerouting destruction, and opening doors meant only for you. Now pause for a second. If you already feel this message stirring something deep inside you, type 777 in the comments. That number isn't random. It is spiritual confirmation, completion, protection, divine alignment. It marks the moment you say, "Yes, Lord, I receive it." And to everyone who has supported this channel through super thanks, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your kindness helps us spread this truth farther than we ever could alone. Whether you've donated or simply listened in silence, know that your presence here is a blessing. May God reward your spirit richly. But let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered why you felt so strongly not to reply, not to chase, not to defend yourself? Have you ever questioned why God has been pulling you back, away from certain people, conversations, or places? What if I told you that your obedience wasn't just about keeping your peace, it was about preserving your purpose? What if I told you that your discipline just saved your destiny? What's coming next is something most people never hear, because they don't stay still long enough to receive it. But you did. You stayed rooted. You stayed faithful. You endured. And now, because of that, you're about to be shown what you were rescued from, what almost hit you but didn't. and how your quiet decisions have invited supernatural favor into your life. This is where the story turns, so don't go anywhere. In the next part, we're going to break it all down. How your self-control unlocked God's protection, how the enemy's plan fell apart before it even reached you, and how heaven is about to honor your silent strength in public ways you never imagined. Keep watching, chosen one. What you're about to uncover will change the way you see your own journey forever. God's chosen ones, your discipline just saved you. You have no idea what was coming. There came a moment, you know the one, when everything in you burned for a response. Someone crossed a line. The betrayal was sharp, the disrespect undeniable. Whether it came from a stranger, a friend, or even a family member, their actions stirred something in you that screamed, "Defend yourself." You wanted to speak up. You wanted to return the energy, expose the lies, make them feel the sting they gave you. Wasn't that fair? Didn't you deserve to be heard? Why hold back when they were clearly wrong? But right when your flesh was ready to respond, your spirit whispered something else. A still, holy silence rose from within and simply said, "Don't." And in that pause, you made a decision that shifted everything. That voice wasn't fear. It wasn't submission. It was divine discipline. It was God protecting you from a trap the enemy had disguised as justice. Have you ever stopped to wonder, what if that moment of silence saved you from a war you never saw? Proverbs 29:11 says, "Fools give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end." Your silence wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. It was strength in disguise. It was heaven holding your hand and leading you away from something that looked like it needed your fire, but really needed your stillness. The enemy rarely walks in with destruction openly displayed. No, he's far more cunning. He crafts emotional ambushes and petty offenses, not to destroy you directly, but to lure you into stepping out of character. What good is your anointing if the enemy can provoke you into acting outside of it? Can you see how he tries to steal your clarity with chaos? In 1 Peter 5:8, we're warned clearly, "Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour." But here's the secret, he doesn't always roar. Sometimes he whispers, sometimes he pokes, sometimes he uses people you love, moments you didn't expect, to draw you into a battle you were never meant to fight. Think about how Jesus responded to betrayal. When Judas kissed him, he didn't retaliate. When Peter sliced off a soldier's ear in defense, Jesus healed the wound and told Peter to put away the sword. John 18:10-11. Could it be that your greatest strength in this season isn't in what you say, but in what you choose not to say? And here's something to reflect on deeply. What if your silence was the weapon heaven needed to win a battle on your behalf? Martin Luther King Jr., a man who faced constant attacks and injustices, once said, "I've decided to stick with love. Hate is too great a burden to bear." He didn't mean passive acceptance. He meant divine discipline. He meant choosing light in the face of darkness, just like you did. So you didn't fall for it. You didn't let them drag you down to their level. You didn't trade your crown for conflict. You chose purpose over pride, calling over clapping back. You stood tall in the unseen, and heaven took notice. James 1:19 reminds you, everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry. And in that holy slowness, you passed a test. You showed God and yourself that you are no longer governed by impulse, but by insight. No longer driven by emotion, but by the Spirit. What if that single moment of restraint shifted your entire future? What if your refusal to respond in anger opened the door to a blessing the enemy was trying to block? You didn't just avoid a fight, you claimed a victory. You didn't just hold back, you moved forward. And that, beloved chosen one, is the kind of discipline that transforms lives, protects destinies, and silences every voice that rises against you. Isaiah 54:17 promises, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." You didn't need to lift a hand. Your stillness condemned the attack. You may not realize this yet, but in that moment when you chose not to respond, you made a declaration in the spiritual realm. Not everything deserves your energy, your explanation, or even your attention. You remembered what many forget, that peace is a form of power, and silence is not the absence of strength, but the strategy of the wise. While others may see silence as surrender, heaven sees it as surrender to God's plan. Do you know what truly happened when you stayed quiet? What the enemy designed to pull you down actually lifted you up. What was meant to trip you made you more grounded. And while they were hoping for a reaction, you offered God a response. Faith in action. Proverbs 17:27-28 reminds us, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent." You demonstrated wisdom that many never reach. Your silence wasn't a void. It was filled with conviction. It wasn't passivity. It was spiritual alignment. You weren't just walking away from drama. You were walking toward destiny. Have you ever asked yourself, what blessings are delayed every time we choose emotion over wisdom? How many times have we let one impulsive moment interfere with years of progress? There's a story in 2 Samuel 16 where David is publicly cursed and humiliated by Shimei. His men want to retaliate, to shut the man up, but David restrains them, saying, "Leave him alone. It may be that the Lord will look upon my misery and restore to me his covenant blessing instead of his curse today." 2 Samuel 16:11-12. David chose not to fight back, and that silence led him into even deeper favor. What if, like David, your silence released God's blessing in ways you can't yet see? Your refusal to clap back didn't make you weak. It made you unshakable. You took authority without shouting. You won a war without lifting a finger. You held your peace, and in doing so, you kept your promise intact. Had you responded emotionally, you would have disrupted what was divinely arranged. But because you stood firm in self-control, you remained in alignment with God's perfect timing. Romans 12:19 says, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath." And that's exactly what you did. Instead of trying to play judge, you gave God room to move. You didn't just protect your peace, you preserved your future. You didn't lose time, you saved it. Because what would a few words of retaliation have cost you? A distraction, a delay, or something far greater? Entrepreneur and media mogul Tyler Perry once shared how he had to learn to stop explaining himself to people who were committed to misunderstanding him. He said, "Sometimes the greatest power you have is walking away with your head held high." You did that. You didn't explain. You didn't chase clarity from those determined to misjudge you. You walked in spiritual authority. And here's the powerful truth that many overlook. Your discipline didn't just protect your peace, it preserved your access. You kept the heavens open over your life. You kept your position in the Spirit. The enemy wanted to close a door through your reaction, but your obedience kept that door wide open. So the next time you're tempted to respond, remember this. It's not just about the person who wronged you. It's about the path you're on. The enemy doesn't need to destroy you if he can distract you. But God isn't impressed by how loud you are. He honors how surrendered you are. While Satan demands your reaction, God waits to see your restraint. Ask yourself, What are you risking every time you react emotionally instead of spiritually? Discipline is not about denying who you are. It's about preparing you for where you're going. It's not weakness. It's spiritual readiness. That quiet moment of control, that was a divine test. And because you passed it, you're being positioned for something far greater than the moment you almost gave into. You didn't lose control. You gained power. You didn't shrink. You were elevated. And now the heavens are responding to what you didn't do. Not every war makes noise. Some of the most intense, soul-wrenching battles happen in silence, without witnesses, without validation, and without anyone realizing what you're going through. These are the kinds of battles that don't shake the earth outside, but quake everything within. Have you ever smiled when your heart was breaking? Have you ever encouraged others while secretly wondering if anyone even noticed your pain? This is the hidden war of the chosen, a battlefield where your mind, your emotions, and your spirit are tested daily. There were no explosions, no dramatic breakdowns, yet inside it felt like you were holding the weight of 1,000 storms. These weren't just trials, they were spiritual battlegrounds. You walked into rooms with grace, while carrying the crushing burden of unanswered prayers, unhealed wounds, and unspoken grief. And still, you showed up. You stayed present for people who didn't know you were barely holding on. Who has really been showing up for you while you've been holding it all together for everyone else? James 1:12 reminds you, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Do you realize the unseen strength it takes to hold your peace while everything in you is breaking? That isn't weakness. That's endurance. That's spiritual tenacity. That's the strength of someone chosen, not for ease, but for elevation. You've endured not just storms, but silence. Misunderstanding surrounded you, and yet you said nothing. Not because you didn't have the words, but because you knew the truth didn't need defending, it needed living. You have been the one silently judged, unfairly criticized, overlooked by those you once uplifted. But instead of retaliating, you chose peace. Instead of bitterness, you chose better. Think about the story of Joseph in Genesis. He was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, and imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. And yet, through all of it, he didn't fight back. He didn't try to justify himself. He trusted God's process, even in the darkness. Genesis 39:2 says, "The Lord was with Joseph so that he prospered." Joseph's silent battle led to public favor. Could it be that your silence is not a setback, but a setup for something far greater? And let's be honest, people see your calm, but they have no idea about your chaos. They admire your discipline, but they didn't witness the decisions it took to remain still. They're drawn to your light, but they never carried the weight you had to shoulder to keep that light burning. How many times have you cried alone just to be strong for others? What you carried quietly. Not because no one cared, but because it was part of your calling. It wasn't their assignment, it was yours. This was your proving ground. This was the fire designed not to destroy you, but to refine you. Isaiah 48:10 says, "I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." You weren't just walking through fire. You were being forged into something unbreakable. Real life example. Consider Nelson Mandela. After spending 27 years in prison, he emerged without bitterness. He could have come out swinging with revenge, but instead he chose reconciliation and peace. That wasn't weakness. It was legendary restraint. He once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." You too are learning that true strength isn't always about fighting harder. It's about surrendering smarter. Instead of reacting, you prayed. Instead of venting, you waited. Instead of letting the storm shape your heart, You let the Spirit refine your soul. You chose the higher road, even when it was lonelier. And in doing so, you became something most people will never understand: a silent warrior, a chosen one in disguise. Now here's something to truly reflect on. What if this silent battle has been preparing you for a future that requires unshakable peace, unmatched self-control, and unwavering trust in God? Because you didn't fight fire with fire. You didn't play their game. You stayed in alignment. And that, more than any loud victory, is what proves you're chosen. Your silence wasn't defeat. It was discipline, and heaven saw it all. You didn't just survive that quiet, heavy season. You were being supernaturally strengthened in it. What looked like silence on the outside was actually transformation on the inside. While others thought you were simply withdrawn, you were being rebuilt from the inside out. And all along, heaven was paying close attention. Do you ever wonder how many times God stepped in simply because you chose not to? Every moment you held your tongue, every time you forgave without receiving an apology, every silent cry you made that no one else heard, God did, and none of it went unnoticed. Psalm 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Could it be that God's nearness was never louder than during your quietest moments? You didn't resist retaliation because you were afraid. You resisted because you were aware of what was truly at stake, aware that your reaction could cost you more than you could afford: your peace, your clarity, your spiritual positioning. You were aware that not every invitation to conflict deserves your attendance. So you stayed grounded, you stayed quiet. And that silence was more than emotional control. It was spiritual warfare. Have you ever realized that some of your greatest victories came from what you didn't do? That kind of restraint builds a wall, not made of stone, but of divine protection, a spiritual barrier that no insult, no betrayal, no slander could penetrate. People tried to curse you with their words, but those curses bounced off your covering. Why do you think the weapons were formed but never prospered? Isaiah 54:17 declares it clearly: "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." What was meant to wound you was stopped in the spirit before it reached your soul. Why didn't the gossip destroy you? Why didn't the betrayal break you? It wasn't because you were numb. It was because you were shielded. Your restraint was your refuge. Your obedience became your armor. And here's the truth. Your protection didn't come from power. It came from posture. You were faithful in obscurity. You were disciplined when no one was watching. And that hidden faithfulness didn't just preserve your peace. It prepared your promotion. Let me ask you this. What if your silence was a seed, and now it's harvest season? Matthew 6:4 reminds us that your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you openly. That means the pain you carried privately is about to produce something publicly undeniable. While others were making noise, you were building foundations. While they were showing off, you were being set apart. Your silent battles laid the groundwork for your loud breakthrough. And when that breakthrough arrives, and it will, people will look at your life and wonder, how did they get there? They'll see the glory, but they won't understand the grind. They'll see the victory, but not the vigil you kept in prayer. They'll never know how many nights you cried in the dark, how many attacks you absorbed without speaking, how many times you could have fought but chose faith instead. But God knows, God saw, and God always rewards obedience, especially the kind that no one else applauds. Author and speaker Christine Caine once said, "Sometimes when you're in a dark place you think you've been buried, but actually you've been planted." Have you considered that all this time you weren't being overlooked, you were being positioned? What felt like isolation was actually divine preparation. So now, when elevation comes, and it's already in motion, remember this. It's not random, it's not luck, it's not coincidence. It's the harvest of every choice you made to honor God in secret. Your silent battle wasn't wasted. It was worship. And your reward? It's not just coming, it's already being released. And chosen one, are you ready for what you didn't even know you were being prepared for? There may come a moment when the hardest thing God asks of you is not to speak, not to fight, not even to forgive, but simply to wait. And not because you're unmotivated or uncertain. In fact, it's the opposite. You're finally ready. You've prepared, you've prayed, you've grown. You feel the fire to move forward. And that's exactly when he says, not yet. Can you relate to that tension? The ache of readiness met with divine stillness. You look around and everyone seems to be in motion. Careers are advancing. Relationships are flourishing. Doors are opening for others. Meanwhile, you feel like you're standing still in a hallway of delay. It's not that you're doubting God. You're just wondering why your green light hasn't come. And the temptation to move ahead without him grows louder by the day. But chosen one, do you remember that moment? The one where every part of you wanted to act. Send the message, take the opportunity, move forward. But something deeper said, pause. That wasn't hesitation, that was heaven. That still small voice wasn't uncertainty, it was wisdom whispering through your spirit. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds you, to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. Waiting on God isn't passive. It's one of the most spiritually active decisions you can make, because real faith isn't just running when the door opens. It's staying still when everything in your flesh wants to move. What if that delay wasn't denial, but divine protection? What if God saw something ahead that you couldn't see yet? You thought you missed your moment. You grieved what felt like a lost opportunity, a relationship that faded, a job that slipped through your fingers, an open door that suddenly slammed shut. But what if that wasn't rejection, but redirection? Isaiah 55:8-9 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord." Could it be that God was sparing you from what your heart desired but your destiny could not carry? Have you ever thanked God for the prayers he didn't answer? There's power in your discipline to wait, because the world will tell you to chase every opportunity, force every outcome, and make things happen. But God calls you to a higher level of surrender, the kind that doesn't demand answers, but trusts that the author of your story knows where each chapter belongs. That's not easy. That's warfare disguised as patience. When Abraham was promised a son, he had to wait, and in that waiting he tried to help God by having Ishmael with Hagar, a decision that led to generations of conflict, Genesis 16. What if you too are being spared from creating an Ishmael when God has an Isaac on the way? Your waiting isn't weakness. It's alignment. It's maturity. It's the ultimate act of trust, because anyone can sprint into what looks good. But it takes a chosen one to stand still and say, "Lord, I'll wait until it's you." In the business world, Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, once said, "I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful entrepreneurs from the non-successful ones is pure perseverance." But perseverance isn't just about holding on. It's also about holding back when the time isn't right. Jobs was known for delaying product launches, not because the team wasn't ready, but because the timing wasn't right. In a similar way, your delay isn't failure. It's preparation for a divine unveiling at the perfect time. Now, let me ask you this. What if your delay is not punishment, but preservation? When you chose to wait, you chose more than patience. You chose purpose. You chose to believe that God's timing is worth more than your temporary discomfort. That his "not yet" is not never, but "I'm preparing something better." Psalm 27:14 says, "Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart, and wait for the Lord." That kind of strength isn't shown in movement, it's revealed in stillness. Your trust in God's plan didn't mean you stopped dreaming. It meant you stopped rushing. You no longer chased timing. You started honoring it. So don't despise the delay. Don't compare your timeline to theirs. And don't think for a second that God has forgotten you. He's not punishing you. He's positioning you. And when the door finally opens, you'll walk through it with a depth, wisdom, and anointing that only waiting could build. You may have believed that missing an opportunity meant you were falling behind, that perhaps others were leaping ahead while you stood still. But in truth, you weren't losing time. You were gaining alignment. What looked like a setback was actually divine strategy. Every moment you spent waiting wasn't wasted. It was holy preparation. In the stillness, you were being strengthened. In the silence, you were being refined. And in the delay, you were being aligned with a purpose far greater than the one you imagined. Have you ever considered that God sometimes withholds what you think you're ready for, not because you're unworthy, but because what He has for you is worth the wait? That pause in your life wasn't an absence of movement. It was the soil where your next steps were being rooted. It wasn't nothing. It was necessary. God was preparing the stage, clearing obstacles, refining your heart, and building your character for what's ahead. Because what's truly yours in God's plan will never pass you by. Job opportunities may come and go. People may leave. Doors may shut. But what God designed specifically for you will arrive at the exact time it is meant to, and not a moment too early or too late. Habakkuk 2:3 promises, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay." Isn't it comforting to know that your destiny isn't fragile? That no delay on earth can cancel what heaven has decreed? So the next time you find yourself in another season of waiting, and yes, it may come again, don't panic, don't rush, don't try to force something that only God can release. Ask yourself this instead: what if this delay is exactly what's preparing me to carry what I once prayed for? Joseph waited 13 years before he saw the fulfillment of his dreams. David was anointed king, but spent years tending sheep and hiding in caves before sitting on the throne. Even Jesus waited 30 years before his public ministry began. Can delay truly mean denial when it's woven into every great calling in the Bible? Trust that God is moving, even when it feels like nothing is shifting. Trust that He is orchestrating things behind the scenes, arranging divine appointments and heavenly alignments that your eyes haven't seen yet. Romans 8:28 reassures you that all things work together for the good of those who love God and are called according to His purpose. And yes, that includes the pauses, the detours, and the long silences. Your waiting has purpose. Every quiet moment you spent in discipline was a seed, and now a harvest is forming. You didn't stall, you were stretched. You didn't fall behind, you were fortified. Have you realized that the very things you once prayed for may be waiting on you to be fully ready? Because when the appointed time arrives, you won't just walk into the blessing, you'll be able to carry it. You won't just taste success, you'll sustain it. Why? Because you let the process do its work. You let God shape you in the dark so you could shine in the light. When the doors open, you won't be surprised. You'll be prepared. Isaiah 40:31 says, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint." Your strength didn't come from running ahead. It came from learning how to stand still with expectation. So now, as your season of delay draws to a close, know this with certainty: you're stronger, wiser, more mature, and far more equipped to walk in the fullness of your destiny. What's coming isn't just an answer. It's the outcome of every disciplined decision you made when no one was watching. And chosen one, are you ready for what God has had ready for you all along? There was a moment, not loud but powerful, when your emotions rose like a storm. You felt the pull to reach out, to send that message, to post something sharp and satisfying, to quit everything and walk away without looking back. The pressure of disappointment weighed heavily on your chest. Frustration clouded your judgment. Pain whispered that enough was enough. Every emotion inside you cried out for release. Why keep holding it in? Why keep choosing the high road when it feels like no one else is? You could have responded in the heat of that moment. You could have vented it all out for the world to see or hear, and maybe, for a brief second, it would have felt like justice, like relief. But instead, something deeper inside you stood still. You didn't give in to the loud voice of emotion. You followed the quiet prompting of the Holy Spirit. And that decision, though it may have felt small at the time, shifted something in your spiritual atmosphere. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, what did I just save myself from by staying silent? 1 Samuel 15:22 reminds us, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. What God wants from you isn't just outward acts of service, it's inward submission. When you chose not to act on impulse, you chose obedience over ego, and in doing so, you broke a chain that emotion alone could never break. Think about it. How many people around you are trapped in cycles because they live at the mercy of their emotions? How many times have we seen families, marriages, or friendships fall apart, not because of a single act, but because of emotional reactions that triggered generational patterns? In that quiet moment, you stood in the gap for your bloodline. You interrupted something the enemy was counting on you to repeat. This was your Jordan River moment. Like Joshua leading Israel into the Promised Land, you had to step out in obedience before the waters would part. Joshua 3:15-17. It didn't make sense in the natural. Your emotions didn't agree, but your spirit did. You said no when everything in your flesh screamed yes. That's not just maturity, it's authority. That's what it looks like to live led by the Spirit, not by the soul. And what you didn't realize is how much pain you avoided by making that choice. You dodged heartache, unnecessary conflict, and delayed blessings, all because you trusted God's voice above your emotions. Galatians 5:16 says, "So I say, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the desires of the flesh." And that's exactly what you did. You walked by the Spirit when it would have been so easy to walk into trouble. Let's bring this into the real world. Former First Lady Michelle Obama once said, "When they go low, we go high." But the strength behind that statement goes far beyond politics. It reflects a discipline that few people practice. Rising above emotional reaction is not about suppressing how you feel. It's about choosing what will bless your future more than what will comfort your moment. You chose what was higher. That's the mark of someone set apart. Have you considered that what you just did, choosing obedience over emotion, was a spiritual reset for your entire life path? You stepped out of something toxic that could have kept repeating for years. You didn't just resist temptation, you redefined what strength looks like in your story. The enemy thought he had you cornered with old wounds, old memories, and old cycles. But you shocked him. You didn't go back to what was familiar. You didn't let your pain speak louder than your purpose. And that one act of quiet obedience, it didn't just preserve your peace, it protected your destiny. It sent a ripple through your future that you may not fully understand yet. That is the power of spiritual strength. That is the fruit of choosing God's path over your own. You didn't just make a good choice, you made a holy one. Now let me ask you this. If one moment of obedience had that much power, what could your next one unlock? Chosen one, what if I told you that the discipline you practiced in secret just set off a chain reaction in the heavens? That quiet decision, the one nobody saw, the one you didn't get applause for, created a ripple effect that will shape your life for years to come. The restraint you showed, the obedience you chose, the moment you silenced your emotions and followed peace instead of pride, those were not small acts. They were divine turning points. Can you feel it? Something shifted. You may not have received instant confirmation. There were no fireworks, no voice from the clouds. But in the spirit realm, doors began to open. Pits that had been dug for you were filled. Traps that had been set for your downfall were dismantled before they could even activate. And all of that happened not because you fought harder, but because you obeyed deeper. Psalm 84:11 promises, "The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless." In your moment of obedience, you aligned with that truth. You walked blameless, not because you were perfect, but because you chose to do what was right, even when it didn't feel good. And that choice marked a shift in your timeline. You may never know how many generational curses lost their grip on your bloodline in that moment. You may never fully see how many toxic patterns you interrupted, cycles that would have repeated if you had let your emotions take the wheel. Think about Abraham. He didn't understand every instruction God gave him, but his obedience set in motion the birth of nations. "Because you have obeyed me," God said in Genesis 22:18, "all nations on earth will be blessed through your offspring." That's the legacy of obedience. What if your quiet yes to God has already started blessing generations you haven't met yet? And now, as you continue forward, something within you has changed. The way you see conflict, the way you navigate emotion. You are no longer easily shaken. You're not moved by every provocation or temptation to prove a point. Instead, you're grounded in something eternal. You've begun walking by principle, not pressure, purpose, not impulse. The moment you chose stillness over reaction, you planted the seeds of a stronger future. Have you noticed that your discernment has sharpened, that your peace is more persistent, that your spirit is more sensitive to the things of God? That's no accident. Obedience opens spiritual clarity. You've realigned your life with divine purpose, and now the blessings meant for you can flow without obstruction. Business leader and philanthropist Truett Cathy, the founder of Chick-fil-A, once said, "It's better to build boys than to mend men." He built his life and company on values rooted in faith and obedience. His consistent choices, made quietly and consistently, created a brand that thrives even after his passing. What about you? Are you realizing now that your obedience is building something eternal, something bigger than a single victory? You're stepping into something sacred now. With every choice that honors God, even the ones nobody notices, you're investing in a future filled with favor. Deuteronomy 28:2 declares, "All these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you if you obey the voice of the Lord your God." Imagine being overtaken by blessings you didn't even pray for, but that were drawn to your life by the magnetism of your obedience. Can you see it now? That moment when you held your tongue, waited instead of rushing, walked away instead of retaliating. It was more than just a calm choice. It was a spiritual weapon. It preserved relationships that were about to fracture. It protected the future you're now stepping into. You didn't just avoid conflict, you positioned yourself for legacy. And here's the truth, you haven't even begun to see all that's coming. The rewards of obedience are not always immediate, but they are always multiplying. They are building upon each other, compounding in unseen ways. You will look back one day and realize that everything changed, not when you fought harder, but when you surrendered more fully, when you chose what was right instead of what felt good. This is the power of walking in obedience over emotion. It's not just a wise decision in the moment, it's a divine investment into your calling, your peace, and your future. And chosen one, you're just getting started. You may not have seen it with your eyes, but what you did in the natural realm sent shockwaves through the spirit. When you held your peace instead of retaliating, when you chose prayer instead of panic, something began to stir in the unseen. The air around you shifted. Angels were dispatched. Chains you didn't even know existed began to snap. And this wasn't just for you. It was for every soul connected to your name, every generation following your lead, every door your obedience would one day unlock. That one act of discipline, it wasn't minor, it wasn't passive, it was warfare. And you won. Can you imagine how many victories you've already walked in? simply because you stayed quiet when chaos demanded noise, because you forgave when bitterness begged to take root. The world may not celebrate your restraint, but heaven does. Heaven moves when chosen ones refuse to be baited by the enemy. In Job 1:10, Satan complained to God, "Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has?" That hedge wasn't formed through Job's wealth or power. It was his righteousness, his obedience. Your decisions to walk in obedience today are building that same kind of hedge. You are creating supernatural protection that shields your life in ways you'll only understand later. Think about this. Every choice you make in the physical is a spiritual seed. What are you planting when you choose patience instead of retaliation? When you choose to walk away instead of engage? You're sowing in the Spirit. Galatians 6:8 tells us, "Whoever sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life." Your harvest is coming, and not just any harvest, a generational one. You've probably heard people say, "Just let it go, it's not that serious." But what if letting it go was the very thing that broke a spiritual curse? What if your calm presence in the middle of conflict wasn't weakness, but strategy? The world sees passivity, but God sees power. And the enemy? He sees a problem he can't provoke. How many times have you felt the urge to step into an unnecessary battle, only to sense God whispering, "Not this time"? That wasn't you backing down. That was you rising up in spiritual authority. You didn't let your emotions decide the outcome. You let the Holy Spirit lead the charge. This is how chosen ones fight, not with loud arguments or online outbursts, but with wisdom, patience, and silence that roars louder than any insult. That's what Jesus modeled for us. When he stood before Pilate and his accusers, he remained silent. Isaiah 53:7 prophesied of him, "He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth." His silence didn't mean surrender. It meant control. It meant power. And you are walking in that same authority now. Oprah Winfrey, before she became a media icon, once said during an interview that learning to say nothing in moments of emotional turbulence was one of the greatest tools for preserving her purpose. Her silence wasn't avoidance, it was wisdom. Like you, she recognized that not everything deserves your energy. Not every battle deserves your voice. And that's what the enemy fears the most. He wants you impulsive. He wants you drained. He wants you tangled in distractions so you never reach destiny. But every time you chose stillness, every time you said no to the old cycle, you disrupted his plans. You broke agreements he tried to make with your pain. You didn't just avoid a fight. You engaged in high-level warfare. You stopped the darkness from gaining ground. You stood in the gap for your future and others. And in doing so, you activated something heaven had been waiting to release. Now reflect on this. What if every act of restraint you've shown has been shifting rooms you haven't even walked into yet? What if the promotion, the healing, the breakthrough you've been praying for is now making its way toward you? Not because you fought for it in the flesh, but because you surrendered to God in the Spirit. You've been fighting battles without even raising your voice. You've been winning wars that others can't even perceive. That's the mark of the chosen. That's the weight of your calling, and it's just the beginning. And now comes the part you never saw coming, but heaven always did. The blessing that's approaching your life isn't luck. It's not coincidence. It's divine compensation. This breakthrough isn't random. It's the direct result of every silent battle you fought and won. The discipline you showed when you could have lashed out. The obedience you walked in when no one was clapping. The forgiveness you chose when bitterness felt justified. God saw it all. And he's been preparing your reward ever since. Proverbs 3:3-4 says, "Let love and faithfulness never leave you. Then you will win favor and a good name in the sight of God and man." You didn't see the recognition coming, but your name is already being spoken in rooms your feet haven't even entered. Doors are swinging open, not because of a performance, but because of integrity. You thought you were being overlooked, but heaven was documenting everything. Every tear that hit your pillow, every moment you held your tongue, every time you chose God over your emotions, it was recorded. And now, the books are being balanced in your favor. What if the quiet obedience you gave in secret was the key to unlocking a public breakthrough you didn't even ask for? That's what favor looks like. Not forced, not faked, but released, because God knows you're ready for it. This is a divine promotion. You were faithful in the little, and now you're being trusted with more. Luke 16:10 says, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." Heaven witnessed your restraint and responded with release. The chains that once held your family down, they're breaking. Curses that clung to generations before you, reversed. Not by shouting, not by striving, but by obeying when it mattered most. And here's the part that should make your soul tremble in awe. What you did in silence is now echoing loudly in eternity. God didn't just use your obedience to elevate you. He used it to protect and bless those connected to you. Your children, your future marriage, your lineage, everything is being shaped by that moment you said yes to His way instead of yours. Can you imagine the weight of that? That a single moment of discipline could shift an entire bloodline. You broke what others couldn't. You resisted what others embraced. And because of that, you became the answer to a prayer someone else was too broken to voice. Romans 5:19 reminds us, "For just as through the disobedience of the one man the many were made sinners, so also through the obedience of the one man the many will be made righteous." Your personal decision had public impact. Your spiritual yes is now birthing freedom for people who haven't even met you yet. Real-life example. Author and speaker Christine Kane has shared how her decision to forgive the people who abused her as a child set her free from trauma and allowed her to start at 21, an organization that has rescued thousands from human trafficking. Her personal obedience became global liberation. Could it be that what you thought was just personal discipline is actually becoming a global assignment? Now ask yourself, what blessings are coming to your descendants simply because you decided not to react? What atmospheres are shifting because you chose obedience in the middle of emotional chaos? This was never just about you. This was about destiny, about breaking what needed to be broken and building what God always intended to stand through you. You didn't just survive, you became a builder of legacy. And now, because of your faithfulness, your family won't have to fight the same demons. Your children will walk lighter because you carried the burden. Your lineage will live freer because you made the decision to be the one who obeyed. So never underestimate the impact of your silent yes. Never diminish the power of your restraint. You didn't just obey, you changed history. And heaven is still resounding with the sound of what you chose not to say. There are battles you never even knew you were protected from. Conversations happened behind closed doors where your name was spoken, not in honor, but with intent to harm. There were schemes forming quietly, distractions packaged to look like blessings, and opportunities that sparkled just enough to pull you off course if you had chased them. But you didn't, and that made all the difference. Have you ever wondered how many setbacks you were spared simply because you chose patience over panic, because you didn't move impulsively, because you didn't let fear or ego steer the wheel? What if some doors were closed, not because you weren't ready, but because God knew the room beyond them would sabotage your future? What you didn't see was more dangerous than what you did. That's what makes your discipline so powerful. It became your protection. While the enemy was engineering confusion and crafting customized traps to fit your weaknesses, your quiet obedience created a spiritual shield. You didn't see the weapon form, but it still didn't prosper. Why? because as Isaiah 54:17 promises, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." Your peace condemned the chaos. Your stillness shouted, "Covered." While others were reacting, fighting for validation, forcing progress, chasing people or positions that were never theirs, you were rooted in restraint. You were calm in the unseen, consistent in the quiet. You didn't need to make a scene because your character was speaking for you. Your prayers were working overtime in the spirit realm, rerouting every crooked path you couldn't see. Isn't it incredible to think that your secret obedience was louder than your public defense ever needed to be? Joseph, son of Jacob, knew what it was to be targeted without warning. In Genesis 37, his own brothers plotted behind his back, jealous of his favor. He had no idea that a pit was coming, yet God did. And when Joseph remained faithful through betrayal, false accusation, and prison, God elevated him to a throne he never saw coming. Like Joseph, your unseen trials have not been wasted. The same God who delivered Joseph is the one who protected you from things designed to delay your destiny. The enemy expected your collapse. He was counting on you to break down, to act out, to chase validation, or settle for counterfeits. But you didn't. You kept quiet when you could have clapped back. You prayed when you could have panicked. You stayed in your lane when shortcuts tried to tempt you. And heaven noticed. Your refusal to force what wasn't from God sent a clear signal in the spirit realm. This one is covered. This one listens. This one trusts. And that level of restraint confuses hell, because the enemy thrives on reactions. He sets traps, but he cannot comprehend peace. So when you chose peace over pressure, the enemy's blueprint failed. Actor Keanu Reeves, known for his quiet strength and integrity in the chaotic world of Hollywood, once said, "The simple act of paying attention can take you a long way." His calm demeanor became a shield. Similarly, your spiritual awareness, your refusal to rush into what looked appealing, became a line of defense that turned the tide in your favor. It wasn't loud, but it was loud in heaven. Have you thought about how many blessings you preserved simply because you didn't attach yourself to what was never meant for you? Some opportunities would have drained you. Some people you wanted to keep would have broken you. But your restraint rerouted the entire outcome. You avoided battles that weren't yours. You walked past blessings that were secretly burdens. You sidestepped heartbreaks disguised as new beginnings. And here's the miracle. While you were just trying to be still and faithful, God was clearing your path. Psalm 121:7 says, "The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life." That's not poetic exaggeration. That's your reality. You were being kept from harm while you slept, while you waited, while you did nothing but obey. So the next time you feel overlooked or question why a door didn't open, ask yourself this: what if that no was divine protection? What if your silence was the loudest yes to God's perfect plan? Chosen one, heaven has been responding to your restraint. The battles you never had to fight are proof that your obedience was already doing the fighting for you. There's something much deeper happening beneath the surface of your obedience. Every quiet yes to God, spoken in the unseen moments when no one was watching, became a divine alarm that activated heaven's protection over your life. You didn't just follow a rule, you ignited a shield. And while the world may never celebrate your silent discipline, heaven recorded every act of faithfulness. Have you considered this? Your private obedience has been securing public breakthroughs. Your unseen loyalty to God's direction, when you could have taken matters into your own hands, was building unseen walls of protection around your calling. Every time you chose to walk by faith instead of by sight, you weren't just surviving. You were sowing seeds that would protect your peace, preserve your promise, and prosper your future. The enemy hoped you would act on emotion. He hoped you would move impulsively, open that door, text that person, chase that offer. But your spiritual maturity kicked in, and instead of moving fast, you chose to pause. You stepped back and gave God the space to intervene, and in doing so, you slammed shut doors that were never meant to open. That one moment of hesitation wasn't hesitation at all. It was discernment disguised as delay. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds you, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight." That's exactly what you did. You leaned not on impulse, but on insight. You didn't move ahead blindly. You waited until heaven made the path clear. And that's why destruction passed you by. You didn't just avoid temptation, you rerouted disaster. What if the delay you once resented was actually the very thing that preserved your destiny? How many times have you looked back and thought, "Thank God that didn't work out"? What you thought was rejection was really redirection. What felt like silence was actually a shield. And what looked like a setback was divine surgery, cutting away what would have crippled your calling. Think of Moses. He was raised in Pharaoh's palace, trained in power, but he acted in haste when he killed an Egyptian out of anger. Exodus 2:11-12. That one impulsive move cost him 40 years in the wilderness. But later, when Moses learned to wait on God, to obey instructions rather than instincts, he became the instrument that parted seas and delivered a nation. Your restraint now is preparing you for your Red Sea moment. And isn't that the paradox of divine discipline? It looks passive. It looks like you're doing nothing while others are rushing, grabbing, pushing. But in reality, you're moving with greater power. Psalm 37:7 says, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways." You didn't fret. You didn't compete. You stayed still, and in that stillness you advanced. You won battles not by swinging, but by standing. You didn't fight for attention. You didn't force the outcome. You stayed faithful, and heaven fought for you in ways you may never fully understand. The attacks that missed you weren't weak. They were strong, but God's covering was stronger. Real estate mogul and entrepreneur Barbara Corcoran once said, "Don't you dare underestimate the power of your own instinct." But chosen one, your instinct wasn't just natural, it was spiritual. Your discernment saw what your eyes couldn't, and every time you listened to that nudge in your spirit, you were turning away from destruction and walking deeper into divine direction. And now, the fruit of your discipline is beginning to bloom. The doors that are about to open weren't orchestrated by your striving, but by your surrender. These aren't the counterfeit opportunities the enemy tried to offer. These are heaven-authored doors, crafted for the version of you that stayed faithful, even when it hurt. What you never saw coming was the trap. What you never heard was the slander. What you never felt was the chaos that was forming. But what you didn't see was also your deliverance. God was working in the dark while you stayed anchored in the light. You didn't just protect your peace, you protected your promise. So when the favor starts showing up, when the right people begin to call, the right doors swing open, the right timing unfolds, don't question it. Just know, your discipline didn't delay your destiny, it preserved it. And now, you walk forward not just with open doors, but with opened eyes. Eyes that see with wisdom, with clarity, with peace, and with power. Now that the storm has quieted and the winds have settled, something holy is shifting in your favor. You may not hear the trumpets, there might be no flashing signs or applause, but make no mistake, divine promotion is next. The trials you endured weren't just about surviving another attack, they were a spiritual proving ground, and you passed the test. Have you ever stopped to think, what if the hardest part of your journey was never meant to break you, but to qualify you? God saw every moment of your restraint. He saw every tear that fell quietly in prayer. He saw the spiritual warfare that raged around you while you held your peace. But more than that, he saw what you didn't do. You didn't retaliate. You didn't fight for visibility. You didn't lower your standards to fit into spaces that were beneath your calling. You remained faithful in silence. And that's why your promotion is not just deserved, it's ordained. In a world obsessed with recognition, you chose to be faithful when no one was watching. You chose humility when you could have sought revenge. You didn't chase status. You didn't manipulate outcomes. You allowed God to defend your name while you continued to steward your lane. And now, the same God who watched you worship in the dark is preparing to honor you in the light. James 4:10 declares, "Humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will lift you up." And that's what's happening now. Heaven is lifting you, not because you shouted the loudest, but because you stood the strongest. Not because you demanded recognition, but because you demonstrated readiness. God can now trust you with visibility because you proved you could be trusted in obscurity. This next level is not about platforms or praise. It's not about glittering titles or climbing social ladders. This promotion is rooted in purpose. It's about assignment. This isn't a prize. It's a position in the kingdom. It's about the influence you're now prepared to carry with integrity. Can you feel that shift inside of you? The old you wanted to be seen, but the healed you wants to serve. David wasn't elevated to king because he looked the part. His brothers all looked like kings externally, but God told Samuel in 1 Samuel 16:7, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." David was chosen because his heart had been forged in the fields, not just crowned in the palace. Like David, you were forged in the unseen. While others were building brands, you were building character. And now, people may look at your sudden rise and say, "Where did they come from?" But they won't see the midnight prayers. They won't know the weight of your silence, the cost of your restraint, or the tears behind your closed doors. They will see elevation, but only you and God will know what it truly cost. Media mogul Tyler Perry once shared that the key to success is to do what you're passionate about and keep doing it, and don't stop, even when no one claps. His journey was long, hidden, and marked by many failures. But his faith and discipline led to breakthrough. Your story mirrors that. You didn't skip steps. You didn't beg for shortcuts. You walked through the wilderness, and in doing so, God refined you into someone who can now carry more weight. Galatians 6:9 encourages you, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." This is your proper time. This is your moment of divine reaping. The door that's about to open for you, it isn't random. It's right on time. It's not luck. It's legacy. It's not coincidence. It's covenant. Because you were trusted with the silence, you are now being trusted with the sound. Because you were faithful with the hidden pain, you are now being entrusted with visible power. But you will not rise with arrogance. You will rise with authority. You will not ascend in pride. You will ascend in purpose. Your hands are clean. Your heart is right. And that's why this elevation won't destroy you. It will launch you. It will not inflate your ego. It will expand your impact. So as the promotion comes, and it will come, don't forget, the real victory wasn't in being elevated. It was in being refined. You went low so God could bring you high. And now that the warfare has passed, the reward is near. Are you ready to carry it with wisdom? Because heaven already knows you are. And here's the beauty in all of it. You weren't even trying to climb. You weren't chasing elevation. You were simply chasing God. You weren't asking for titles or positions. You just wanted to stay obedient. And yet, because you held your peace, because you chose stillness over striving, that peace is now becoming your reward. It's wrapping around you like a cloak, signaling to the heavens that this one can be trusted. Have you realized how powerful it is to be chosen because you didn't chase the spotlight? That while others were busy promoting themselves, you were simply walking in obedience. You didn't force your way forward. You followed the Spirit, and now the same people who doubted you, who dismissed you, who whispered that you'd never rise, they're about to witness the impossible unfold right in front of them. Psalm 23:5 says, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." That isn't about revenge, it's about redemption. It's about God publicly honoring what He saw you do privately. The long nights, the surrendered yes, the silent weeping, the decisions no one clapped for. Heaven saw it all, and now the harvest is being arranged in front of those who never believed you'd bloom. Every yes you gave God in secret is about to turn into a public manifestation of favor. Every time you stayed when it was easier to leave, every time you forgave when it made more sense to retaliate, every time you chose character over compromise, it was all counted. God does not waste obedience. He multiplies it. Think of Esther. She was hidden in the palace, unknown, underestimated, but chosen. She didn't beg for the crown. She didn't campaign for influence. She obeyed. And when the moment came, God used her discipline and her humility to save an entire nation. Esther 4:14. Just like Esther, your obedience wasn't just about you. It's about what's attached to you. What if your next season of favor isn't only your reward, but God's way of reaching everyone connected to your obedience? You were forged in fire. That's why you won't fold under favor. While others may collapse under the pressure of their own pride, you've already been tested in the wilderness. You've been trained in obscurity. That's why you can now be trusted with visibility. You didn't arrive at this place by accident. You arrived through fire, through fasting, through silence, through surrender. The truth is, what you clung to in the darkness is the very thing that will now carry you into the light. What sustained you in hiddenness will sustain you in promotion. Your discipline wasn't just a delay tactic. It was divine preparation. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. You have persevered. Your character has been refined, and now hope is unfolding right in front of your eyes. Not the fragile hope of wishful thinking, but the bold, grounded hope that comes from knowing you are prepared. Now the winds of favor are shifting, not because you chased them, but because they were always scheduled to meet you here, at the intersection of faithfulness and readiness. The waiting season is over. The spiritual training has reached its fulfillment. Can you sense it? The trumpet has sounded. Heaven has called your name. And now it's time to rise, not for recognition, but for restoration. Not to flex power, but to carry purpose. This next season is not about personal achievement. It's about divine assignment. What's coming is not just for your elevation, but for the healing, transformation, and awakening of those who will encounter your calling. This isn't just your breakthrough, it's theirs too. And here's the stunning part. The stage is already set. The lights are on. The timing is flawless. God has been orchestrating every delay, every detour, every no, every silence, and now all of it makes sense. The favor you've been praying for is about to collide with the faithfulness you've been living. What once felt like mystery is now becoming movement. What felt hidden is about to be revealed. Isaiah 60:22 declares, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." And chosen one, this is the time. Not a second early, not a moment late. The alignment is perfect. The promotion is divine. And the best part? It's only just beginning. Chosen one, if you're still here, know this wasn't just another message. It was your confirmation. Your discipline wasn't overlooked. Your tears weren't ignored. Your obedience wasn't wasted. Heaven has taken note of every quiet sacrifice, every silent victory, every moment you chose faith over fear, peace over pride, and purpose over popularity. What's coming isn't by accident. It's by appointment. You didn't chase the blessing. The blessing is chasing you. You were faithful when it was hard, and now God is about to make it fruitful in ways that will bless not only your life, but the lives of everyone connected to your obedience. So when you rise, because you will rise, do so with power, with peace, and with humility. Rise knowing that you were chosen for such a time as this. If this word spoke to your soul today, comment 777 below to claim it in agreement, and let the heavens know you're ready. To all of you who have supported this ministry through super thanks or your encouraging words, we see you, we honor you, and we thank you from the depths of our hearts. Your kindness and generosity are helping this message reach those who need it most. If you haven't already, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs to be reminded that their discipline is not in vain. We pray that the Lord continues to cover you, promote you, and prepare you for every divine door ahead. May His favor surround you like a shield, Psalm 5:12, and may you walk boldly into the season that was tailor-made for your purpose. Stay faithful, stay focused, stay chosen. God bless you always. Chosen ones, what you're about to hear is not by accident. If you are here right now, it's because God Himself has orchestrated your steps to bring you to this divine moment. You've been feeling it for some time now. The stirring, the anticipation, the quiet sense that something bigger was on its way. You've prayed, waited, and hoped for your breakthrough. And I am here to tell you, the wait is over. God's movement in your life is already underway, and the magnitude of what's coming will absolutely leave you in awe. The transformation unfolding is not a distant dream. It is reality forming right in front of you. God has whispered His promises to you in the silent moments, long before you could see any evidence. Every longing, every nudge of hope, every unexplained surge of faith you've experienced was God planting seeds of destiny in your heart. And now, those seeds are bursting into life. You are stepping into a season where what once seemed impossible will become your new normal. But here's the truth. You must be ready. You cannot afford to hesitate, to question, or to hold yourself back. This is your call to action, a divine summons to rise boldly into everything you were created to be. Think about Joshua, standing at the edge of the promised land. God's words to him were simple yet profound. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. Just like Joshua, you are being called not just to see the promise, but to possess it. Everything you've endured, the struggles, the waiting, the heartbreak, has been preparing you for this explosive moment of manifestation. You have been shaped, refined, and strengthened for such a time as this. Now, the shift is happening at a pace faster than you ever expected. Are you prepared to move with it? Are you willing to trust that God's plan for you is unfolding perfectly, even if it looks different than you imagined? The life you dreamed of, the purpose you've longed to fulfill, is no longer just a distant hope. It's here, it's happening, and it's bigger than anything you dared to pray for. Just like Joseph, who went from the pit to the palace almost overnight, you are about to experience divine acceleration that will defy human logic. Genesis 41:41-44. Will you trust God enough to step into it without fear? The journey ahead will be filled with moments that challenge you to stretch, to grow, and to believe even when the evidence is still forming. But each step you take in obedience will align you more deeply with the extraordinary future God has designed for you. The favor that is about to pour over your life will not only change you, it will change everyone connected to you. You are not just a witness to a global shift. You are a pioneer leading it. The world desperately needs the light you carry. No more shrinking back. No more doubting your worth. You were created to lead, to inspire, and to transform. Everything you have been through was not in vain. It was divine preparation. This moment is not a coincidence. It is the culmination of every whispered prayer, every tear sown in faith, and every battle fought in silence. As you stand now, poised on the edge of fulfillment, trust that God's timing is perfect. He has never failed you, and He never will. His word declares in Habakkuk 2:3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay." This is your appointed time. This is your season of fulfillment. Trust in His process, embrace the shift with boldness, and know that you are stepping into something far greater than you could ever have imagined. Chosen one. The world is about to witness the manifestation of God's promises in your life, and it will be nothing short of miraculous. Before we continue, I want to take a heartfelt moment to say thank you to every single person who has supported this message through a super thanks donation. Your generosity is helping us carry this light further into the world, reaching more souls who need hope and encouragement. Whether you donate or not, please know you are deeply valued and appreciated beyond words. If you feel led, you can leave a super thanks to help us continue spreading these powerful messages. But above all, your presence here, your faith and your engagement mean everything. Also, before we dive deeper, if you believe this message is for you, type 999 in the comments as a powerful act of faith and alignment with this divine season that is unfolding in your life. Let the heavens and the earth agree with your step into destiny. Now, get ready, because the best is not coming. It's already here. God's chosen ones. God told you. Something was coming, and now it's here. Get ready. We are now stepping into a time where everything familiar is shifting. Systems that once appeared invincible are shaking, their foundations crumbling under forces they cannot resist. Have you felt the tremors beneath your feet? This is not by accident. God has long been preparing you for this very hour. As the worldly powers that maintained control begin to lose their grip, you, God's chosen one, are called to rise. You are not a bystander in this upheaval. You are the answer that the world desperately needs. Remember Noah, who was warned of the flood long before the first drop of rain fell. Genesis 6:13-22. While others mocked, he built. While others slept, he prepared. Will you too be ready to move while others hesitate? The world is being forced to confront its own instability. Economies faltering, governments staggering, and societies groaning under the weight of corruption and decay. This collapse is not your enemy, it is your doorway. When the walls of Jericho fell, it was not a tragedy for God's people, it was a victory. Joshua 6:20. Likewise, this dismantling is your invitation to step boldly into leadership, to become the standard bearer of righteousness, faith, and wisdom. Have you considered that the very shaking around you is God's way of clearing the path for your elevation? Think of Harriet Tubman, who escaped slavery only to return, risking everything to lead others to freedom. Are you willing to become a liberator in a world yearning for truth? The world will soon witness the final collapse of structures that no longer align with God's purposes. Outdated leaderships, traditions clinging to the past, and institutions emptied of true meaning. They are being stripped away. And here you are, standing at the ready. As the earth groans for something authentic, you, chosen one, have been equipped with a voice the world cannot ignore. Are you ready to walk through the doors that fear will cause others to flee from? Consider the story of Gideon, the least in his family, hiding from his enemies when God called him a mighty warrior. Judges 6:11-16. His fear didn't disqualify him. His obedience established him. Could it be that your hidden seasons were not punishment but preparation? You were never meant to fit the old molds. Titles and institutions are fading into irrelevance. Your authority flows from an intimate connection with the living God, not from human validation. The time when the world could rely on religious titles and ceremonial leadership has ended. Now, God's Spirit moves directly through His chosen ones, you included. Look to someone like Martin Luther King Jr., whose voice broke the chains of injustice through conviction, not by seeking earthly crowns. Do you feel the stirring inside you, a call that refuses to be silenced until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream? This is your divine moment. Your purpose has always been to be more than a passive observer of history. You were born to be a catalyst of spiritual revolution. While the death of the old ways may bring mourning to some, for you, it is the dawn of a new commission. Your life is about to become a living epistle of God's power, seen, heard, and felt by all who encounter you. Think of Mary Magdalene, once dismissed by society, yet chosen to be the first to witness and proclaim the resurrection. John 20:11-18. She was overlooked by men, but handpicked by God. Might it be that your history, your scars, your quiet faithfulness are precisely why you have been entrusted with this new era? The death of old systems is not an end, it is a coronation. You are being crowned not with jewels made by human hands, but with heavenly authority. You are God's vessel to carry His message into places others dared not go. Reflect on the journey of someone like Steve Jobs, who after rejection and failure returned to lead a revolution that changed the world. Failure did not define him, vision did. Will you allow God's vision for your life to eclipse the ruins of the old? A spiritual awakening is sweeping the earth, and your life is a spark destined to ignite it. The cries of the lost, the broken, the disillusioned, they are rising to heaven, and God is sending you as part of His answer. Will you answer the call? Will you step out of hiding and into destiny? The shaking you feel is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to launch you. The dismantling of the old has cleared the stage. Now, the spotlight is on you, chosen one. You were made for this moment. The world is not falling apart. It is falling into place, divinely orchestrated, so that your gifts, your voice, your light can finally be revealed. The question that remains is simple but profound. Will you step forward and claim your rightful place in God's unfolding masterpiece? The time is now. The world is waiting, and heaven is cheering you on. This transformation unfolding before you is not confined to the spiritual realm alone. It is also a profound financial shift orchestrated by God Himself. Have you felt the stirring within your spirit, the quiet yet persistent nudge that something extraordinary is coming? That's because it is. God's blessings are poised to overflow into your life in ways that will not only shock you, but leave everyone around you marveling at His goodness. This isn't mere increase for personal indulgence. It is part of a grand divine strategy. You are being equipped, chosen one, with resources that will empower you to fulfill your sacred mission on earth. Remember Solomon, the young king who, when given the opportunity to ask for anything, requested wisdom, and God, pleased with his heart, also granted him unparalleled wealth and influence. 1 Kings 3:5-14. Why? Because Solomon's wealth was never meant for vanity. It was given to build the temple, to establish a kingdom that reflected divine order. Could it be that your financial blessings are not just gifts, but tools, assigned to the greater construction of God's kingdom through you? As you step forward, wealth will no longer be a barrier to your calling. It will become a bridge. The abundance that is on its way will liberate you to invest boldly in the visions God has planted deep within your heart. It will empower you to sow generously into the lives of others, breaking cycles of poverty, despair, and hopelessness. Have you imagined what it would feel like to be the answer to someone's desperate prayer? Think of J.K. Rowling, who rose from near destitution to worldwide influence, using her platform not just for personal gain, but to fuel massive charitable efforts. How much more could you accomplish, guided by the Spirit and blessed with divine provision? Your financial struggles are coming to an end, not so that you may rest in comfort, but so that you may rise in purpose. Your wealth will not merely touch your own life, it will become a river that flows outward, transforming communities, lifting others out of bondage, and advancing the gospel to the farthest corners of the earth. Could it be that the wealth God is releasing to you is part of the solution to global problems? Understand this deeply. God has appointed you not just as a receiver of blessings, but as a steward. Your hands will not clutch tightly, they will open freely. Just as Joseph was entrusted with managing Egypt's abundance during a time of famine, Genesis 41:46-57, you are being trusted to manage divine resources with wisdom and compassion. Do you see the pattern emerging? Every blessing you receive is a seed sown into a harvest far larger than your own needs. As you embrace this new reality, trust that it is not by chance. Your financial overflow is heaven's endorsement of your mission. Consider how Tyler Perry, once homeless, rose to become a cultural force, not hoarding his wealth, but building communities, empowering dreams, and creating platforms for countless others. When God prospers a chosen one, it is never a small, isolated act. It is always a strategic move to influence, to uplift, and to advance His kingdom. But let me ask you, will you see your coming wealth as a mere reward, or will you recognize it as a divine weapon in your hand for greater battles ahead? And even more profound than the financial breakthrough is the spiritual awakening that is about to erupt in your life. The chains that once bound your understanding, the veils that once clouded your perception, are being torn away. You are about to experience a depth of intimacy with God that will redefine your entire existence. Think of Saul, once a persecutor of the early church, who on the road to Damascus encountered the living Christ and was utterly transformed into Paul, the apostle to the Gentiles, Acts 9:1-19. His spiritual awakening not only changed his destiny, it reshaped the course of history. Are you prepared for the magnitude of the transformation that is about to sweep through your own life? As the world staggers through global shifts, social, economic, and spiritual, you will find that your awakening perfectly aligns with the cries of a broken generation. They will not be drawn to you because of your charisma or intellect. They will be drawn because of the undeniable light of God shining through you. Just as Florence Nightingale, moved by divine compassion, revolutionized healthcare in a time of widespread suffering, you too are being prepared to bring healing where despair has long reigned. The clarity you are about to receive will be unlike anything you have ever known. God Himself will guide you, instruct you, and reveal mysteries that once seemed inaccessible. Your spiritual authority will grow, not because of human recognition, but because of heavenly impartation. Can you feel the shift beginning even now? The pull towards something greater, something eternal? Can you sense that your life is about to become a beacon, a lighthouse standing firm amidst the storms of this world? The mission unfolding before you is massive, but so is the anointing resting upon you. Financial freedom, spiritual clarity, global influence, these are not distant promises. They are imminent realities. Heaven has declared it, and the earth is trembling in anticipation. The awakening you are experiencing is not meant to stop with you. It is designed to ignite a movement around you. As you rise in spiritual maturity, you're becoming a living lighthouse, shining brightly to guide others toward the truth that their souls desperately seek. Have you noticed how people are already beginning to be drawn to your light? It's not by accident. God has planted within you the seeds of wisdom and understanding that will not only transform your own journey, but will empower you to lead others on their path to awakening. Your life will become a living testimony of what is possible when a heart is surrendered to divine purpose. Consider the story of Abraham, called from everything familiar into an unknown land. His obedience didn't just bless him, it birthed a nation, Genesis 12:1-3. Could it be that your awakening is about birthing transformation far beyond your own life? Your spiritual growth is not self-contained. It is the spark that will set entire communities ablaze with renewal. And as you grow spiritually, a parallel transformation is occurring. A financial breakthrough is rapidly approaching, one so profound it will exceed every expectation you have dared to imagine. What once seemed unattainable will suddenly come within reach. Doors that were once sealed shut will open effortlessly. Opportunities you once only dreamed about will become tangible realities. Think of Sarah Blakely, who started Spanx with just $5,000 and transformed it into a billion-dollar brand. What seemed impossible for her became inevitable because she stepped through the doors God swung wide open. Are you prepared to walk through the doors God is unlocking before you now? This is not mere coincidence. It is a divine demonstration of God's faithfulness. His provision is not just sufficient, it is abundant, overwhelming, and unending. Your financial growth is not a worldly accident. It is a heavenly affirmation. It is the outward manifestation of God's covenant with His chosen ones. Just as Isaac sowed in a time of famine and reaped 100-fold in the same year because the Lord blessed him. Genesis 26:12-13. So too will your sowing and faithfulness be met with supernatural increase. Have you wondered how the promises spoken over your life would come to pass? Every obstacle, every delay, every season of waiting was never a denial, only a setup for a greater demonstration of His glory. The financial growth you're about to experience will not simply change your own circumstances. It will launch you into a greater sphere of influence and purpose. Like Howard Schultz, who rose from growing up in public housing to building the Starbucks empire, your beginnings do not limit the magnitude of your impact. Could it be that your story of breakthrough will inspire millions who have lost hope? But you must remember, the financial blessings are not the end, they are the beginning. They are the tools placed in your hand for a divine assignment. They are heaven's resources entrusted to you to further the kingdom of God. As you steward them faithfully, you will build not just wealth, but legacy. Have you asked yourself, how will I use what God is about to pour into my life? You are being positioned to effect change on a global scale, and as the old structures of the world groan under the weight of their collapse, the world will start looking for new leaders. Leaders who walk in truth, in faith, and in unshakable integrity. That leader is you. Your voice will carry new authority. Your words will penetrate hearts in ways they never have before. You have not been hidden for nothing. You have not endured seasons of silence without reason. You have been prepared, refined, and anointed for this very hour. Think of Deborah, a woman who rose as a judge and a prophet in Israel at a time when courage was rare. Judges 4:4-9. Her leadership wasn't requested by the people, it was required by the times. Similarly, is it possible that your leadership is exactly what this generation needs right now? This is your time to step forward with boldness. In a world growing darker and more unstable by the day, your unwavering faith will become a north star for countless souls seeking direction. They will not only seek your wisdom, they will seek your hope. Your trust in God, your quiet strength under pressure, and your relentless belief in His promises will set you apart. People will come, drawn by the light they see in you, just as ships are drawn to the safety of a lighthouse during a storm. Your role as a guide will be crucial. In times of fear, you will offer peace. In times of uncertainty, you will speak clarity. In times of despair, you will release hope. Think of someone like Denzel Washington, who consistently points back to faith as the foundation for his success and impact. His platform became a pulpit because he allowed God's light to shine through him. Likewise, your influence will not be contained to the obvious. It will infiltrate boardrooms, classrooms, ministries, communities, and beyond. This global transformation you are witnessing is not something to fear. It is something to fully embrace with open arms and a courageous heart. You, chosen one, were handpicked for this very moment. The world is in desperate need of leaders who are anchored in divine truth, and you have been called to step into that leadership. Have you sensed it already? The quiet pull inside you, urging you to rise. It is not your imagination. It is your destiny awakening. Step into your calling with unshakable confidence, knowing that those who are meant to find you, to hear your voice, and to follow your light will be divinely led to you. God has always prepared his leaders ahead of critical moments. Think of Joseph, imprisoned and forgotten, yet one dream away from becoming the one who would save nations from famine. Genesis 41:14-41. Likewise, your preparation has not been wasted. In the coming days, you will begin to experience prophetic dreams, vivid, unmistakable visions that will unveil clarity like you have never known before. These dreams will not just serve as guidance. They will be divine confirmations, tangible evidence that God's favor is resting mightily upon your life. Have you ever wondered why your path felt unclear at times? Why you face seasons of uncertainty? The answers are about to be revealed. Through these prophetic dreams, God will provide you with the detailed roadmap you've been waiting for. Each dream will be a stepping stone, moving you closer to your divine mission in this season of global transformation. Just as Daniel was given dreams and interpretations that shifted the course of empires, Daniel 2:19-23, so too are your dreams being fashioned to shift lives, communities, and perhaps even nations. Are you ready to receive instructions straight from the throne of heaven? Will you tune your spirit to hear the sacred whispers delivered through your dreams? You are not alone on this path. God himself is walking with you through every moment of this journey. Even in the stillness of night, he is speaking to you, counseling you, strengthening your resolve. In the midst of global chaos, you will rise, not as a voice of fear, but as a voice of faith. Leadership in this era will not be about titles or positions. It will be about true spiritual influence. As one of God's chosen, your voice will carry a weight that worldly accolades can never provide. Your presence will inspire confidence. Your faith will ignite courage in weary hearts. Consider Harriet Tubman, who, guided by dreams and visions, led countless souls to freedom through the Underground Railroad. Her influence wasn't born from worldly power, but from divine purpose. Could it be that you too are being positioned to lead many into freedom? Spiritual, emotional, even societal freedom. As you step into this divine leadership, understand that your role is not isolated. This is not merely a personal rise. It is a collective uprising of the chosen ones. As you lead, you will empower others to discover their own divine purpose. Together, you will usher in a new era, a time marked not by fear and despair, but by hope, peace, and profound transformation. Can you imagine standing shoulder to shoulder with others who, like you, have been set ablaze by divine destiny? What kind of world could be birthed from such a united movement? The wave of transformation that is about to sweep the earth is not just another historical event. It is a spiritual tsunami carrying God's favor, grace, and power. It will not merely touch your life. It will engulf it, surrounding you with blessings, breakthroughs, and unimaginable opportunities. Much like Peter, who once doubted but later walked on water when he fixed his eyes on Jesus, Matthew 14:28-31, You will be called to step into realms that seem impossible, and you will succeed, not by your strength, but by His power flowing through you. When the blessings begin to pour out in ways that defy logic, do not be surprised. When doors you never knocked on open wide, when opportunities chase you down, remember this: it is the fulfillment of the promises God spoke over your life. Just as Oprah Winfrey often speaks of the hand of destiny guiding her path despite overwhelming odds, you too will see the invisible hand of God weaving your story into a tapestry of miraculous favor. This global shift is not just happening around you, it is happening through you. You are not a spectator, you are a key player in this divine movement. As you embrace your role, you will become a living testament to God's grace. People will look at your life and see undeniable evidence of His power, His favor, and His promises kept. Have you asked yourself, what legacy will I leave as a result of the favor being poured into my life? How many lives will be changed because I chose to say yes to the call? You, chosen one, are the embodiment of God's miracle-working power, and as you rise, you will not rise alone. You will pull others with you, lifting them into their own destiny, sparking awakenings, and transforming entire communities. The world is watching. Heaven is cheering. Now is your moment. Will you step fully into the wave of transformation, knowing that you were born to lead it? There are blessings hidden deep within your journey, woven through every trial and triumph, that have been preparing you for the extraordinary changes now unfolding. You may have questioned why the setbacks came, why the delays stretched so long, or why the battles seemed endless. But now, chosen one, you are about to see the masterwork of God's plan in perfect hindsight. Every challenge, every disappointment, every prolonged season of waiting was never meant to break you. It was meant to build you. Have you paused to consider that what felt like detours were actually divine designs? These blessings were never only material, they were spiritual, emotional, and deeply foundational. God was strengthening your character, sharpening your discernment, and forging your resilience. Think of David, who endured years of hiding in caves before he sat on the throne, 1 Samuel 22, 1-2. It was in the wilderness, not in the palace, that David learned to lead, to trust, and to conquer. Could it be that your hidden battles were preparing you to reign in places others could never endure? The strength you've accumulated through adversity, the wisdom you've gained through experience, and the patience you've honed through waiting are priceless treasures, hidden blessings that now serve as the very pillars of your elevation. As you step into your divine purpose, these treasures will reveal their full value, grounding you with unshakable confidence and grace amidst the shifts ahead. Reflect for a moment. What if every hardship was God's secret investment in your future glory? Look to the story of Walt Disney, who faced bankruptcy, rejection, and ridicule before building an empire of imagination. His setbacks didn't end his dream, they refined it. Just like him, the weight you carried has been preparing you for the weight of glory you are about to inherit. Faith is the key that will carry you through the days ahead. As the world twists and changes, your unwavering faith will serve as your anchor, your compass, and your shield. The external chaos will not shake you if your internal faith remains steadfast. When Peter dared to walk on water, it was faith that kept him above the stormy waves, even when fear tried to pull him down. Matthew 14:29-31. Are you ready to walk boldly across the waters of uncertainty, eyes fixed only on Jesus? This is not the season for passive belief, it is the season for active, living faith. You are being called not just to wait, but to prepare, to sharpen, and to fortify every part of yourself, spiritually, emotionally, and even physically. Think of Serena Williams, who never waited for opportunities to come to her. She trained for them long before the world ever recognized her greatness. Likewise, your preparation in the unseen places is about to be rewarded in the visible realm. Have you asked yourself, am I ready to move when God opens the next door? Am I positioned in faith to act when destiny calls? The days of confusion are over. The fog that once clouded your vision is lifting, and divine clarity is breaking forth like the dawn. No longer will you wander in uncertainty or second-guess your purpose. God's voice will become unmistakably clear, His leading undeniable. Just as Nehemiah received a clear mandate to rebuild Jerusalem's walls, Nehemiah 2:17-18, you will receive precise instructions for your mission. The Holy Spirit will guide your steps with precision. Every hesitation that once held you back will be replaced by courage, every doubt by conviction. You will no longer wonder, what if? You will know what is. Can you feel the clarity already starting to rise within you? A certainty born not of your own making, but of divine ordination. This new clarity will be accompanied by decisive, powerful action. You will not sit on the sidelines. You will step boldly onto the field of destiny. The time for delay has ended. The time to advance is now. Leadership is your portion, not because you sought it, but because heaven assigned it to you. Think of Malala Yousafzai, whose courage to speak up for education under threat of violence shifted nations. She did not wait for the world to become safe. She acted because she was clear about her mission. Likewise, you are called to act, lead, and influence without hesitation. As you rise, others will see your example and find hope in your strength. They will follow your faith as much as your words. Your journey will be their blueprint, your courage their catalyst. You will be a living, breathing testament to the truth that when God calls a person, He equips them for impact. This isn't merely a personal victory, it is a communal breakthrough. Your rise will inspire families, communities, and even nations. It will be like Moses leading the Israelites out of bondage. His obedience led to the freedom of an entire people. Exodus 14:21-22. Have you realized that your yes to God could be the key to someone else's deliverance? The transformation is not a distant promise. It is happening right now. You stand at the helm of a great movement, a wave of destiny that will sweep across the earth. God's favor surrounds you. His hand steadies you. His Spirit empowers you. And as you move forward, unimaginable heights await. Chosen one, your moment is not approaching, it is here. Step into it with unwavering confidence. Step into it knowing that you have been thoroughly prepared, deeply anointed, and powerfully called for such a time as this. The world is waiting. Heaven is watching. And your destiny is unfolding. You have faced challenge after challenge, each one pushing you to your limits, testing your endurance, and stretching your faith beyond what you thought possible. Yet through it all, you did not quit. You refused to surrender. Even in the darkest nights, when the weight seemed unbearable, you clung to hope. Chosen one, because you held firm, because you trusted even when you couldn't trace God's hand. He is now about to rewrite the story of your financial future in ways so astounding that they will leave you breathless. Have you ever considered that every hardship you endured was not punishment but preparation? Think of Job, who lost everything, wealth, health, and family. Yet after his season of testing, God restored him with double what he had before. Job 42:10. Could it be that the losses you mourned are simply making room for a greater restoration? Your long nights of barely making it, your prayers for just enough to survive, were not in vain. They were seeds planted in faith, and now the harvest is near. The struggles that once seemed endless were merely stepping stones, propelling you toward the abundant life that has been waiting for you. Your faith has been the bedrock of this journey, and now God's favor will become the master key that unlocks doors no man can shut. This transition from hardship to abundance will not be instantaneous, but it will be unstoppable. It will arrive at the perfect moment, woven flawlessly into God's divine timeline for your life. Just as Joseph's years in the prison came to an abrupt end with a sudden elevation to the palace, Genesis 41:14-46, so too will your season of lack give way to an overwhelming outpouring of opportunity and blessing. Are you ready to see doors open that once seemed bolted shut? Are you prepared to receive blessings you didn't even dare to pray for? Expect the unexpected. Watch as opportunities you never imagined begin to manifest around you. Financial doors will swing open, debts will be cancelled, resources will flow. Remember Tyler Perry's journey, starting with rejected scripts and sleeping in his car, yet persevering until God catapulted him into becoming a powerhouse of influence and generosity. Your story carries the same divine fingerprint of victory. You may have lived in a survival mentality, hanging on to just enough to scrape by, but that season is over. Prepare for a dramatic shift. Financial breakthroughs are coming your way, not to trap you in greed, but to release you into greater generosity, greater dreams, and greater impact. God is not only preparing to bless you, but also equipping you with the spiritual wisdom needed to steward these blessings with excellence. Have you thought about how you will manage the abundance when it comes? Are you positioning your heart now to use prosperity for purpose, not just for pleasure? Understand that the coming wealth is not an end in itself. It is a divine tool. It is a resource entrusted to your hands for building God's kingdom on earth. Just as Boaz used his influence and resources to redeem Ruth and restore a legacy, Ruth 4:9-10, you too are being positioned to redeem, to restore, and to bless generations beyond your own. The divine favor pouring into your life will empower you to invest not only in your future, but also in the futures of those around you. Your family will feel the ripple effects. Your community will feel the shift. Causes that are close to God's heart and to yours will receive the fuel they need to thrive because you chose to rise. Imagine standing at the crossroads of destiny, with every resource you once lacked now placed into your hands. Will you recognize the responsibility attached to the blessing? Will you become a vessel through which God's abundance flows freely into the world? You are stepping into a future where abundance is no longer something you chase. It will flow to you and through you with grace and wisdom. This is not by accident. This is the fulfillment of a promise made by a faithful God to a faithful heart. Chosen one, this is your time. Get ready to manage miracles. Get ready to steward the overflow. Get ready to live not only in abundance, but in purposeful abundance, abundance that echoes in eternity. God has called you, chosen one, to step into the role of a spiritual leader at this critical, history-defining moment. The world is crying out for guidance, for truth, for a light that can pierce through the fog of confusion. And you're the one He has appointed to answer that call. Have you felt it stirring within you, the undeniable growing sense that your life was never meant to be small, that your purpose reaches far beyond personal achievement, that inner knowing is not ambition, it is divine awakening? Now, the time has arrived. You are not stepping forward because of self-promotion. You are rising because heaven has summoned you. Leadership in this season isn't about control. It is about service, humility, and sacrificial love. Just as Jesus knelt to wash his disciples' feet, John 13:12-17, so too are you called to lead by lifting others up, by serving with a heart fully surrendered to God's will. Reflect for a moment. What if the very experiences that once wounded you were actually God's way of qualifying you to heal others? Your spiritual journey, the tears you cried in secret, the lessons learned through heartbreak, the wisdom forged in the fires of adversity, has been intentional preparation. Nothing was wasted. Every moment was building you into a vessel of wisdom, compassion, and divine authority. Like Moses, who once fled in fear but returned empowered to lead his people out of bondage, Exodus 3:10-12, Your past does not disqualify you, it proves you. As you step boldly into this role, you will notice something miraculous. People will be drawn to you without your striving. They will come seeking peace, guidance, and hope, the very fruits of the Spirit that now radiate from your life. They will see your faith that refused to crumble, your heart that refused to grow bitter, and your light that refused to be extinguished. Are you ready to lead not just individuals, but movements of souls back to the heart of God? Understand this: the redemption God is bringing through you is not limited to your own story. It will be a collective journey. Your rising will ignite a chain reaction. Those who witness your unwavering trust and your spiritual resilience will be inspired to pursue their own redemption. Think of Queen Esther, who risked everything not just for herself, but for her entire people. Esther 4:14-16. Could it be that your courage will lead multitudes into salvation? This is your time to step fully into the mantle of spiritual mentor. You are called not just to speak truth, but to live it, to be a walking testimony of God's grace. Leadership is not about titles. It is about living so fully in your divine purpose that others cannot help but follow. Your life will become a roadmap for those lost in the wilderness. Think of someone like Nelson Mandela, who after decades of imprisonment did not emerge bitter, but as a beacon of forgiveness and leadership that reshaped a nation. Similarly, you are not being called to lead from wounds, but from healed scars, proof that God restores, empowers, and elevates. Have you asked yourself, what lives are waiting to be transformed because you chose to say yes to your calling? You are standing on the very edge of something extraordinary. The divine power that God seeded inside you long ago, the power you've glimpsed in flashes but have yet to fully unleash, is now ready to burst forth. It is not a new power. It has been there all along, nurtured through your obedience and faithfulness. The world is about to witness your unveiling, not for personal glory, but for divine impact, not for fame, but for the fulfillment of a heavenly mandate. You have endured too much, sacrificed too much, learned too much to shrink back now. Every trial, every closed door, every lonely night has been shaping a leader heaven can trust. Just as Joshua stood poised to lead Israel into the promised land after years of preparation, Joshua 1:1-9, you too are now positioned to step into promises long foretold. The greatness you are about to experience is not a reward, it is a commission. It is the result of God's calling, His refining fire, and His unrelenting favor over your life. You are fully equipped, you are divinely backed, and now is the moment to rise, not with hesitation, but with bold, unwavering confidence, knowing you are supported by the mighty hand of God Himself. Chosen one, your destiny is not a distant future, it is a present reality. The world needs your light. Heaven is waiting for your yes. It is time to step fully into the greatness you were born to carry. As you fully embrace the divine power that has been planted within you, you will begin to notice undeniable shifts happening all around. The transformation taking place within you will no longer be hidden. It will radiate so strongly that others will see it, feel it, and be drawn to it like moths to a flame. Have you sensed the growing difference in the atmosphere when you enter a room? It's because the light you carry can no longer be contained. The gifts you once hid out of fear or modesty, the talents you downplayed, and the strength you underestimated are all rising to the surface. Like David stepping forward to face Goliath when others cowered, 1 Samuel 17:45-50, you are stepping into the fullness of who God created you to be. No longer will your greatness remain hidden. The world is about to witness what heaven has known about you all along. Can you feel the stirring within you, a realization that you were born for such a time as this? Are you ready to see the manifestation of the greatness that's been lying dormant, now awakened by divine command? The storm is no longer approaching. It is here. The world is caught in the throes of a global upheaval. Economies are shaking, governments are faltering, societies are fragmenting. Yet for you, chosen one, this is not a time of fear. It is your moment to rise. While others are bewildered by the chaos, you are being called to stand firm, anchored by a faith that is unshakable. Think of Noah, who built the ark long before the first raindrop fell, Genesis 6:13-22. His preparation in times of peace preserved him during the storm. Likewise, your preparation, your resilience, and your unwavering trust have positioned you to lead when others falter. In every era of crisis, leaders emerge, not because they sought the storm, but because they were made ready for it. Have you realized that the very storms meant to destroy others are the winds that will lift you higher? Standing strong amid global shifts requires a kind of resilience the world cannot manufacture. It requires divine wisdom, a soul rooted in trust, and an unwavering grip on the promises of God. As turmoil rages, you will remain centered, calm in the chaos, focused amid the frenzy. Your ability to navigate turbulence with grace will make you a beacon of stability. Reflect on the journey of Corrie ten Boom, who, in the horror of World War II, chose to be a refuge for the oppressed. Her faith in God's sovereignty, even in the darkest days, inspired countless souls. Could it be that you are being called to the same, an unwavering source of light in a world drowning in fear? As the earth trembles under the weight of its own shaking, people will instinctively seek those who can offer hope, clarity, and strength. They will look to you. Your faith, not your titles or possessions, will be the anchor they trust. You will lead them, not with dominance, but with the quiet, fierce strength of someone whose heart beats in rhythm with heaven's. Have you considered that your stability could be the salvation someone else desperately needs? The global shift is a backdrop for your breakthrough. The waiting season, the uncertainty, the tears, the silent battles, is drawing to a dramatic close. God is preparing to unleash a massive breakthrough that will not just nudge your life forward. It will catapult you into dimensions you scarcely dared to imagine. Doors that seemed forever bolted will swing open in a moment. Relationships that were stagnant will suddenly bloom. Opportunities that seemed unattainable will rush toward you. Just as Joseph was called from prison to the palace in a single day, Genesis 41:14-41, your breakthrough will be swift, divine, and undeniable. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere, the sense that something too big for human hands is about to unfold in your life? This breakthrough will not always come packaged the way you expect. It may be a financial outpouring, a spiritual promotion, a divine connection, or an opportunity tailor-made by God Himself. But one thing is certain: it will be everything you need, and even more than you thought to ask for. Consider the life of Colonel Sanders, who after decades of failure and rejections birthed a global empire at an age most considered too late. God's timing is never rushed, never delayed, always perfect. Your breakthrough too is on a timetable written by heaven, not by man. The abundance God is preparing to pour out will not only transform your life, it will overflow into the lives of those around you. Family, friends, communities. You will become a conduit of blessing, an embodiment of God's generosity and faithfulness. Have you asked yourself, how will I steward the breakthrough when it arrives? Whose lives will be changed because I refuse to give up? Chosen one, your story is about to become a living testament to the power of perseverance, the faithfulness of God, and the unstoppable destiny placed upon your life. Get ready. The storm has only revealed your strength. The chaos has only cleared the path for your coronation. Your breakthrough is not coming. It is here. Step boldly into it. The world needs your leadership now more than ever. The breakthroughs you're about to experience will empower you to make a greater impact, not only on your personal life, but also on your community, your family, and the world at large. You will find yourself giving more freely, serving more deeply, and stepping more confidently into the divine purpose for which you were created. The resources that are about to be placed into your hands are not random blessings. They are strategic tools to help you fulfill your kingdom assignment. Just as Joseph rose from prisoner to prime minister at precisely the time Egypt needed a savior, Genesis 41:41-43, so too are you positioned to rise at this critical moment. Have you thought about how your breakthrough could be the key to someone else's answered prayer? The time for hesitation has ended. The chosen ones are rising, and you stand at the forefront of this divine movement. God has been meticulously preparing you for such a time as this, equipping you with the strength, wisdom, and vision necessary to fulfill your destiny. There is no more time to waste. As the world groans under the weight of change, leaders rooted in faith are desperately needed. The question is, are you ready to answer the call that has echoed in your spirit for so long? Think of Esther, who stepped forward with courage when her people faced annihilation, and remember Mordecai's stirring words. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Even if doubts once crept into your heart, it's now clear that you were always meant for this. God has not only called you, but equipped you with everything necessary to rise above the challenges and fulfill the divine mission set before you. This is a time of immense responsibility, yes, but also a time of immeasurable reward. As you step fully into your role, you will witness miracles flowing through your life, transformations that will leave you, and everyone who sees them, in awe. Have you wondered what it would feel like to see the power of God tangibly moving through your hands? People will be drawn to your wisdom, your strength, and most importantly, your unwavering faith. Your influence will not be rooted in force or persuasion, but in the undeniable peace and authority that rests upon you. God is about to open doors that you didn't even know existed, doors that no man can shut, Revelation 3:8. These are not ordinary opportunities. They are divine assignments, tailor-made to launch you into a new season of prosperity, favor, and kingdom impact. Think about the journey of Oprah Winfrey, who after years of struggle stepped into doors that transformed her into a global force for empowerment and philanthropy. Likewise, what doors might your obedience unlock, not just for you, but for generations to come? You may have spent nights wondering when your breakthrough would arrive. God has heard every cry, seen every tear, and is now preparing to answer your prayers in ways that will leave you speechless. These new opportunities will not just bring wealth, they will position you exactly where you need to be to maximize your divine influence. The wealth and favor flowing into your life are instruments of destiny, empowering you to leave a lasting impact far beyond your lifetime. Are you ready to manage abundance with the same faithfulness you showed in scarcity? Prepare your heart for the unexpected. The blessings that are coming may not look exactly like what you envisioned, but they will be exactly what you need to advance. Trust that God's plan surpasses your imagination. Think of Ruth, whose loyalty and trust led her from the fields of hardship to the lineage of kings. Ruth 4:13-17. Could it be that your current obedience is setting you up for a harvest beyond comprehension? The key to walking through these divine doors will be faith and obedience. Trust that if God has opened the way, He has also prepared you to walk it. The world is shifting rapidly, and in the midst of this transformation, your moment to shine has come. Your leadership, your light, and your faithfulness are desperately needed in a world drowning in confusion and fear. Are you prepared to be the steady hand that points the way forward? The challenges the world faces may seem overwhelming, but you are not called to blend into the fear. You are called to stand apart in faith. Your life will serve as a lighthouse for others, guiding them safely through the storms of change. Your clarity and unwavering purpose will inspire those around you to act boldly and move forward with renewed confidence. In the same way that Winston Churchill's steadfast leadership inspired a nation through its darkest hour, your voice, your courage, and your faith will be the catalyst for countless others to rise. True leadership isn't just about eloquent words. It is about living a life so filled with integrity and grace that it pulls others toward their own potential. Your example will show others that it is possible to rise above the chaos, to thrive in adversity, and to transform every obstacle into an opportunity for glory. You have been equipped for this. Your resilience, your faith, and your wisdom are the very qualities that the world desperately needs right now. Do you realize how many lives are waiting for the courage they will find by watching you? The process of divine transformation is already well underway. The shifts you are about to witness in your life will leave you in awe, not only because of the magnitude of the blessings, but because of the perfect orchestration of God's timing and provision. Just as Abraham finally saw the fulfillment of God's promises after decades of waiting, Genesis 21:1-2, so too will you step into a season where every step feels divinely guided and every blessing perfectly timed. But this transformation is not merely external. It is a deep, profound internal realignment. Your heart, mind, and spirit are being refined to mirror the very heart of God. This inner alignment is preparing you not only to receive blessings, but to sustain them, to grow them, and to use them for His glory. As you embrace this transformation, you will find yourself walking with greater clarity, greater confidence, and greater compassion than ever before. Chosen one, everything is aligning in your favor. Heaven is behind you, the earth is shifting beneath you, and your destiny is unfolding before you. Are you ready to take your rightful place at the forefront of this divine movement? The world is watching, and heaven is cheering. Now is your time. Step into it without hesitation. Beloved chosen one, as you stand at the edge of this remarkable transformation, know this: the changes you're about to experience may seem sudden, overwhelming, or even unexpected, but they are intricately woven into the greater plan that God has been orchestrating for your good. His hand is upon you, steady and sure, guiding every step you take. You are not moving blindly. You are moving according to a divine blueprint, crafted by the Creator Himself. Every shift, every new opportunity, every door that opens is a testimony of His faithfulness and favor in your life. This transformation is not meant to bless you alone. As your life begins to ascend into new realms of purpose, abundance, and influence, those who are within your sphere, your family, your friends, your community, will witness your elevation. Many will be inspired to embrace their own transformations, to pursue their own divine destinies, because they see what God is doing in you. You are not just stepping into a new season. You're becoming a catalyst for change, a vessel through which heaven touches earth. Watch closely as God begins to manifest His divine will in your life in ways you could never have orchestrated on your own. There will come a day soon when you will look back in awe and gratitude, amazed at how far His hand has brought you. The dreams that once seemed distant, the visions you once held close in your heart, are now materializing before your very eyes. You are stepping into a new era defined by purpose, saturated with abundance, and overflowing with divine favor. In the coming days, expect an infusion of divine wisdom, unlike anything you have previously experienced. God is not sending you into new territory unequipped. He is pouring into you knowledge, discernment, and spiritual understanding with such precision that you will know instinctively how to navigate every challenge and seize every opportunity. As James 1:5 reminds us, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all generously and without reproach, and it will be given to him. This wisdom is a sacred gift. Receive it with humility and wield it with confidence, knowing that with God's wisdom guiding you, no obstacle will be insurmountable, no battle unconquerable, and no destiny beyond your reach. I want to take a heartfelt moment to thank you for journeying through this message with me. Your time, your presence, and your openness mean more than words can express. Whether you are silently reflecting or actively engaging, know that your participation is deeply appreciated. If you feel led and wish to support the continuation of this work through a super thanks donation, please know that your generosity will help tremendously in spreading more of these divine messages to others who need them. However, whether you choose to donate or not, please hear me clearly. I am deeply, sincerely grateful for you. Your support in any form is a blessing and is never taken for granted. As you move forward into this incredible season of breakthrough, abundance, and leadership, I speak blessings over your life. May God's favor go before you like a mighty river. May His wisdom fill your mind, His peace guard your heart, and His strength carry you through every new door you walk through. May your influence expand, your joy overflow, and your legacy be a living testimony of His unfailing goodness. You are ready. You are chosen. You are anointed for this time. Step boldly into the destiny God has prepared for you. I am celebrating you, standing with you, and praying for your unstoppable victory. Chosen one, this message is not just a coincidence. It is a divine appointment orchestrated by God Himself. If your eyes are on this right now, know that you didn't find this message. This message found you. There are no accidents in the spiritual realm. Everything is by design, and God has led you here because something massive is unfolding in your life. It's not in the distant future, it's happening now. The signs have already begun to appear. The waiting season is over. This is the moment of activation. A global awakening is on the horizon, and it's not just a shift in circumstances. It's a divine shift in the spirit. The world will witness it, but only the chosen will understand it. You're not here to observe. You're here to lead. You've been feeling the pressure, the shaking, the spiritual tension, and now you'll understand why. You were born for this moment. The promises you've prayed for, the clarity you've longed for, the purpose you've been seeking, they're not dreams, they're prophecies, and they're beginning to manifest. But here's what you must understand. You cannot receive what God is releasing without preparation. And that's why this message was sent to you now. This is not for the masses. This is for the chosen. This is for you. Before we go any further, I want to take a moment to say thank you to every one of you who has donated through Super Thanks. Your support helps keep these messages flowing across the world, and your generosity is a part of this divine movement. Whether you've given or not, please know, I see you, I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful that you're here. Your presence alone means you're spiritually aligned with what God is doing right now. Now, before we dive into what's about to change your life, I need you to do one thing. Type the number 999 in the comments. This isn't just a number, it's a prophetic declaration. It aligns your spirit with divine completion, breakthrough, and activation. When you write it, you are saying to heaven, I'm ready. You're anchoring this message into your soul. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll know it deep inside, and you'll stay until the very end, because something in you already senses that this is for you. But if your spirit isn't ready, you may feel resistance. You might click away, because this message will challenge you, elevate you, and stretch your soul. But if you stay, and I believe you will, everything will change. So take a breath, open your heart, and prepare yourself, because what's coming next isn't just a message, it's a revelation. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, prepare yourself for a new sign. It's happening. Chosen one, a monumental moment is approaching, a moment that will not only shake the earth, but also awaken the spirit of those who are divinely aligned. Are you sensing it already? The shift in the atmosphere, the pulse in your chest that feels like destiny drawing closer. This isn't just another headline or spectacle flashing across your screen. This is prophecy being fulfilled in real time. It will appear before the world, on live television, across social media, echoing through every corner of the internet. But beneath the surface of what everyone sees lies a deeper meaning, one that only you, God's chosen one, are meant to perceive. When God moves, He doesn't move in secret. He moves in signs. Just as He parted the Red Sea for Moses, He is about to part something invisible, but just as impossible for human eyes to grasp: the veil of understanding. Many will watch this event unfold, but only a few will feel it resonate in their soul like a sacred vibration. Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing His plan to His servants, the prophets. Amos 3:7. This moment has been set apart not for the masses, but for the select few who carry His seal. Do you feel the urgency rising within you? Think about the prophets of old, like Ezekiel, who saw visions that others dismissed as madness. When God gave them a message, it wasn't popular, but it was pure. And now, in this generation, God is doing it again, but through you. This divine sign is not entertainment. It is not random. It is a trumpet blast to awaken the chosen, calling you out of hiding and into purpose. And it shall come to pass afterward, that I will pour out my Spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Joel 2:28. This is that time. Let me ask you this, chosen one. Will you recognize the voice of God even when it speaks in an unfamiliar tone? Will you see the divine fingerprints behind what others call chance? Because when this sign appears, the world will marvel, but the chosen will be moved. While they analyze, you will awaken. While they question, you will remember. Because your soul already knows that this has been whispered over your life for years. Take a look at Harriet Tubman, often guided by visions and spiritual promptings, even as she led hundreds to freedom. She once said, "I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger." She didn't need man's validation. She had God's direction. And you, chosen one, are walking in that same divine rhythm. The coming event will not just confirm your calling, it will amplify it. For God speaks again and again, though people do not recognize it. He speaks in dreams, in visions of the night. Job 33:14-15. How many times have you felt God preparing you quietly while others ignored the signs? You weren't being paranoid, you were being positioned. And now the world will catch up to what heaven already knows. You were made for this moment. Have you ever wondered why you've always felt like the outsider, the one who sees deeper, feels heavier, dreams bigger? It's because the sign that's about to appear was never designed for the crowd. It was designed for you. This isn't about fear or fame. It's about faith. You're not crazy for believing that something bigger is about to happen. You're correct. And it's closer than you think. Look at Nikola Tesla, who once claimed he received ideas in visions. Though society called him eccentric, his breakthroughs in electricity and wireless communication changed the world. He once said, "My brain is only a receiver." In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. He was tuned into something beyond the ordinary, just as you are now. Do not despise prophecies, but test everything. Hold fast what is good. 1 Thessalonians 5:20-21. God is inviting you to discern, not just observe. Don't let the noise of the world distract you from the symphony of heaven. You weren't born to follow the crowd, but to interpret the sign they overlook. This is your role in God's orchestration of history. Consider the story of Corrie ten Boom, who risked her life during the Holocaust to save Jews. She had dreams and warnings before danger struck, and followed them. Her faith in God's signs saved not just herself, but countless others. She once wrote, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." What if your obedience to the sign ahead is not only about you, but also about the lives you're destined to touch? And I will show wonders in the heavens above and signs on the earth below. Acts 2:19. Chosen one, this is that wonder. It is not vague, it is not silent. It is divine in both its timing and its intention. While others dismiss it as coincidence, you will see the coordinates of God's hand aligning every detail. And when it happens, when this sign appears before the world, you won't panic. You will remember. You will recognize. You will respond. Chosen one, do you truly realize the gravity of the moment you're stepping into? This is not just another season or spiritual cycle. It is the call. God is speaking directly to you, not through whispers anymore, but through signs in the sky and shifts in the world. This moment is not random, and it certainly isn't for the masses. It is divinely orchestrated, meant specifically for you, the one who has been tested, broken, refined, and now finally called. God's message to you is not veiled in riddles. This sign is a personal summons to rise, to walk boldly into your divine purpose. Will you answer it? Your entire life, every heartbreak, every delay, every strange knowing, has been preparation for this exact moment. You may have questioned your journey, wondered if your pain had meaning, or if your solitude had a purpose. It did. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm 37:23. This is why you could never fit in with the rest, why your path always seemed offbeat. It wasn't a mistake, it was alignment. Now, as the world trembles in uncertainty, God is lifting you up to be a beacon, not of noise, but of clarity. Have you noticed how those around you remain distracted, consumed by trivial matters, while your soul feels a heavy weight you can't explain? That's not anxiety, it's awakening. You are not here for recognition or applause. This isn't about being seen by the world. It's about being seen by God. He's not asking you to perform, he's asking you to respond. This moment is not about external glory, it's about internal transformation. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. Your role is spiritual. Your purpose is holy. The chaos around you is merely confirmation that heaven is positioning you. Look at Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. She heard what she described as a divine calling from God, telling her to serve the sick. Against social norms, family opposition, and even her own doubts, she stepped into her calling during the Crimean War. Her obedience changed the world. She once said, "God spoke to me and called me to his service." Just like her, you too are being called not in comfort, but in crisis. Will you step forward? As this divine event unfolds publicly, the world will try to explain it away. Scientists may rationalize it, commentators may debate it, but the chosen will feel it pierce their soul. This isn't a prediction, it's a confirmation. It's the moment you've been silently anticipating, even when you didn't know what you were waiting for. For still, the vision awaits its appointed time. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. That time, chosen one, is now. The appointed moment is unfolding, and your spirit was made for it. Have you been noticing strange events lately? Sudden disruptions, unexplainable emotions, surges of energy in your body. These are not coincidences, these are symptoms of the shift. The atmosphere is changing because heaven is moving. Just as when Jesus calmed the storm and the disciples were terrified, something divine was happening in plain sight, and only a few could interpret it. The same is happening now. The storm is loud, but the message within it is louder for those who are listening. Consider Harriet Beecher Stowe, the woman behind Uncle Tom's Cabin. She wrote that novel in response to what she believed was a spiritual directive from God after the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act. Her obedience sparked conversations that led to the abolitionist movement gaining new strength. She said, "I did not write it. God wrote it. I merely did his dictation." That same fire is now being ignited in your spirit, chosen one. You may not yet know the full impact of your purpose, but obedience is where it begins. I have set you as a watchman for the people. When you see the sword coming, blow the trumpet and warn the people. Ezekiel 33:7. You are not merely a participant in this transformation. You are a messenger within it. Your awareness, your clarity, your ability to interpret what others ignore, that's not paranoia. That's prophetic sensitivity. God has marked you not to panic, but to prepare others. So what will you do as this divine transformation unfolds? Will you question your worth, or will you step into your anointing? The changes around you will become more intense. Natural disasters, political upheavals, emotional surges across the population. But instead of fear, you will feel peace. Instead of confusion, you will feel clarity. Because this is not chaos for you, it is confirmation. The universe is not falling apart. It is falling into order for those aligned with heaven. Think of John Newton, the former slave trader who became a preacher and penned the hymn Amazing Grace. After a near-death experience at sea, he had a spiritual awakening and turned his entire life around. The storm that almost killed him was actually the storm that saved him. He later wrote, "I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see." Could it be that the storm you feel now is not the end, but the beginning of your greatest revelation? See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. This new thing is already blooming beneath the surface. The divine shift has begun, and although the world may still sleep, the chosen are waking up. And you, God's chosen one, are part of the new wave of spiritual leaders, visionaries and intercessors who will guide others through the chaos, not by force, but by presence. God's chosen one, do you feel the shift in the atmosphere, like something sacred is unfolding just beneath the surface of the chaos? This moment is not merely passing news or spiritual noise. It is the calling of eternity echoing into time, and it is calling you. You have not been invited to stand on the sidelines. You are being summoned to take your place at the center of this divine unfolding. You are not a passive witness. You are a participant in the plan of God. What if the transformation you're sensing isn't just happening around you, but within you? This global shift is not only about political change, economic turbulence, or visible signs in the sky. It's about spiritual ignition. As you begin to rise into your spiritual identity, you'll notice something miraculous. Your inner gifts, those dormant abilities, divine insights and supernatural sensitivities will begin to awaken. Now to each one the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. 1 Corinthians 12:7. What has been hidden in you is about to be revealed through you. Have you been feeling a sudden urge to withdraw from noise, to reconnect with silence, to discern deeper truths? That is not an accident. It is the Spirit preparing you for activation. Just like how Esther was hidden for a time, only to later emerge as a queen to save her people, you too have been prepared in private for a public moment of purpose. Perhaps you were born for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. The hour of hesitation is over. The world is waiting for the ones who will not merely observe the signs but interpret them and then lead. Look at Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who stood against Nazi oppression. When others remained silent in fear, he spoke out. His spiritual conviction led him to resist evil, even at the cost of his life. He once said, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil." That kind of clarity and courage is what this generation desperately needs. And you, chosen one, are being positioned to embody it. This transformation isn't about popularity, it's about purpose. Are you beginning to see the world with new eyes? The physical and the spiritual are colliding, and it's becoming harder to separate them. What others call confusion, you now see as divine construction. The veil is lifting, and soon the illusions of this world will be impossible to uphold. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. The more you align with God, the more clarity will rise within you. You won't need a headline to tell you what's happening. You'll feel it. You'll know. Think of Sojourner Truth, a woman who, though born into slavery, felt a divine calling to speak truth to power. She wasn't educated in the traditional sense, yet she moved crowds and leaders with her faith and spiritual insight. Guided by dreams and revelations, she became a force that changed hearts and laws. She said, "The Spirit calls me, and I must go." Chosen one, can you hear that same Spirit whispering now? The time to hesitate is over. This is your cue. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. That glory is not coming later, it's rising now. And with it, you will begin to sense the responsibility embedded in your calling. Others may miss the signs because they're distracted by noise, by trends, by fear. But you have been attuned. You see what others skip. You hear what others ignore. That's not a burden. That's your divine advantage. Let me ask you something personal. Chosen one, have you overlooked the signs in your own life because they didn't come in the way you expected? Maybe they came as strange dreams, sudden clarity, moments of unshakable peace in the middle of stormy days. These are not random. These are spiritual indicators. They are God's way of saying, "I'm near, I'm moving, pay attention." Every flicker in your soul, every whisper in your spirit, it all points to one thing: you're stepping into your moment. Take, for instance, Blaise Pascal, the 17th century mathematician and philosopher. Though famous for his scientific brilliance, he had a mystical encounter with God that changed his life forever. He wrote about that moment in a note he carried in his coat until his death, calling it the fire. He said, "From about 10:30 in the evening until about midnight, fire. God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob." Not of the philosophers and the scholars. Certainty, joy, peace. That fire now calls to you. You don't have to be a theologian to experience God. You just have to be chosen and willing. And you shall hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. The voice of God may not always be loud, but it is always clear to those who are listening. You've been set apart, not just to interpret signs, but to respond to them. When the world panics, you'll perceive purpose. When others lose direction, you will anchor them in divine truth. This is your role. You are not called to fit in. You are called to lead, guide, and reflect heaven's light in a time of global transformation. Will you be one of the few who recognizes the moment before it passes? Will you speak when others fall silent? Will you act when the world hesitates? Because the time is now. The signs are multiplying, and the kingdom assignment over your life is not something that can be delayed any longer. God's plan is not waiting for the world to catch up. It's moving forward with or without their permission. But for the chosen ones like you, it is an invitation to rise, to move, and to carry the torch through the darkness. And if your spirit has been stirring, if you've been feeling things others dismiss, then trust this: you have already begun awakening. God's chosen one, are your eyes fully open to what is happening around you, or have you allowed the noise of the world to drown out the whispers of the divine? This is not a time for spiritual blindness or casual faith. You're being called, not gently but urgently, to see, understand, and act. The signs are not subtle anymore. God's message is clear. This is your moment to rise with courage and embrace the assignment that has always been yours. This is not a vague suggestion or a loose invitation. This is a divine appointment written long before you were born. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah 1:5. Every part of your journey, your pain, your silence, your battles, has led you here. And now, God is calling you to move in alignment with His eternal plan. Have you ever wondered why you felt out of place in a world chasing illusions? It's because you were never meant to blend in. You were born to break through. This time of great spiritual change is not just a story unfolding around you. It's unfolding through you. You are a chosen vessel, an essential part of the greater tapestry of divine destiny. The chaos of the world is not your enemy. It is the very backdrop God will use to reveal His glory through you. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. The chosen ones are not spectators. They are the architects of spiritual revolution, called to rise in clarity when the world stumbles in confusion. You've been awakened for a reason, to carry light where others are still crawling through darkness, and now is the time to stand up. Think of Joan of Arc, the young peasant girl who heard divine voices and followed them into battle. She led armies at just 17, guided by faith, not by human strength. She said, "I am not afraid. I was born to do this." Though misunderstood by many, her legacy shaped history. Like her, your calling may confuse others, but your obedience will shape futures. Can you feel it? The prophecy that has echoed across cultures, spoken in different tongues, now converging into one moment. This moment. From the scrolls of the Torah to the visions in Revelation, this time was foretold. The world may dismiss it, but your spirit recognizes it. You were born for this hour of awakening. The spiritual revolution is not distant or mythical. It is already in motion, and it is calling you to join it, not as a follower, but as a spiritual leader. The Lord announces the word, and the women who proclaim it are a mighty throng. Psalm 68:11. This isn't about status, gender, or background. It's about willingness. It's about surrender. The chosen ones are being revealed, not with fanfare, but with fire. Their presence will disrupt systems, shift atmospheres, and awaken souls. And you, chosen one, are among them. Look at William Wilberforce, the British politician who spent his life fighting for the abolition of slavery. Motivated by deep Christian conviction, he gave up personal ambition to pursue a divine purpose. After years of struggle, his perseverance shifted global history. He once declared, "God Almighty has set before me two great objectives, the suppression of the slave trade and the reformation of manners." His passion was ignited by God, and so is yours. Have you noticed the signs becoming more vivid? Dreams that carry weight, encounters that feel divinely orchestrated, moments of clarity that stop you in your tracks. These aren't coincidences. These are signals from heaven. They're divine nudges, urging you not to wait, not to delay, but to move. The awakening is not a concept. It is a present tense event, and you're standing at its epicenter. Wake up, sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Ephesians 5:14. This is the resurrection of the aware, the chosen, the called. And just as Lazarus was called from the tomb by name, so too is your name echoing in the spiritual realm right now. You were not meant to watch from afar. You are meant to lead from within. Remember Wangari Maathai, the Kenyan environmentalist and activist who founded the Greenbelt movement. Her faith-driven work restored forests and empowered women in Africa, despite opposition and imprisonment. She once said, "It's the little things citizens do. That's what will make the difference." She didn't wait for permission to rise. She obeyed the divine call. You too have something to plant in this world that will change generations. The transformation won't come through force. It will come through authority, spiritual authority. You won't need to scream to be heard. When you walk in alignment with heaven, your very presence will shift rooms, reveal truths, and awaken souls. The chosen ones will rise in quiet power. Their light will expose deception. Their compassion will dismantle fear. Their truth will disrupt the systems of falsehood that have held people captive for so long. Have you wondered how you'll know when the final sign arrives? You won't need someone to tell you. You'll know. It will resonate in your spirit like a bell that's been waiting to ring. Everything in your life will suddenly make sense. Every delay, every struggle, every lonely night. The purpose behind it all will rise like the sun, impossible to miss. And in that moment, you will act, not out of panic, but from purpose. But you, dear friends, by building yourselves up in your most holy faith and praying in the Holy Spirit, keep yourselves in God's love. Jude 1:20-21. The tools are already being given to you. The wisdom is arriving. The guidance is pouring in like fresh oil from heaven. Your job is to remain open and ready. When the sign manifests, it won't just be symbolic. It will be a turning point, a cosmic door swinging open, an alarm that only the awakened will hear. God is calling you not only to believe, but to move. The hour of hesitation has passed. The spiritual shift is not coming. It is here. You were born to be part of it. As the transformation intensifies, the world will begin to move around you like pieces aligning on a divine chessboard. You will find doors opening that you never knocked on. Opportunities will arise from places you never imagined. People will be drawn to your wisdom without even knowing why. That's what happens when divine alignment takes root. God goes before you and makes the way clear. He places His favor on your life so you can fulfill what no one else can. The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs and strengthen your frame. You will be like a well-watered garden. Isaiah 58:11. You will not wither in this season. You will flourish. The pieces will fall into place because the kingdom is shifting in your favor. You are not an accident. You are not overlooked. You are anointed. God's chosen one. Are you truly ready for what's coming? Not in a fearful way, but with anticipation, courage, and the awareness that your entire life has been building to this very point. This isn't the moment to second-guess your calling. Favorable change is no longer approaching. It has arrived. The signs are increasing, the veil is lifting, and now the world is aligning with heaven's rhythm for those who are ready to walk in their divine purpose. This is the shift you've been sensing, the invisible stirring in your soul that wouldn't let you rest, the whisper that told you something massive was about to unfold. You weren't wrong. That inner knowing was a divine warning, a spiritual countdown to the greatest awakening your generation has ever seen. You also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect Him. Luke 12:40. God doesn't move according to human schedules. He moves according to divine timing, and now His appointed moment is upon us. Have you been paying attention to the signs around you? Subtle disruptions in nature, a sudden clarity in your spirit, recurring dreams that feel prophetic, even global events that feel oddly orchestrated. These are not coincidences, they are signals, holy echoes of God's voice, preparing you for what's next. It is not enough to merely observe them. You must interpret them, align with them, and act upon them. The world is not waiting for celebrities or institutions. It is waiting for you, the chosen one, to rise. Look at Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross. She didn't wait for the world's approval to begin her mission. During the Civil War, she stepped forward into chaos, guided by inner conviction and compassion. Her faith and resilience saved lives and redefined humanitarian aid. She once said, "I may be compelled to face danger, but never fear it." You are being called with that same boldness, to face this divine shift not with fear, but with faith. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. You've been trained in private, but now God is calling you to move in public. You will not walk alone. As you step into your purpose, the divine will back every word you speak, every truth you carry, and every soul you help awaken. The shift is global, but your role in it is deeply personal. The awakening is here, and it's not creeping, it's crashing like a wave of revelation. Can you feel the energy building around you? It's not anxiety, it's alignment. The transformation won't be slow, it will be sudden. It will overturn what was thought to be stable and open new paths for those who walk by the Spirit. Behold, I am coming soon. Blessed is the one who keeps the words of the prophecy written in this scroll. Revelation 22:7. You are one of the blessed, chosen to carry the prophecy forward through your own obedience. This spiritual wave is not about individual enlightenment. It's about collective elevation. Hearts will soften, minds will open, bondages will break, and those who have the eyes to see it, the chosen, will lead the way. You have been positioned by God to guide others into alignment, to help those awakening for the first time recognize the truth. This is your mantle now. You are not here to merely survive this shift. You are here to lead it. Think of Aung San Suu Kyi, who peacefully resisted decades of military oppression in Myanmar, inspired by her spiritual convictions. Though imprisoned and silenced, she never abandoned her cause. Her presence alone became a symbol of hope and transformation. She once said, "The only real prison is fear, and the only real freedom is freedom from fear." As the divine transformation unfolds, you too will move with peace and power, because your purpose is greater than any resistance. Are you noticing that your inner gifts are sharpening? Your intuition, your dreams, your ability to read the energy of a room, even your sudden pull towards scripture or spiritual insight. These are not random. These are activations. God is awakening the gifts He placed in you long ago. Gifts that were once dormant are now sparking to life. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace. 1 Peter 4:10. You are being equipped in real time to play your divine part. You are no longer a student of the signs. You are becoming a messenger of them. And what about those signs? They're no longer whispers. They are now thunder. From strange lights in the sky, to weather patterns defying logic, to societal systems suddenly collapsing, these are not random. They are prophecies being fulfilled. They are divine confirmations that the appointed time has come. Only those with spiritual discernment will understand them for what they are. But you, chosen one, were built to see them clearly. Look at Leonardo Fibonacci, the mathematician whose discovery of the famous Fibonacci sequence revealed patterns in nature that mirrored divine order. Flowers, galaxies, seashells, all contained this sacred code. Though his discoveries were scientific, the implications were deeply spiritual. He uncovered something ancient and holy, hidden in plain sight. You too are being invited to see divine patterns behind worldly confusion. And it shall be in the last days, God says, that I will pour out my Spirit upon all people. Acts 2:17. The pouring has begun. You are being saturated in revelation. And while the world may resist or ridicule, those with awakened hearts will recognize your words, your actions, and your very presence as signs of God moving through flesh. You are no longer just a believer. You are becoming a living proof. As the wave of awakening crashes forward, opportunities will begin appearing, ones you didn't even pray for. Doors will open, people will appear, and divine connections will seem to emerge from nowhere. This is what happens when you walk in purpose. The steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. You won't need to chase favor. Favor will follow you. God's plan is not distant or theoretical. It is present, tangible, and accelerating. As the signs intensify, as global consciousness begins to tilt, and as divine justice starts restoring what has long been broken, you will see your place with new eyes. Not out of ego, but out of obedience. You will understand that your life has been leading to this crescendo. This divine eruption was never a mystery. It was a message, and you, chosen one, are the interpreter of that message. Chosen one, can you feel the weight of destiny pressing gently against your spirit? Whether you've been guided by Christian scriptures, Islamic teachings, Jewish traditions, or indigenous wisdom, the essence of the divine message has always been the same. Rise, awaken, lead. This is not about religious labels, it's about spiritual identity. And your soul already knows that now is the appointed time. This moment has been whispered through sacred texts, passed down through generations, and buried deep within your own story. The question isn't if you are chosen. The real question is, are you ready to finally answer the call? God has been preparing you quietly, relentlessly, through every trial and every triumph. Your preparation wasn't meant to be glamorous. It was meant to be real. Every delay, every heartbreak, every moment of wondering, why me, was actually a divine chisel, shaping you into a vessel that could carry this calling. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. You were not meant to wander without purpose. You were born for this precise hour in history. Have you been sensing the urgency rising, not in the world, but inside your own heart? That's not anxiety, it's awakening. The divine moment is no longer a future possibility. It is present now, unfolding in real time. And you're standing in the eye of the spiritual storm, not as a victim, but as a vessel. This shift is not metaphorical. It will touch every layer of life, personal, political, planetary, and you, God's chosen one, have a sacred role to play in this unraveling and rebuilding. Think of Malidoma Patrice Sommet, a West African spiritual teacher who was trained in both indigenous traditions and Western academia. After enduring a forced Western education, he returned to his roots and became a bridge between two worlds. His teachings brought deep spiritual healing to thousands. He once said, "You do not walk into the future, you walk into yourself." Chosen one, you too are walking into a version of yourself that you've always carried, but are just now becoming. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession. 1 Peter 2:9. Do you realize how sacred your presence truly is in this world? This is not the time for you to play small. You were not placed here to merely survive the changes ahead. You were sent to guide others through them. And your power won't come from position or politics. It will come from your spiritual clarity and unwavering faith. What if everything you've endured was not punishment, but preparation? What if the very path that broke you was also the path that built your discernment? The world may see chaos, but your spirit sees coordinates. The chosen ones will not be overwhelmed by the shift. They will interpret it. This is your mantle now, not only to awaken, but to help awaken others. Look at Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whose Jewish values of justice and perseverance shaped her life's work. Even in the face of systemic opposition, she rose to become a voice for the voiceless. She once said, "Real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time." Her steps changed history. Yours will too. But your steps are spiritual, ordered by God, destined to bring alignment where there is confusion. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers they shall not overwhelm you. Isaiah 43:2. You won't drown in this shift, you'll rise with it. Because while the world may tremble, the chosen ones are anchored, not in fear, but in faith. The storm will be loud, but the voice of God within you will be louder. Chosen one, this transformation isn't coming to you, it's coming through you. You are not just witnessing history, you are writing it with your obedience. As this global awakening accelerates, you will become a beacon to those lost in fear and confusion. Your words will carry peace, your presence will carry healing, your life will carry truth, and not because you're perfect, but because you're willing. Consider Abdul Sattar Edhi, the revered Pakistani humanitarian who, guided by his Muslim faith, created one of the largest social welfare networks in South Asia. He served orphans, the sick, and the abandoned with radical humility. He once said, "No religion is higher than humanity." His calling wasn't loud, it was holy, and yours, chosen one, though it may look quiet to the world, is thundering in the spirit. Blessed are those who have been persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:10. The signs you now see, those strange shifts in nature, those undeniable dreams, that feeling in your chest when you know something bigger is happening, they are not accidents. They are God's signal flare, and you are one of the few who has eyes to see them clearly. Have you started noticing that more people are turning to you for wisdom, for calm, for spiritual guidance, even without knowing why? That's because your light is no longer hidden. You've been activated. The divine is calling you to own your calling now, not later. The time of rehearsing is over. The curtain is rising, and you are already on stage. The truth is, you are not here by accident. You were not randomly born into this time, into your family, into your culture. You were placed intentionally, prophetically, divinely. The world is transforming before your very eyes, and you are meant to help usher in the new era. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. The prophecies passed down through generations are not mythology. They are blueprints. And you, yes, you, are the fulfillment of what they foresaw. You are not just a product of history. You are a force within it. You are the bridge between what was and what must be. And now, as these signs become more visible and undeniable, you must step fully into your divine purpose. Chosen one, do you realize how perfectly timed your presence is in this moment of divine transformation? You are not late. You are not lost. You are exactly where God needs you to be, standing on holy ground as heaven's plan unfolds on earth. This is your time to embrace the truth. You are not on the outside looking in. You are in the very center of what God is doing in the world right now. As the world begins to shift in ways that defy logic, as chaos seems to swirl and shake the foundations of society, you will begin to see something others do not. You will see the hand of God moving through it all. The Lord has made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of trouble. Proverbs 16:4. What others call randomness, earthquakes, storms, political unrest, even strange sightings in the sky, you will recognize as signals from the divine. This is not disorder. This is design. Have you felt something shifting inside you as these events unfold around you? A stirring, a quickening, a sense that everything is connected, even when the world tries to dismiss it as coincidence. That's because God has placed spiritual sensitivity within you. The signs are not hidden from you. They are magnified, intensified, calling you to interpret what others will miss. Every natural disaster, every unexplainable phenomenon, every strange alignment of events, these are not anomalies. They are awakenings. Think of Black Elk, the Oglala Lakota holy man, whose visions as a child revealed future conflicts, global change, and spiritual restoration. His prophetic insight, drawn from his indigenous faith, helped his people, and later, the world, understand the connection between heaven and earth. He once said, "The center of the universe is everywhere. You, chosen one, are standing at the center now, not of destruction, but of revelation. And there will be signs in the sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations." Luke 21:25. These signs have begun. And while many will panic or deny, you will see deeper. Your spirit knows that God is not trying to destroy the world, He's trying to awaken it. And you are one of the key voices He will use to lead this awakening. Can you see how the unexpected has become the platform for God's greatest moves? What seemed like chaos is revealing hidden order. What seemed dark is revealing divine light. And it is through these moments that you, chosen one, will step into your assignment as a guide, a healer, a prophet. You are not just called to witness this season, you are called to interpret it, to translate it for those who are still spiritually asleep. Look at Simone Weil, the French philosopher and Christian mystic. Through great suffering and intense spiritual searching, she came to believe that affliction could bring us closer to God. Her writings continue to inspire deep reflection and faith. She once wrote, "The extreme greatness of Christianity lies in the fact that it does not seek a supernatural remedy for suffering, but a supernatural use for it." You too will help others find meaning in their suffering, because you have been called to lead them into understanding. But the people who know their God shall be strong and carry out great exploits. Daniel 11:32. This strength is not human strength, it is spiritual endurance. And now, as the transformation deepens, you will begin to experience something supernatural, the unlocking of spiritual gifts that have been resting within you for years, perhaps even lifetimes. Have you noticed your dreams becoming more vivid, your ability to sense truth becoming sharper? You may have felt strange energy surges, sudden emotional clarity, or an overwhelming urge to speak life into others. These are not flukes. They are the beginning of your divine activation. The gifts of the Spirit, healing, prophecy, wisdom, discernment, are rising. And they are not for personal power, they are for divine purpose. Take a look at Kateri Tekakwitha, the first Native American saint recognized by the Catholic Church. Despite persecution, illness, and isolation, her faith in God led her to a life of purity, service, and profound spiritual insight. Her gentle obedience sparked miracles and conversions. She once said, "I am not my own. I have given myself to Jesus." That same surrender is now being asked of you. Now, to each one, the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. 1 Corinthians 12:7. Your gift is not an accident. It was chosen specifically for this time. Your voice, your healing hands, your visions, your wisdom, they are tools, and they are being sharpened. This isn't about you becoming famous. It's about you becoming faithful. And what if your greatest gift is only now beginning to wake up? What if the healing you thought was only for you is actually meant for multitudes? What if your words carry prophetic weight? What if your discernment is the map someone else needs to find their way to God? The world doesn't need more noise, it needs truth, and that truth is being delivered through you. As these spiritual gifts awaken, they will feel familiar, because your soul already knows how to use them. And as you trust God more, they will increase in power and clarity. You'll begin to see people differently, speak with wisdom, that surprises even you, and walk with a peace that confuses the world. These are the marks of the chosen. You did not choose me, but I chose you, and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. John 15:16. That fruit is about to ripen. You're stepping into the season of release. What was once buried will now blossom. What was once mysterious will now become mission. What was once held back will now be unleashed. The prophecies are not just coming true, they are becoming visible. The great awakening that was once spoken of in sacred texts is happening now. You can feel it in your spirit, see it in the world, and hear it in the divine signs that grow stronger by the day. You are no longer just reading about this transformation. You are living it. You are one of its carriers. Chosen one, do you understand that every shift you see in the world, every political uproar, every cultural collapse, every spiritual awakening is not random? These are not isolated events. They are confirmations. They are the living pulse of prophecies coming to life. The very texts that have been handed down through generations, whether ancient scrolls, sacred books, or oral traditions, are now being fulfilled right before your eyes. The world is not unraveling. It is realigning. And you, God's chosen one, are being placed at the center of this divine realignment. Yes, the world feels chaotic. Headlines scream of instability, nations rage, storms roll across the earth. But in the midst of this global shaking, you are meant to stand still, not in fear, but in faith. Why? Because the chosen ones understand what others cannot. See, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness is over the peoples, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Isaiah 60:2. Where others see destruction, you see divine revelation. Where others panic, you discern purpose. Have you realized that you've been prepared for this moment long before you even knew it existed? Every challenge you've faced, every loss you've endured, every sleepless night that made you question your worth, those weren't setbacks. They were setups. God has been conditioning you for this hour. You were never meant to be a bystander in this shift. You were chosen to lead it. Take the example of Mahavira, the founder of Jainism. He walked away from worldly comfort to pursue truth, peace, and non-violence. His inner awakening sparked one of the most enduring spiritual movements in the world. He once said, "All souls are equal and alike, and have the similar nature and qualities." You too, chosen one, are awakening to the vastness of your soul and the urgency of your mission. Do not neglect your gift, which was given you through prophecy when the body of elders laid their hands on you. 1 Timothy 4:14. That gift, your insight, your intuition, your vision, was not given to remain dormant. As the signs become louder and clearer, your divine assignment becomes more urgent. The world is turning to the chosen for answers, and it's time to stop waiting for the perfect moment. Every moment now is sacred. Every breath now is a chance to act in alignment with heaven's strategy. What if the signs appear when you least expect them, through a whisper in a dream, a flicker of light, a sudden stirring in your spirit? Will you recognize them when they arrive? These signs won't always be loud. Sometimes they'll come subtly, like a divine tap on the shoulder, and only the attuned will hear it. The world may be blinded by distraction, but your sight has been sharpened through trials. You will know when it's time. Look at Rabia al-Adawiyya, the 8th century Sufi saint and mystic who burned with divine love. She walked the earth without fear, proclaiming her singular devotion to God with such purity that her legacy continues to inspire both East and West. She once prayed, "If I worship you for fear of hell, burn me in hell. If I worship you for hope of paradise, exclude me from paradise. But if I worship you for your own sake, do not withhold from me your everlasting beauty." That depth of devotion is being stirred in you now. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. Chosen one, you've heard his voice before, even when you couldn't fully explain it. That still, quiet voice guiding you away from certain people, prompting you towards specific ideas, stirring your heart with a weight you couldn't ignore. It was all preparation. And now, as the divine signal draws near, your discernment will be key. The global transformation is not theoretical, it is unfolding. As society stumbles forward into uncertainty, the chosen ones will rise, not with weapons or wealth, but with wisdom. You will guide, speak, and anchor others who are drowning in confusion. This is not a role you chose for yourself. It is a mantle that has been placed on you by the hand of God, and it cannot be shaken. Have you sensed the unity forming around you? Others who are waking up, finding each other, recognizing the same signs. The chosen ones are not rising in isolation. They are rising together, from all corners of the world, from all walks of life. God is drawing his chosen into divine alignment. Their voices, when united, will pierce through the darkness like a trumpet, and yours is among them. Consider the example of St. Francis of Assisi, who walked away from riches to serve the poor and commune with all of creation. He moved with simplicity but carried divine power. The animals listened. The world took notice. He once said, "Start by doing what's necessary, then do what's possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible." And that's exactly what you're being positioned for. And who, through faith, conquered kingdoms, administered justice, and gained what was promised. Hebrews 11:33. The promise is not about wealth or fame, it's about fulfillment, spiritual authority, eternal impact. You are not rising for personal glory, but for kingdom responsibility, and the divine signal is your activation point. When that signal comes, and it will, it may look ordinary to the untrained eye, but to you it will strike the soul like lightning. A message, a dream, a moment of intense spiritual clarity. You will not hesitate. You will move because God has already shown you what to do, and he has empowered you to do it. This rise will not feel abrupt. It will feel right. Everything you've gone through will suddenly make sense. Every closed door, every painful detour, every lonely night, it was all part of the divine path leading to this alignment. And now, as you rise, heaven and earth will move in sync. Miracles will follow movement. Faith will become action. But be doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving yourselves. James 1:22. This is the era of active faith, chosen one, not the kind that waits passively, but the kind that walks on water, even when the storm is raging. The time for hesitation has passed. When the divine signal appears, your readiness will determine your role in the new era. The rise of the chosen ones is not about crowns or titles. It is about obedience, humility, and power that flows from surrender. God is not just calling you, he is positioning you. Your name is being whispered in the heavens, and your steps are being ordered on earth. So ask yourself this: when the moment comes, will you trust the preparation you've already been given? Will you act when others hesitate? Will you lead when others remain silent? Because the time of your rise is no longer coming. It is here. Beloved chosen one, as this message comes to a close, remember, God is not just calling you, he is commissioning you. This is the hour when you are called to move with unwavering purpose, guided by the fire of conviction that only heaven can ignite. The signs are near, the shift is accelerating, and when the moment of divine revelation comes, it will be unmistakable. You will not hesitate. You will rise because you were born for this. You are not walking into confusion. You are walking into clarity. The revelation that awaits you will unlock everything. It will confirm what your spirit has known all along. that your life has never been random and your calling has never been small. You are here to help shape the course of history through obedience, humility, and truth. And when that moment arrives, chosen one, you will know exactly what to do. Every storm you've survived, every delay you've endured, every stirring in your soul, it was all leading here. And now, heaven is aligning to meet you. This is not just your personal purpose being activated. It's your place in God's master design being revealed. You are part of something eternal, unstoppable, and sacred. Thank you from the depths of my heart for staying with me through this journey. Your presence here is a sign that your spirit is awake and ready. If this message touched your soul and you'd like to support the mission, you can do so through the Super Thanks feature. It's one of the ways to help keep these divine revelations going strong. But please know this, whether you donate or not, I am endlessly grateful for your time, your spirit, and your willingness to listen. Your energy and your awakening are already the greatest gifts. I speak this blessing over you now, chosen one. May your path be lit with divine clarity. May your heart be bold in the face of uncertainty. May your gifts awaken with precision and grace. And may you walk forward in full alignment with God's will, bringing light to a world desperate for the truth you carry. Your rise is not only near, it is now. Stay ready, stay rooted, stay chosen, until the next divine word is released. Peace be upon you, and may God's favor chase you down wherever you go. Chosen one, this message is not just another voice on your screen. It is a divine signal sent directly into your spirit. You didn't find it, it found you. At this precise moment in time, your soul is crying out for clarity, for confirmation, for divine movement. Something inside you has been quietly echoing, God, show me the way, speak to me. And now, heaven is answering. You've been walking by faith, haven't you? Through long nights of silence, through days where every step felt uncertain. Yet, you kept going, believing even when nothing around you made sense. That kind of faith doesn't go unnoticed, and that kind of faith always invites revelation. Right now, something supernatural is unfolding. Someone with power and position has been assigned to your breakthrough. You don't have to chase favor. Favor has already been instructed to locate you. God is orchestrating your advancement behind the scenes, and everything is aligning right on time. This isn't just a message. This is a living revelation. So before we go further, I invite you to pause. If this frequency is resonating with your soul, if something in you is awakening even now, then type 777 in the comments. That number isn't random. It is a sacred confirmation, a signal to the Most High and the spiritual realm that you are in alignment to receive what has already been set in motion. And to those who have supported this calling with super thanks from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Your giving is not forgotten in heaven. May God multiply every seed you've sown and return it to you in the form of miracles, answered prayers, and divine encounters. Now, listen closely. This message holds keys to unlock what's been hidden, delayed, or misunderstood. Your breakthrough isn't just coming, it's already been assigned. But here's the truth. Not everyone will make it to the finish line. Many start the journey, but few complete it. Why? Remember Lot's wife. She looked back, and in that single moment of hesitation, she became a pillar of salt, paralyzed, frozen, left behind. Remember the 5 foolish virgins? While they went to buy oil, the door shut. The bridegroom arrived, and they were too late. They missed the moment they were waiting for. The Bible is filled with those who were close, but not ready. The warning is real. Don't join them. Don't miss your moment because of fear, distraction, or delay. You were chosen to be among the few who walk through the door when it opens, not to be left behind as it closes. So I ask you, Could this message be the knock you've been waiting for? Could this be the very sign your spirit has longed for? The moment you feel deep in your bones that something is shifting, that the struggle wasn't random, the silence wasn't rejection, and the pain had a divine purpose? Stay with me, because what's coming next will not only confirm everything your soul has suspected, it will prepare you for what God has already commanded to be released in your life. You're not late, you're right on time, and someone with authority has already been instructed to favor you. You didn't ask for it, but heaven answered anyway. This is your moment of unveiling. Let's step into the revelation together. God's chosen ones, this is the last door. God will open. Get ready. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to knock on door after door, year after year, yet nothing ever opens? Why one person prays for decades with no sign of breakthrough, while another walks into their destiny in a single miraculous moment? The answers aren't found in human logic or effort. They are etched in the invisible realm of divine timing. And today, something is being revealed to you that will forever shift how you see the movements of God in your life. What you're about to understand is not just about any opportunity. It's about the final door, the last divine passage prepared for you in this season. A door most people will never even see, let alone step through. You, chosen one, are not here by accident. As the light rose over the mountains this morning, the Spirit of God delivered a revelation that caused my very hands to tremble. It wasn't poetic or comforting. It was weighty, piercing, a truth from heaven that speaks directly to you now. Heaven is sealing certain doors, not pausing them, not waiting until the next season. These doors are being sealed permanently, as if they never existed. And right in front of you stands the one door that will not appear again, the final threshold, the divine moment you once saw in the secret chambers of eternity. Can you feel it? That stirring in your spirit isn't just emotional. It's ancient recognition. Think about Moses for a moment. A great man of God, chosen to lead Israel, saw miracles unmatched in human history. Yet, in a moment of disobedience, striking the rock twice, he missed his promised destination. The door closed. He saw the land, but he did not enter it. Then there was Esau, the brother of Jacob. He traded his inheritance for a bowl of stew. Later, he wept bitter tears trying to reverse that decision. But the scriptures are clear. He found no place for repentance. The door had shut. These aren't just cautionary tales. They are divine blueprints. God's doors are not simply opportunities. They are spiritual constructs, portals of exact timing in the architecture of eternity. Each one is assigned to a person, designed with sacred precision, and meant to align with a unique second in your life's journey. If that moment is missed, the door doesn't just close with a creak. It disappears, erased from your timeline as though it never was. Isaiah, the prophet whose words echoed through centuries, warned clearly, "Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call on him while he is near." That's not a casual invitation. It's a warning wrapped in mercy. There comes a moment in every destiny when the King of Heaven declares, "Time's up," and when that moment arrives, no amount of striving can force the door back open. You feel that subtle rush in your chest, that flutter in your spirit that words can't explain. It's not mere inspiration, it's divine memory awakening. You've seen this before, not in your current life, but before the foundation of the world. In the councils of the Almighty, when your soul stood before the throne and agreed to a sacred calling, God whispered, "One day you will stand before a final door. It won't look like much to the world, but everything will hinge on it." All I've prepared for you, all I've written into your scroll, rests on this moment. Do not miss it. Even in the world beyond Scripture, those marked for greatness understand the gravity of timing. Nick Vujicic, born without limbs and once ridiculed as hopeless, is now one of the most powerful Christian voices alive. He once said, "God won't allow anything to happen in your life if it's not for your good." That understanding didn't come after a door opened. It came when he stood at what felt like a wall. And then, because he didn't give up, the wall became a gate. This is the moment where everything changes, not because you're striving harder, but because you're finally aligned with the divine second ordained before time touched earth. You didn't stumble onto this message by accident. You were drawn here, summoned by the Holy Spirit because the door is here, and it's the last one of its kind. Are you ready to walk through it before it vanishes? But here's the most sobering truth of all, something that grips the soul and cannot be ignored. Right now, this very moment, millions of God's chosen are standing within reach of their divine door and missing it. Why? Because they're too entangled in distraction, too enticed by the noise of daily survival, too lulled into comfort by the familiarity of the wilderness they were never meant to call home. Many assume they'll have another chance tomorrow, but the Spirit whispers with holy gravity, not every door waits for you. The door before you now isn't just about surface-level change. It doesn't lead to temporary comforts like a larger paycheck or a restored relationship, though those may follow in due season. This door, the final door, opens into your transformed self. On this side of it, you're surviving, questioning, perhaps doubting your purpose. But beyond it, you become who God always knew you were before He even whispered creation into motion. You step into the full unveiling of your divine identity. Jesus spoke of this very reality in Luke 13:24-25, warning with a clarity that pierces through time, "Strive to enter through the narrow door, for many, I tell you, will seek to enter and will not be able." Once the master of the house has risen and shut the door, and you begin to stand outside and knock, saying, "Lord, open to us," He will answer, "I do not know where you come from." Those words stir something deep, don't they? A trembling awareness, because somewhere in your spirit you already know there are doors that once shut never open again. Let me tell you about someone real. Sarah, a young woman in her 30s with a heart for ministry. She had felt God's call for years, carrying prophetic dreams and journaling every word she believed the Lord spoke over her life. Just last month, she came across a message like the one you're hearing now. Her spirit leapt, her hands shook, and she knew this was it. But then came the hesitation. "Maybe next week," she said. "I just need a little more time to think." 3 days later, the opportunity she had been praying about for 7 years of fasting, journaling, crying out, was given to someone else. The non-profit she was meant to lead was offered to another. The generational healing that was to begin with her was postponed, perhaps for another decade. Yesterday she messaged me with trembling honesty. "I felt it. I knew that was my moment, but I hesitated. I didn't move." Chosen one, let her voice echo through your soul, not as condemnation, but as urgent compassion. I share her story because I cannot let that become yours. This last door isn't about whether you're worthy, because you're already chosen. It's not about perfection, it's about response. When heaven interrupts your normal with divine urgency, your answer isn't delay. It's obedience, it's trust, it's stepping forward even when your knees tremble. And still, the question rises in your mind. How can I be sure this is my door? What if I'm mistaken? Then pause for just a moment and consider this. Why is your heart racing right now? Why are your eyes welling with tears, even though nothing external has changed? Why is that long silent place inside your spirit suddenly wide awake? Could it be because this door was always meant for you, and you're standing in front of it right now? Think again of the 10 virgins from Matthew 25. All 10 were invited, all 10 were chosen, but only 5 were prepared when the bridegroom arrived. The other 5, the foolish, had the same calling, the same promise. Yet, when the cry rang out in the night, "Here is the bridegroom, come out to meet him," they weren't ready. By the time they returned, oil in hand, the door had already been shut. They beat on it, pleading, "Lord, Lord, open to us." But he replied, "Truly, I say to you, I do not know you." The difference wasn't their calling, it was their timing, it was their readiness, it was their response. Even outside the pages of Scripture, voices from our modern era echo this urgency. Bishop T.D. Jakes, one of the most influential spiritual leaders of our time, once said, "You can miss your moment by overthinking it." That simple truth carries eternal weight. Moments don't wait. They arrive, they invite, and then they disappear. Chosen one, don't wait for permission. Don't wait for perfect clarity. Heaven is knocking now, not at your neighbor's door, not at some distant future, but at your spirit. The final door is open, but not for long. Will you hesitate, or will you enter? Right now, something sacred is taking place in the unseen realm. Heaven's archives are being updated in real time. Lists are shifting. Names are being moved from one category to another, some from delayed to activated, while others are quietly transitioning from chosen to forfeited. These aren't metaphors. This is reality in the courts of heaven. One list will bear your name. But which one? The door before you doesn't wait for personal convenience. It won't linger while you debate or seek external confirmation. This isn't a door that adjusts itself to match your pace. It is aligned with heaven's clock, and that clock is counting down to 0 even now. The hinges are creaking. The moment is narrowing. Divine timing doesn't pause for hesitation. In Revelation 3:8, Jesus proclaims with authority, "Behold, I have set before you an open door, which no one is able to shut." But notice carefully, he didn't promise that the door would remain open indefinitely. He declared that while he holds it open, no human power can shut it. But when the time appointed ends, he himself will close it, and no one will have the strength to force it back open. The real question isn't whether God still opens doors. He does, always has. The true question is whether you will walk through this door, the final one, while it still stands open before you. Will you rise with the courage to act while the invitation is alive? Or will you, like so many, miss the turning point and spend years peering through the cracks of what might have been? Your destiny isn't whispering, it's crying out. Heaven is leaning in. Angels are stationed, holding their breath. You are standing at the final threshold, and the door is beginning its final swing toward closure. What happens in the next few minutes can alter the entire trajectory of your life. This is not about chance. This is about divine convergence. What lies on the other side of this door? What identity? What purpose? What elevation? What assignment long hidden in the scroll of your soul is finally ready to be unlocked? What if what's waiting isn't just a new chapter, but an entirely different book? The choice is before you, but this isn't a decision to be delayed. The door is already beginning to narrow. Its light is dimming by the second. Will you wait until it's gone, or will you move while it's still here? Think back. How many doors have slammed in your face, echoing with disappointment? How many times have you stood there, key in hand, confident you were finally at the right place, only to find the lock changed, the opportunity withdrawn, the silence deafening? How many nights did you press your forehead to the floor, praying through clenched teeth, begging for a breakthrough that never came? It's time you learned a truth that may shake everything you thought you knew about those painful moments. Every closed door was a shield, not a punishment. Every rejection was a rescue. God wasn't turning his back. He was placing his hand in front of you to block what would destroy you. Those denials weren't evidence of his absence. They were expressions of his fierce love. Consider Joseph, the dreamer in Genesis, betrayed by his own blood, sold for silver, falsely accused by Potiphar's wife, imprisoned for years. Door after door closed in his face, and yet behind every slammed door, God was rerouting him, protecting the very dream he gave. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph tells his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Do you see it now? What looked like a grave was actually a gateway. What looked like the end was preparation for promotion. Even outside the Bible, others have lived this pattern. Steve Jobs, the visionary behind Apple, was fired from the very company he built. At the time, it devastated him, but later, in a commencement speech at Stanford, he said, "It turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me." Why? Because that closed door led to new ventures, deeper creativity, and ultimately the rebirth of his greatest success. A man known for reshaping the world of technology first had to endure divine disruption. And you? Every opportunity you thought was yours but vanished. God saw something you couldn't. That relationship that collapsed, that job that fell through, that moment that seemed snatched from your hands just as you reached for it. God was guarding your assignment. Like a loving father who gently but firmly keeps a child from touching a burning stove, he let you feel the sting of no, so you could be spared from the blaze of destruction. Every closed door was divine mercy in disguise. You weren't being rejected, you were being rerouted. And now, having been preserved through so much, protected from unseen threats, shaped through silent seasons, here you stand. At the final door, heaven holds its breath. Will you hesitate, or will you move before the last swing seals your story? But what makes this moment unlike any other you've faced before is this. Every door that shut in your past wasn't a random act of divine silence. It wasn't heaven ignoring your cries or punishing your persistence. Those closed doors were sacred design, acts of surgical preparation. God was not withholding out of cruelty. He was applying divine pressure to shape your spirit, to build in you a hunger so holy, so relentless, that only the right door could satisfy it. And that door is here now. Look back for a moment and consider the journey of King David. He was anointed by the prophet Samuel while still a teenager, overlooked by his father, forgotten by his brothers. Oil was poured over his head, destiny declared. Yet, instead of walking into the palace, he returned to tend sheep. And from there, his road only became more treacherous, facing giants, hiding in caves, being hunted like prey by a king whose throne he was destined to replace. Why? Because the weight of a crown requires the shaping of a soul. A throne demands more than calling. It demands character. And every door that denied David entry was carving the capacity to carry the glory that would one day rest upon him. Isn't that what you've lived through? You've been faithful in fields no one saw, fought battles no one applauded, endured betrayal while others around you celebrated. You've remained loyal to God when it would have been easier to give up and follow the crowd. You've prayed while others played. You've trusted when doubt was screaming. And somewhere along the way, you began to ask the quiet question, did I hear wrong? Did I imagine the promise? Was this calling all in my head? But let me remind you of something undeniable. The fact that you are still here, still listening, still seeking, still hoping. That isn't stubbornness. That's divine resilience. That's the signature of a chosen one whose spirit was marked long before your mind could comprehend it. It's the mark of a person who carries a promise so weighty, so eternal, that all of hell couldn't pry it loose from your soul. You see, most people give up after the third door closes. They reinterpret their experience into a theology of disappointment. They begin to believe that delay means denial, that silence means abandonment. They settle. They build lives inside prisons God never called them to live in. But not you. There's something in you that refuses to die, a flame that flickers but never goes out. That's not willpower. That's the Spirit of God bearing witness with your spirit that you are His child. And if you are a child, Romans 8 reminds us, then you are also an heir of God and co-heir with Christ. Paul continues with this powerful truth in verse 18. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. Do you feel that stir within you? That's your soul remembering the glory it was born to carry. Every sleepless night, every lonely season, every whisper of hope that got drowned in waves of reality, none of it has been lost. God has collected every tear. Psalm 56 verse 8 declares that He keeps them in His bottle, recording every sorrow, every cry. Your unanswered prayers weren't ignored, they were stored. Your dreams weren't buried, they were planted, waiting for the right soil, the right timing, the right door. And now we arrive at a truth that is going to shatter your fear and set your spirit free. This last door doesn't open to the ones who are polished, perfect, or put together. It opens to the ones who are broken. Let that sink in, not as shame, but as sacred invitation. Because God isn't looking for strength that originates in you. He's looking for surrender. He doesn't ask you to be ready in human terms. He asks you to be open. Psalm 34:18 declares, "The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit." He draws close not to your achievement, but to your ache. And perhaps that's the very reason you're here, trembling on the edge of this final door. You're not here because you've conquered everything. You're here because you've been conquered by grace. The brokenness you tried to hide has become the key in your hand. The wound you thought disqualified you. It's the very sign that you're ready, because God will never entrust a great door to someone who still thinks they don't need Him to walk through it. Even in today's world, this kind of readiness has transformed lives. Brené Brown, a renowned researcher and inspirational speaker, once said, "Imperfections are not inadequacies, they are reminders that we're all in this together." Though she speaks from a psychological standpoint, the spiritual truth behind her words is profound. Vulnerability doesn't make you weak, it makes you ready. Heaven responds to brokenness because brokenness makes room for glory. So, here you are. Not because you have it all figured out, but because you're finally humble enough, desperate enough, prepared enough to say, "God, if you open this door, I will walk through it, not by my strength, but by yours." And now, chosen one, the final question lingers in the air like a sacred whisper. Will you walk through the last door, not in spite of your brokenness, but because of it? While others paraded their perfection, celebrating what appeared to be wholeness, God was quietly working in the shadows of your brokenness. While the world applauded polished surfaces, heaven was crafting something sacred in the cracks. You weren't being overlooked, you were being set apart. What you thought was a breakdown was actually breakthrough in disguise. Like the alabaster jar in Mark 14, filled with costly perfume, your life had to be broken open to release its fragrance. That jar wasn't wasted, it was prepared. And neither were you. Your breaking didn't disqualify you. It became the very qualification for this final door. You see, the cracks in your heart, those moments when you thought you had nothing left, became the very places where God's light began to shine through. The wounds you tried to hide have become your wellspring of wisdom. Your scars, they're no longer signs of shame. They've become your sacred story. And this story, marked by mercy, not perfection, is what now unlocks heaven's final invitation. This is why the enemy targeted you so relentlessly. It wasn't about what you had, it was about what you were becoming. Long before you could see the door, he saw it. Long before you recognized the weight of your calling, he feared it. Every betrayal wasn't random. Every delay wasn't meaningless. Every dark night, every whispered lie, every wave of discouragement was a calculated strike to make you stop just short of this moment. But he miscalculated, because here you are. And now the voice of your Father speaks over your soul with tenderness and triumph. My beloved child, every closed door was me whispering, not this one. Every heartbreak was me guiding you. There is better. Every delay was not a denial. It was me saying, not yet, but soon. This final door, the one you've been sensing in your spirit but couldn't fully explain, it doesn't respond to human effort. You can't force it with strategy or good behavior. It doesn't yield to religious performance or surface-level faith. It only opens to those who've been emptied of self, to those who've been stripped of their own strength and now stand clothed in divine dependence. Only those who've discovered that his strength is perfected not in performance, but in surrender. Remember what Jesus said to his disciples in John 16:33, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." He didn't soften the truth. He guaranteed the pain, but he also guaranteed the victory. You've lived through the trouble. Now the door of triumph is creaking open. Every closed door was part of that trouble, but this final door, this one is different. This is the door of glory. And what lies beyond it? Not just another answer to prayer, not just a temporary sigh of relief. What's behind this door is something far greater. It's purpose, purpose that stretches beyond your lifetime. It's breakthrough, not just for you, but for generations. It's legacy, the kind that outlives your earthly days and echoes through the lives you touch. It's authority, but not the kind given by titles or platforms. It's the kind forged through fire, earned through nights of wrestling, shaped in caves like David, purified in prisons like Joseph, whispered to in deserts like Moses. You are standing at the threshold, not just of change, but of eternal impact. And I hear the Spirit of God declaring with fierce love and finality, "Tell my people, their season of closed doors is ending. Tell them the waiting has not been in vain. Tell them what I am about to do will redeem every tear, restore every lost year, and reveal why the battle had to be so fierce. This door leads to places they never imagined, to influence they never expected, to a legacy that will carry my name long after their footsteps fade." So now, chosen one, it's no longer about the door itself. It's about whether your spirit is ready to walk through it. Will you step forward, not as one who has it all together, but as one who has been prepared by the breaking, empowered by the pain, and marked by the promise? Because the door is open, and what's behind it will change everything. But there's one more truth you must grasp, and it's urgent. This door, the one standing before you now, has a divine timer. It won't stay open indefinitely. Heaven does not operate on our clocks, nor does it wait for us to feel ready. The window you've entered into is not measured in years or months. It's measured in moments, sacred seconds, and this very moment, it's yours. Not by coincidence, but by design. Not by algorithm, but by divine appointment. Now comes the question etched into your soul long before you were born. Will you step through? Will you finally release the theology of disappointment, the belief that closed doors mean abandonment, and instead embrace the holy truth that every no was simply leading to this ultimate, irrevocable yes? Will you let go of delay, of fear, of overthinking, and step into what was always meant for you? The choice is fully yours. No one else can make it. not your pastor, not your family, not your past, only you. But hear this again with your spirit. This isn't just another doorway of blessing. This is the last door God will open in this season. The final invitation before the winds shift and heaven moves forward. What lies behind it will either be your greatest testimony or your deepest lifelong regret. The kind of regret that doesn't fade with time, but echoes through decades, whispering what could have been. So what will it be? Will you stay on this side of the threshold, holding on to uncertainty? Or will you step forward in faith and discover what all those closed doors were preparing you for? Because in the moments ahead, everything is about to shift. I'm going to reveal how to position your spirit to walk through this door, not with fear, but with fire. Not as one who stumbles, but as one who was born for this. Listen closely, chosen one. That flicker in your chest right now, that tightening in your soul. It's not anxiety. It's not wishful thinking. It's not another hollow promise that leaves you disappointed. That stirring deep inside your heaven's positioning system. It's been recalibrating the entire path of your life to lead you here. This second, this step, this silence before the sound of glory breaks forth. You've been taught that hope is for the fragile, that it's an emotional crutch for the naive, that it's a soft whispering maybe in a world ruled by hard reality. But everything you've believed about hope has been a lie. A carefully crafted deception aimed at keeping you from stepping into your divine appointment. Because real hope is not fragile. Real hope is fierce. Hope is not the gentle sigh of the unsure. It's the thunderous roar of what has already been settled in heaven. Hope is not vague optimism. It's legal proof. Hebrews 6:19 says, "We have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure." Not shaky, not uncertain, firm, secure. Hope is not about someday. Hope is the present reality of what God already wrote in your scroll, now rising from eternity into time. It's the voice of destiny calling louder than the noise of your fears. And you have carried that hope in silence for years. It's what kept you standing when others fell. It's what helped you rise after you were betrayed. It's what lit a candle in your spirit when the world tried to leave you in darkness. You weren't foolish to believe. You were chosen to believe. And now, the fulfillment of that hope is standing in front of you in the form of this door, unassuming to the eye, but blazing with glory in the spirit. The time is now. The path is clear. The anointing is active. Will you walk through? There's something you may have never heard in church, something that could shake the very foundation of how you've understood your walk with God. Hope wasn't given to you just to keep you smiling through suffering. God didn't plant hope in your spirit to tease or torment you. He planted it as a divine homing device, an internal compass pointing you toward a destiny sealed long before your birth. And yet, too many of God's chosen ones, including you, have buried that compass beneath layers of disappointment. Think back to Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and left to decay in an Egyptian prison. Hope wasn't his comfort. It didn't soothe his wounds. It was his direction. It told him, even in chains, that he was still headed somewhere sacred. David, too, hid in caves, stalked like prey by King Saul. He had been anointed as king, yet lived as a fugitive. Hope didn't offer him escape. It served as his roadmap to the throne. Can you see the pattern? Real hope doesn't remove you from pain. It leads you through it, into purpose. But maybe you've grown tired. Maybe you've stopped hoping altogether. How many nights have you whispered into the void? How many times, Lord? How many times must I believe only to be broken again? I see you. Not just your face, but your spirit. I see the dreams you carefully folded up, the ones you tucked into hidden corners of your soul. I see the prayer journal you no longer open because the silence on the other end felt like abandonment. And I see how your heart tenses whenever someone cheerfully says, just have faith. But here's what your enemy is desperate to keep you from realizing. Every disappointment was disguised preparation. Each closed door was a detour crafted by God's mercy, not His absence. And every moment you thought was rejection was actually redirection. What if God's no wasn't a denial, but a rescue from something lesser than what He wrote in your destiny? God said it clearly through the prophet Jeremiah, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." That promise wasn't vague. Did you notice what He prioritized? Hope. Not just blessings or open doors, hope itself. He doesn't use hope to test your endurance until it breaks. He gives it as a divine signature that what He promised already exists in His timeline. This is where so many chosen ones lose their way. They think hope is fragile, based on what might come if everything goes right. But biblical hope is not a wish. It is an echo from heaven. It is the resonance of something already completed in the spirit realm, now marching its way into your reality. Hope doesn't point to the uncertain, it points to the unseen. Remember Abraham. When God told him he would be the father of many nations, he and Sarah were far beyond childbearing years. They didn't even have one child. But God didn't say, "If you do everything right, maybe this will happen." He declared it as if it were already finished. The Bible says in Romans 4 that, against all hope, Abraham in hope believed. His belief wasn't rooted in what was visible. It was anchored in a divine certainty, cloaked in human impossibility. That same kind of hope is being stirred within you right now. You're standing at a crossroads that mirrors Abraham's, between what you see and what God said. And the door in front of you, it's real. It's the final door God has prepared in this season. But here's the truth. Without hope, you won't even recognize it. It won't glow or shout. It will blend into the ordinary. And if your heart has grown too weary to hope again, you'll walk right past your miracle. Years ago, the artist Vincent van Gogh, known not just for his genius but for his agony, once wrote, "I feel that there is nothing more truly artistic than to love people." That love, he believed, was often born through suffering. He created masterpieces in isolation, painting the stars even from within an asylum. His hope wasn't in applause, it was in purpose. And though the world didn't celebrate him in his lifetime, he followed that invisible compass with unwavering faith. Now it's your turn. Can you still hope? Can you still believe that what God whispered to your soul in the darkness is more real than the silence that followed? Because right now, as you read this, your spirit already knows. The final door is near, but only hope can open your eyes to see it. Let me ask you something tender but piercing, something your heart might resist, but your spirit needs to hear. How many lives are still stuck in spiritual bondage because you let your hope die too soon? How many miracles are hanging in suspense in the unseen realm because you made peace with disappointment and called it wisdom? And how many generations yet unborn might one day walk in lack, confusion, or delay, not because they lacked faith, but because you stopped believing just before the breakthrough? It's a hard question, and maybe you're thinking, "You don't understand what I've endured." And you're right. I don't know every battle you faced, every night you wept in silence, every time you begged God to intervene and were met with nothing but silence. But I do know the God who was present in all of it. I know the keeper of days, the one who counts your tears and stores them in his bottle, as Psalm 56 verse 8 says. I know the King who never forgets a seed of faith planted in barren ground, the one who is always working, even when his hands seem hidden. What if I told you that hope was never meant to be an emotion, but a loyalty, a sacred allegiance to the one who made you? Hope doesn't mean you deny your pain. It means you elevate God's voice above your suffering. It means you declare, even while shaking, Let God be true, and every man a liar, as Paul wrote in Romans 3:4. Hope is when you stake your identity not in what has happened to you, but in what he has spoken over you. Think of the cross. When Jesus hung there, naked, bleeding, ridiculed, hope looked like failure. When his body was wrapped in burial linens and sealed in a tomb, hope seemed completely dead. But God had already scheduled a resurrection. What the world saw as final, heaven called temporary, and on the third day, that hidden hope shattered the stone and silenced hell. Now look at your own life. Maybe you're standing in front of what feels like a sealed tomb, dreams that have been crucified, prayers that echo like empty wind, a future that feels locked behind a stone too heavy to move. But hope, real, God-breathed hope, doesn't stop at the grave. It waits for resurrection. This is why the last door that stands before you now is not opening because you got everything right. It's opening because God's covenant never fails. Your hope doesn't hinge on your ability to be consistent. It hinges on his unchanging character. As 2 Timothy 2:13 says, "If we are faithless, he remains faithful, for he cannot deny himself." But here's what makes this moment urgent. Divine doors are not eternal, they are seasonal. Esther couldn't wait to approach the king. Her people's survival depended on that precise moment. The Israelites couldn't delay their exit from Egypt. They had to move the night the angel passed through. These were windows in time, crafted by God with sacred precision. Your breakthrough too is on a schedule, but unlike God's promises, your participation is not guaranteed. You have to show up. And some of you, you're not just carrying hope for yourself, you're carrying it for others. A parent clinging to God's word over a wayward child, a husband or wife praying desperately for reconciliation in a broken marriage, a pastor laboring for revival in a church that seems dry and divided. That kind of hope is not passive, it's not sentimental, it's warfare, it's the front line of intercession. But here is the holy tension. Hope alone isn't enough if it never moves you. Hope that stays seated is just wishful thinking dressed in Sunday clothes. Hope that doesn't act is only daydreaming set to a worship song. Think of the 10 lepers in Luke 17. They cried out to Jesus for mercy, and he gave them a strange instruction: go show yourselves to the priests. At that moment, their skin was still diseased. Nothing had changed, but Scripture says, as they went, they were cleansed. Not as they stood, not as they hesitated, not as they begged for another sign. They were healed while walking, when hope turned into motion. That's what God is asking of you now. Not to feel hopeful, but to walk in it. To pick up the prayers you buried. To breathe life over the dreams you folded away. To show up again, yes, even if it hurts. Because this door, the last one, is not opened by perfect faith, but by courageous hope in a perfect God. Right now, heaven is watching. Angels are positioned. The cloud of witnesses is leaning in. All of creation is holding its breath, waiting to see if you'll dare to hope one more time. This hope isn't asking you to ignore your pain. It's asking you to transcend it. It's not telling you to forget your disappointments. It's inviting you to let them become the foundation for a testimony that will shake nations. The door before you leads to everything God promised when he first called you, but you can't see it with natural eyes. You can't open it with human strength. You can't walk through it with earthly wisdom. You need hope, not the weak, watered-down version the world offers. You need the kind of hope that made Noah build an ark when there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The kind that made Abraham leave everything he knew for a promise he couldn't see. The kind that made Mary say yes to carrying the Savior when it could have cost her everything. That hope is stirring in you right now. I can feel it through these words. Heaven is inviting you to hope again, not because it's safe, but because it's necessary. Your hope isn't just for you. It's the key that unlocks prison doors for others. It's the light that guides the lost home. It's the bridge between heaven's promises and earth's reality. So let me ask you, chosen one, will you dare to hope again? Will you let that divine compass inside you point toward this last door? Will you trust that every disappointment was just God's way of redirecting you to this moment? The door is open. Hope is your guide. But the next step, that's yours to take. What's it going to be? Wait, stop right there. I see it now. That invisible chain wrapped around your chest. That cold sweat forming as you consider stepping forward. That voice whispering, what if you fail? What if you're not really chosen? What if this door leads to disappointment? Let me tell you something that might shake you to your core. You're not being held back by circumstances. You're not being stopped by lack of resources. You're not even being blocked by your past failures. You're being paralyzed by a phantom guard, and its name is fear. This fear didn't announce itself with trumpets. It crept in like fog. So gradually, you didn't notice when it became the warden of your destiny. But today, right now, we're going to expose this imposter for what it really is. You see, fear is the devil's most successful employee. It doesn't need to physically stop you. It just needs to convince you to stop yourself. And beloved, it's been working overtime on your mind. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine standing before the most magnificent door you've ever seen, crafted from celestial gold, inscribed with your name in heaven's own language. This door doesn't have a lock. It doesn't have chains. It doesn't even have a handle that's hard to turn. But you're frozen. Why? Because fear convinced you to install your own lock right inside your mind. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Did you catch that? God didn't give you that spirit of fear. So where did it come from? The same place every counterfeit comes from, the father of lies himself. Think about Moses for a moment. When God appeared to him in that burning bush, what was his first response? Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh? That wasn't humility talking. That was fear dressed up in religious clothing. Moses had already forgotten he was raised in Pharaoh's own house. He knew the hallways, the protocols, the language. But fear made him forget his own resume. How many of you are doing the same thing right now? How many of you have forgotten who you are in Christ because fear is louder than faith? Let me tell you what fear looks like in 2025. I'm too old to start something new. The economy is too uncertain. I don't have the right education. My family won't understand. What if I hear God wrong? But here's the divine truth that fear doesn't want you to know. Every giant in Scripture felt afraid. The difference? They acted anyway. David's knees were probably shaking when he faced Goliath. Esther's heart was surely pounding when she approached the king uninvited. Peter's hands were likely trembling when he stepped out of that boat onto the water. But they did it anyway. Because courage isn't the absence of fear, it's obedience in the presence of fear. Now, let me share something profound the Holy Spirit revealed to me this morning during prayer. Fear has 3 favorite weapons, and it's using all of them against you right now. The fear of inadequacy. I'm not qualified. I'm not spiritual enough. I don't know enough Bible verses. Listen to me, chosen one. God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. Moses murdered someone. David committed adultery. Peter denied Christ 3 times. Yet God used them to change history. Your inadequacy is exactly where God's adequacy shines brightest. The fear of failure. What if I try and fall flat on my face? What if everyone sees me fail? Let me ask you something. What if you succeed? What if this door opens to everything you've been praying for? You're so focused on what could go wrong that you're blind to what could go right. And here's a secret. Even if you stumble, God specializes in turning stumbles into dances. The fear of success. This one's sneaky. What if I actually succeed? What if my life changes? What if people expect more from me? This fear whispers that it's safer to stay small, to remain comfortable in your current cage. But comfort zones are where dreams go to die. God didn't save you to play it safe. He saved you to walk on water. I need you to understand something critical. While you're wrestling with fear, that door is slowly closing. Not because God is impatient, but because divine timing waits for no one. Remember the parable of the 10 virgins. 5 were ready, 5 were not. When the bridegroom came, the door was shut, and Jesus said, "I do not know you." Don't let fear make you miss your appointment with destiny. Here's what the enemy doesn't want you to know. Fear is a liar, but it's also a coward. It only has the power you give it. The moment you step forward in faith, even with shaking knees and a pounding heart, fear loses its grip. Right now, as you're listening to these words, what fears are screaming in your mind? What lies are trying to keep you from that door? Name them. Call them out. Because once you expose them to the light of God's truth, they lose their power. Let me share a holy secret with you. On the other side of your greatest fear lies your greatest breakthrough. Joseph's greatest fear was probably dying in that pit, but it led to the palace. Daniel's greatest fear might have been those lions, but it led to promotion. Jesus in Gethsemane sweated blood in anguish, but it led to resurrection. I hear the Holy Spirit saying to someone right now, that thing you're most afraid to do, that's exactly what I'm calling you to do. That door you're most afraid to open, that's the one with your name on it. Fear is not your friend. It's not protecting you. It's not keeping you safe. It's keeping you small. It's keeping you stuck. It's keeping you from everything God has prepared for you. So, here's my question for you, chosen one. Will you let fear be the author of your story, or will you let faith write the next chapter? That door is still open, but it won't be forever. And the only thing standing between you and your destiny is the fear you've allowed to guard your heart. It's time to fire that guard. It's time to break that false lock. It's time to step through that door. Because on the other side isn't just your breakthrough. It's the beginning of everything you were created for. Don't you dare let fear rob you of your miracle. Don't you dare let it steal your destiny. Don't you dare let it keep you from walking through the last door God will open. The choice is yours, but choose quickly, because that door won't wait forever, and that sound you hear, it's not fear knocking anymore. It's opportunity, and it's knocking for the last time. Chosen one, let me ask you something that might shake the very foundation of your faith. How long have you been standing at the threshold, paralyzed by your own prayers? You've been asking God to open doors, but have you considered that maybe, just maybe, He's been waiting for you to walk through the one that's already open? Faith doesn't wait for perfect conditions. Faith doesn't require guarantees. Faith doesn't stand still, counting reasons why not. Faith walks, even when it can't see the ground beneath its feet. Think about Peter for a moment. When Jesus called him to walk on water, the boat was safe. The storm was raging. Common sense said, stay put. But faith stepped out onto liquid impossibility. And for those glorious moments when Peter's eyes were fixed on Christ, the impossible held his weight. But here's what's happening to many of you right now. You're still in the boat praying, analyzing, waiting for the storm to calm, waiting for the water to turn solid, waiting for what exactly? Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. This isn't speaking about passive belief. It's describing active trust. Faith gives substance to hopes by acting on them before they materialize. Let me tell you about Mildred, 82 years young, sitting in my congregation last Sunday. For 40 years she dreamed of opening a shelter for abandoned seniors. 40 years of someday. Then last month, her heart nearly stopped. Literally. In that hospital bed, she heard God whisper, "Daughter, what are you waiting for? She sold her spare jewelry, rented a small house, and opened her doors to 3 forgotten souls. No business plan, no committee approval, just faith in action. Today, 15 seniors call her shelter home. Local churches are contributing. The mayor visited last week. Mildred didn't wait for the perfect moment. She created it. What about you? That ministry burning in your heart, when will you register it? That reconciliation with your estranged child, when will you pick up the phone? That book God's been downloading into your spirit, when will you write the first page? Jesus said, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened." Matthew 7:7. Notice the action verbs: ask, seek, knock. God responds to movement, not meditation alone. The Israelites stood at the edge of the Red Sea with Pharaoh's army charging behind them. They cried out to God. Know what he said? "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on." Exodus 14:15. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is stop praying and start walking. But I hear your fears. What if I fail? What if I'm wrong? What if this isn't really God's voice? Let me share something profound about faith. Faith isn't the absence of doubt. It's action in spite of it. By faith, Abraham went out not knowing where he was going. Hebrews 11:8. He didn't have GPS coordinates for the promised land. He had a promise and feet willing to move toward it. You think you need more clarity? Noah built an ark with no rain in sight. Moses confronted Pharaoh with a speech impediment. David faced Goliath with a slingshot. Esther approached the king uninvited. They didn't have clarity. They had calling. Right now, some of you are crafting elaborate prayers for open doors while standing in open doorways. You're asking for signs while ignoring the burning bush in front of you. You're seeking confirmations when God's already given you his word. Comment, "I walk in faith," if you're ready to stop camping at the threshold and actually cross over. Faith without works is dead, not sleeping, not resting, dead. Your dreams don't need more prayer, they need legs. Your vision doesn't need another confirmation, it needs courage. Your calling doesn't need perfect conditions, it needs your commitment. Here's the brutal truth. Every day you delay isn't just affecting you. Someone's breakthrough is connected to your obedience. Someone's healing is waiting on your yes. Someone's salvation is tied to your surrender. That business God's given you vision for? There are employees who need those jobs. That ministry he's placed in your heart. There are souls waiting for your testimony. That forgiveness he's urging you to extend. There's a generational curse waiting to be broken. The children of Israel could have entered Canaan in 11 days. Instead, they wandered 40 years. Why? They saw giants instead of God's promise. They calculated risks instead of counting on his faithfulness. They chose familiar bondage over frightening freedom. How long will you circle your own wilderness? Jesus is standing at the door of your destiny, saying what he said to the paralytic: "Get up, pick up your mat, and walk." John 5:8. Not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, not when circumstances align. Now, your faith isn't measured by your feeling, it's proven by your feet. Stop asking God to do what he's already empowered you to do. Stop praying for open doors when you won't walk through them. Stop seeking signs when he's already given you his word. Remember Gideon? He kept asking for signs, wet fleece, dry fleece, while God was saying, "I've already told you what to do." How many fleeces will you put out before you finally move? The last door God will open requires one thing: faith expressed through action, not perfect faith, not fearless faith, just faith that moves forward even when knees are shaking. That addiction you're battling, make the phone call for help. That ministry you're called to, register the domain name. That relationship that needs healing, send the text. That financial breakthrough you're believing for? Apply for that position. Faith is the bridge between your current reality and God's promises. But bridges are meant to be crossed, not admired from a distance. The door is open. The question isn't whether God will keep his promises. The question is, will you walk through while there's still time? What step is he asking you to take right now? What action has he been whispering to your spirit? What move have you been postponing until conditions feel safer? Faith walks before it understands. Faith acts before it sees. Faith moves before the path is clear. So I ask you again, are you still praying for doors to open while God is waiting for you to walk through the one in front of you? The next move is yours, and it might just be your last chance to step into everything God has prepared for you. Will you walk, or will you wait until this door too closes forever? Chosen one, I need you to understand something that will shatter every excuse you've been clinging to. You were not created to stand outside life's greatest opportunities, watching others claim what was meant for you. You were born to be the one who kicks down barriers, who blazes trails through impossible terrain, who takes the first step when everyone else is paralyzed by fear. Listen to me, really listen. The door before you isn't just any door. It's the culmination of every prayer you've whispered in the dark, every tear you've shed in secret, every moment you felt destiny burning in your bones, but couldn't name it. And here's the shocking truth that will rock you to your core. This door won't open itself. It's waiting for you to turn the handle. Ephesians 1:4 declares with divine authority, he chose us in him before the foundation of the world, before galaxies were spoken into existence, before time began its relentless march, before your parents ever met. God pointed at you and said, that one, that's my chosen vessel. But chosen for what? To cower at the threshold, to peek through the keyhole while others feast at the banquet? Number, you were chosen to be the battering ram that breaks down walls of impossibility. You were selected to be the key that unlocks generational blessings. You were appointed to be the bridge that carries others from bondage to breakthrough. Right now, as these words penetrate your spirit, I can feel some of you trembling. Good. That trembling isn't fear, it's recognition. It's your dormant destiny awakening. It's the warrior inside you remembering who you really are. Let me ask you something that might make you uncomfortable. How many more years will you waste standing outside your purpose? How many more excuses will you manufacture while your calling collects dust? How many more people will suffer because you refuse to step through the door God opens specifically for you? You see, this isn't just about you anymore. There are people, some you know, many you don't, whose deliverance is directly tied to your obedience. Children who need the wisdom you'll gain on the other side of this door. Marriages that need the testimony you'll carry. Communities that need the resources you'll access. Generations that need the legacy you'll establish. But you're still hesitating. Why? Maybe you're thinking, I'm too old. I've missed too many opportunities already. Let me remind you of Abraham, called at 75 to father nations. Moses, commissioned at 80 to confront Pharaoh. Caleb, claiming his mountain at 85. God specializes in using those the world has written off. Your gray hair isn't a disqualification. It's a crown of wisdom for the assignment ahead. Or perhaps you're whispering, I'm not qualified. I don't have the education, the connections, the resources. Good. When you're insufficient, God gets to be more than enough. When you're weak, his strength is perfected. When you're empty, he fills you with power that defies human explanation. But here's what's keeping you frozen at the threshold. You've believed the enemy's greatest lie, that you're just another face in the crowd, that your life doesn't matter, that your choices don't ripple through eternity. Let me prophesy over you right now. You are not ordinary. You are not replaceable. You are not here by accident. You are the answer to someone's prayer. You are the solution to someone's problem. You are the miracle someone's been waiting for. The door before you leads to rooms you've only seen in dreams, boardrooms where kingdom strategies are birthed, sanctuaries where revival fires are ignited, living rooms where prodigals return home, hospital rooms where healing flows, courtrooms where justice prevails. But none of this happens if you remain outside. Do you understand what's at stake? This isn't just the last door for this season. It's the last door of its kind. Miss it, and you don't just delay your destiny, you might forfeit it entirely. Remember the parable of the 10 virgins. 5 had oil, 5 didn't. When the bridegroom came, the door shut forever. No second chances, no makeup exams, no rain checks in the kingdom. I can sense your heart racing. That's not anxiety, that's anticipation. Your spirit knows what your mind is still processing. This moment is the hinge upon which your entire future swings. So let me ask you the question that changes everything. If this is truly the last door God will open, what will you do today? Not tomorrow, not next week, not when conditions are perfect. Today, will you finally silence the voice of doubt that's kept you small? Will you step over the threshold of fear into the expanse of faith? Will you grab the doorknob with hands that might be shaking, but a heart that's resolute? You weren't created to be a spiritual spectator, watching others walk in their purpose while you warm the bench. You weren't designed to be a doorkeeper while others enter the King's presence. You weren't born to be the narrator of someone else's victory story. You are the protagonist. You are the overcomer. You are the chosen one who breaks the curse, shifts the atmosphere, changes the narrative. You're not here to watch the door. You're here to burst through it with such force that it can never close again. You're here to wedge it open for the generation behind you, to reach back and pull forward those who are where you once were. This is your Esther moment for such a time as this. This is your Joshua moment. Choose this day whom you will serve. This is your Peter moment, stepping out of the boat onto impossible waters. The knock you hear isn't just opportunity. It's destiny demanding an answer. The door isn't just opening, it's beckoning you to fulfill the very purpose for which you were created. Chosen one. The clock is ticking, heaven is watching, hell is trembling, and your next move determines not just your story, but the stories of countless others. What happens next is up to you. But remember this, you can't afford to remain outside, not anymore. Not when so much hangs in the balance. The door is open, your destiny awaits, and the time to move is now. So now, chosen one, you stand at the edge of eternity's invitation. This isn't just another moment. This is the moment. The one whispered over your soul before your body ever drew breath. The final door is open, but only for a little while. This is not a threat. It is a holy warning, wrapped in mercy. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to move. You just need to believe again. Because the kind of hope you carry doesn't just transform your life. It shifts the destinies of generations after you. No more waiting for the stars to align. No more bargaining with disappointment. No more protecting your heart at the expense of your purpose. This is the hour to rise up, dust off your faith, and walk toward what was always yours. The God who split the sea, who raised the dead, who turned exile into kingship, that God is calling your name. Step through the door, speak again, pray again, move again. And if this message stirred something deep inside you, don't let it stop here. Type 777 in the comments as a declaration that you're ready, that you heard heaven, that you're stepping through the last door. If you were blessed by this word, consider sowing a seed through Super Thanks to support this ministry. Every gift helps us continue to speak life, hope, and truth into God's chosen ones all over the world. And whether you give or not, know this: we are deeply grateful for you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May He shine His face upon you and give you peace. May your eyes remain open to divine doors, and may your heart be strengthened with resurrection hope. Now go. The door is open. Walk through it before it vanishes.